day two here in Croft. The sun is shining. It couldn't be any more beautiful, could it? And as you can see, the TCR cars are lining up. This is going to be an absolute corker. Right, we've got so much coming up for you. Not just the TCR Civic Cup back in play today due to the Saloon Car Championship. We've got track action and the catering graduates, the single 135 and the single 150s. Now, this morning, I've been playing hide and seek all morning with Paul O'Neill. Where? Everybody knows where he is.
He finished 40th yesterday, car 26, another day. But then we've got Sam Legal, he's going to line up on the airport. He finished 5th.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're here live once again at the Croft circuit in the northeast of the United Kingdom, the home of motorsport in the north. And we were going to open up there on a little bit of a segment involving our lead presenter, Ian Waterhouse, and well, Paul O'Neill will be joining him in due course. We've had a slight technical hitch just to kick things off. So what we're going to do instead is we're just going to set the scene here and get ourselves set. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Paul Walsh. I was on commentary yesterday. I'm back here once again today. I'm going to be joined in the commentary booth by Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill later on today, and we have got an absolutely packed schedule for this Sunday, the 15th of June 2025. And this Sunday is a special Sunday because there's multiple things going on. Firstly, you do have the Canadian F1 Grand Prix, and you've also got Father's Day as well. But in fact, we've got everything sorted down in the pit lane. So enough from me. Let's go back down to our presenter, Ian Waterhouse, down in the start-finish line straight.
Right, I think you can hear us now. Yes, we are back. I'm here with Paul. I managed to find it. We've been playing hide and seek all morning. Paul was hiding behind a cone. Good hiding place, that, Paul. Well done.
Big cone, mate. Real big cone. I didn't think you'd find me, but yeah, here we are.
It's called hiding in plain sight, isn't it? That is.
Exactly that, yes, mate. Exactly that.
Look, we're on the grid. TCR, sunny up here in Yorkshire. Beautiful, wasn't it? We couldn't wish for any more, could we?
Yeah, it's lovely. Look how many people are on the grid as well. This is always a busy place because the Northerners just take it upon themselves to make sure we ram motorsport down your throat. So you will like it. We don't care. But yeah, fans around force. TCR cars are looking amazing. A lot of carbon fibre on these cars. I always forget compared to other tin top series. So yeah, a lot of money on show. Great drivers, and I'm looking forward to it.
It is going to be fantastic. I'm looking forward to it too. Don't forget, we've also got Junior Saloon Car Championship in play. Track action here. The third and final Civic Cup race of the weekend as well. And, of course, the Caterham Graduate Sigma 135s and 150s. Right, I'm going to go get a cup of coffee and put my feet up for a little bit because Paul O'Neill is very kindly going to do the grid walk for us because, quite frankly, you're just a little bit better than me. So, Paul, you enjoy it. Take it. I'm off to get a coffee and I'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Ian. Are you sure this is safe? No. Well, anyway, we'll see. Right, it's grid walk time. Thank you, Ian. Right, let us go and pick out a few people. I want to go and speak to Steve Laidlaw, so follow me. That's Andy McEwen, the guy who always chats rubbish on our comms. He's the main man. Let's speak to a couple of these guys. A lot of them are out the cars because this is a public grid walk. Let's see if we can just quickly speak to Steve. Sorry, guys. Just a little picture going on, so we've got Steve and Sam, son and dad, just talking to one of their friends. He's got a rain jacket on. Does he know? How much was that rain jacket, mate? That looks expensive.
Ask me missus. She bought it for me.
Oh, lovely. How much was his rain jacket? Must have cost my nose, she said. Anyway, hello, mate.
Sorry, Matt, he's just on his way back to Football Factory episode 2.
He looks like Danny Dyer in that, doesn't he?
Just shorter.
Listen, this is a nice little change from yesterday. Yesterday, mate, I watched the stream. I was like, how can one man be so amazing at Silverstone? No, we apologise for that.
Rubbish.
We apologise for that language. It was pretty impressive at Silverstone, and then it just shows, doesn't it? A little touch of the grass on a wheel that's loaded, and it's game over.
Yeah. And what a comparison. Like, if you look at entry into the S's, where I've touched the grass and gone backwards at 120, versus the first left, you're halfway over the grass every lap and it does nothing. So yeah, absolutely, it's a weighted wheel thing. Absolute mistake from my perspective. I was so excited that we got a great start. My car was doing the same lap time as Callum and Adam, but much easier. You could see from the back they were having to work really hard. And I just lost focus for a second, all down to me.
Well, I felt sorry for you, mate, because I know what it's like in a high-speed corner. But you kept it on track, which was the impressive thing. But it must have cost about $7,000 in rubber, because I've never seen so much. There must have been smoke in the car.
I felt like Lionel Richie just about to come out on stage. I think I was down to canvas by the end of lap 2. I think I did a full pair of tyres worth of rubber in one burnout. We were 5th gear on the limiter going backwards, whilst the dash was showing 129.
That's pretty. I bet Josh Files was pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, and also please don't tell Sadev that if we have to make a warranty claim at a later date.
I don't worry, you've just told him. Listen, good luck. This got to be an easy win. Is there an easy win in TCR UK?
Oh, you're just trying to ruin my day, aren't you?
Oh,
listen, if there's an easier win to have, it's not going to present itself. I've got a couple of guys who are a little bit less experienced around me. The fast guys are in a lump further back. We've got good pace here. The car's set up really well, regardless of what happened in the race yesterday. So yeah, I think we're on for a good one.
Perfect. Good luck.
Cheers, man.
No worries. Right, let's go and speak to Harry Bloor, who is right on the other side of Steve Laidlaw. Sorry, guys. How are you? You okay?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good to see you. I'm really well. No one ever asked me that. It's a bit noisy behind you. Can I get you to just come in the middle a bit?
Yeah, sure.
We'll have your car behind, because them fans... Why are the fans on already? The car shouldn't be really getting that hot, should it?
Oh, it's absolutely boiling in there, yeah. I mean, yesterday it was sauna in there. It's drenched in sweat. Honestly, it was a good workout, to be fair, but it's so hot. Yeah,
it's a bit warmer today, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, I'd say it's around the same. I'd say maybe a bit hotter than yesterday. But yeah, it's definitely boiling hot in that car for as long as we're in there for. It's just, yeah, it's good fun though.
Get a safety car on the track and the windows down, you'll be fine. Quick one. This is a great starting position for you. It was good yesterday. Still learning the car, still getting up to speed. It's a good opportunity, this. You've got some people that you know how to race against behind you. Obviously, Steve Laidlaw, super fast. Just latch onto him. What's the sketch?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's most likely going to go. And then yesterday, I had a bit of a bad start. Ended up being like 4th or 5th quickest on circuit. Bit of traffic. I could have come 6th if I had another 2 laps. But the plan is really just to go and just keep the position, really. Just have a bit of fun with racecraft.
I like the sound of that, mate, because motorsport's supposed to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Obviously, of course. That's why we're doing it.
Exactly, mate. Good lad. Listen, all the very best. Give it your best.
Thank you very much.
Top man. Right, let's move on. Lots of great people here. They are the cleanest over. What is going on? What's happened?
I haven't had any incidents just yet. Hopefully, today I might get my first mark on it. I hope, anyway.
While you're here,
Yeah.
thank you for all the work you do. Everyone who's a marshal, coming out in force, always helping out. What's the best thing about being a marshal?
I think it's the people. The people, it's like a little community, especially Croft. I think everyone knows each other, and we're all good friends as well. Not just colleagues. We're all good friends. Yeah.
Where are you based? Are you not as in where do you live? Where are you based on the track?
We're post 17, so down near the hairpin. Yeah. So we'll get to see some cars coming in fast, hopefully, and get to see some good racing.
Where all the action is, yeah.
Yeah,
Listen, I'll let you
exactly.
crack on. Keep up the good work, and
Nice
thank
one.
you to everyone who gives up the time so we can race.
Yeah, nice one. Thank you very much.
Top man. Perfect. Right. Follow me. Tell you, can we speak to Greg Saunders if that's okay? Here he is. He's trying to get out the way. Greg, mate, I was singing your praises on the preview.
Thank you.
Great race yesterday, and you look like you're just starting to get in the groove of these cars in this series.
Yeah, I was enjoying it. It was good. The Friday was difficult. I didn't really have much pace, but yeah, come race day, it was sort of there and got towed along in the race, which is always different in a race when you're following someone closely. And yeah, hopefully go again today with it.
What are you thinking? Because I've just said to Harry, you actually race against a lot of these people you're with here, so the only difference is it's basically for the win.
Yeah, I try and get a nice run down to turn one. I've got the inside as well, so and then try and keep these guys, the quick boys behind us, as long as possible, and just get into it.
It's going to be difficult, mate. Listen, I'll let you go. You need to gather your thoughts. All the public are just getting off the grid, but let's crack on. Good luck, mate. That is a long, long way, all the way down to that first corner. When I look down there, that is a long, long way. I always forget. Only ever had one pole position here. Oh, I'm good.
You. How are you doing?
I'm really good. How are you?
I'm looking at no.
That got rid of him. No, sure.
I've seen it this week.
Oh, thank you. What a lad. Love it. I love a public grid interview. It's really, really cool. People are sweet. Right, George Jackson was someone I was going to speak to. Looks a bit busy at the minute. Quickly go and speak to Will Beach. That was a terrible picture, by the way. I'm sorry about that. Will, before you get in, a lot of cars on the grid. Half the field's yours. You're not going to hit anyone, are you, that's in your group?
I can't hit a customer, can I? Won't go around very well, will it? So.
Your customers have got a good chance, though, of not hitting you. I mean, having a good race.
Yeah, so we'll make a good start and plod on, try to get onto the front one.
Mate, you really do seem very relaxed these days. I remember when I used to come and interview you and you'd be itching and you'd be like, oh, I don't want to speak to you. You got your arm on the car. Life's good, car's good, team are good. Got Adam Shepherd, obviously he's amazing.
Yeah, well, Adam's brought a lot to the team. He's helping us with setup and driver, coaching and stuff like that. So he's bringing us on well. Just the initial beginning of the race, that's where I'm struggling. After that, I'm the same speed as the front lot.
If I'm honest with you, mate, if you just look over there, you could probably drive through the grass, miss the first few corners, and you'd be golden, you'd be leading.
Well, that'd be it. That would make a statement, wouldn't it? I think I'll get my licence taken off me.
Yeah, don't do that. That's a total joke. Will, have a good one.
Cheers, Paul.
Sweet. So the public are all getting off the grid. But let's see. I don't think Sam is around, actually. We've got one more person we could probably speak to. Finn Leslie, I know, is someone that did a cracking job yesterday. He's getting put in the car. It's not a drama. I'm going to let his dad plumb him into the car. Actually, get a shot of that, because that is a difficult thing. You've got to be so tight in that car. And look at his dad there. He's just pulling them belts as tight as he can get them. You are part of the chassis when you drive these cars. And sometimes that you'll find that when you're actually driving around on the safety car or even in the race, sometimes you have to take one hand off the wheel and you have to give yourself a big tug on them belts to make sure that you're all ready to rock and roll. And it looks like Finn is ready to go. Quick word from his dad. How proud are you of this boy?
Oh,
he gets job done, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, well proud of him.
How hard is it to get on the grid of something this headline? Is it easy as I'm quick, I'll be fine, or is it everything you've got to put together?
Oh, no, it's everything. You don't just have to be quick. You need the money as well. Obviously, they do a good with the Hyundai Junior program. So yeah, that's helped us get on. But yeah, we just need a little bit more just to finish the season. Hopefully, we can find it.
Top man. Well, I'm sure the results will speak volumes. So, good luck to you guys. I'll let you crack on because I know it's not nice speaking to other people when you're trying to get stuff done. Anyway, that's the grid walk done. Thanks for having us. It's over to you, Andy McEwen.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, just popped down briefly onto the grid walk myself to soak up the atmosphere. So nice to see so many of the local fans over here at Croft this weekend to enjoy their 2 days of racing, and they always do support TCR UK. We have a great following up here, and always in the off-season there are loads of people on social media asking, is TCR UK going to Croft this year? We really hope they are, and yeah. Well, we're here, and there's a good crowd on hand, and hopefully a couple of good races today to enjoy. Yesterday's race, if you weren't able to tune in and watch it, well, it was a fairly comfortable victory for Adam Shepherd. He led the whole race from pole position, but only just managed to hang on at the end. Callum Newsham in his Hyundai i30M was charging after him and applied some real pressure actually on the final lap or so of the race, but in the end Adam Shepherd was able to hang on, claimed the race win, and therefore extended his championship lead. So Adam Shepherd in a good position now, championship-wise, as we head into Croft Sunday. A blustery Sunday, as you can see. Look, the wind is starting to pick up again now after it was also sort of the same yesterday afternoon, but hopefully the weather will stay pleasant as we move through what's going to be a busy day of racing. We start things off now with the TCR UK Championship with the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 class coming up next. Then the Junior Saloon Car Championship for their second of 3 races this weekend. The Milltek Civic Cup will be next at 1:45. Then the Sigma 150s for the Caterham graduates will be out, followed by Track Action Racing Club, the Junior Saloon Cars' third race of the weekend. The Sigma 135s have a second race of the day at 3:50, and at 4:30 TCR UK Championship, third and final race, will complete what is a very, very exciting afternoon of racing. Well, Paul O'Neill has joined me in the commentary box, fresh from the grid walk. By the way, those of you who are tuned in and watching the grid walk, apologies if you did hear any unsavoury language. It was a busy pit lane, and I believe 1 or 2 words got caught by the microphone that shouldn't have been. Paul's giving me a worried look. It wasn't you, Paul. That's fine. You're not guilty. But lots of people on the grid, which is nice to see. Yeah, I was just saying before you got here, Paul, it's always a really well-supported event, this, isn't it, for TCR?
Yeah, always very well supported. Like we were saying off air this morning, it is a really, really good place. They have put so much time and effort and money into this circuit. You only have to look at the resurfacing they've done. Not just that, for the spectators and the people here. There's a great little cafe now, and it is a 1 in a million circuit. It ain't like a generic normal circuit in the Midlands. It's really, really cool, mate. We love coming up here, don't we? It is absolutely super, especially when the sun's out.
Excellent stuff. Well, we're almost ready to go. They're clearing the grid of people. We will have race number 2 of the weekend coming up very shortly here from Croft. Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Croft, everyone. Then cars making their way around the circuit ahead of race number 2 for TCR UK. It's the reverse grid race, so this grid is the top 10 finishers from yesterday converted. And Steve Laidlaw, what a bit of good fortune that was after a disaster yesterday, lining up on pole position in his Cooper Leon VZ with Harry Blur, the youngster, alongside in the Hyundai. Then the ever-improving Greg Saunders has got the ever-improving George Jackson alongside him on row 2. Will Beach and Sam Laidlaw together on row 3. This is an opportunity for Sam, I think, isn't it, to get himself a few more points on the board, whilst Finn Leslie and Brad Hutchison share row 4. Then the top 2 from yesterday's race. Callum Newsham, who's desperate to try and get a race win, has Adam Shepherd, the championship leader, alongside him. And Adam Shepherd comes into this race now 19 points clear of Callum in the championship. Mark Smith and Jordan Kerridge are together on row number 6, with Alex Jones on his own at the back. The lone Gen 1 Cup car, he had brake issues yesterday, lost the brakes, fairly significant issues, and that led to that spin into the Jim Clark S's, which saw the car go backwards into the tyre stack. That needed to be replaced, which required a safety car, and Golf required a new rear bumper to be fitted, but the team have done a good job of that, and he's out on the grid and ready to go. Paul O'Neill, fascinating race ahead of us here. I think then the reverse grid races are always a highlight, but this one has this really interesting dynamic with Shepherd and Newsham and Sam Laidlaw at the back and Steve Laidlaw on pole position. Everyone is saying this is an easy, nailed on Steve Laidlaw win. Is it going to be that straightforward?
No, definitely not. You know, he's got the car. He's the driver to win this race, in my opinion. But how quick are the other guys going to come through, especially Adam Shepherd? But still, you know, the pace was very much the same at Silverstone between Steve and Adam. So I'm really looking forward to this. It depends what happens in that little bit of midfield between first and 10th. So, yeah, Steve just needs to get through the first lap in the lead, and then he just needs to build, keep a look in his mirrors and just see who's doing what and if anyone's getting let past. We've got to remember, Adam Shepherd, to get to the front, has got friends.
Yes, that's a very good point. Very good point. And you'll need that round here. It's not the easiest of places to overtake. It's also the kind of track where things can happen, can't they? Particularly when you reverse the grid like this.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't need a reverse grid yesterday
to
show you that you know, there's plenty of pinch points. First corner, pinch point. Second corner, pinch point. Do you go through the chicane side by side, or do you drop out and go? And then you've got to try and get back into place, so you might get a penalty. And then you've got down at Tower, if someone lunges you, it's another pinch point. And then out the back, if you try and go around the outside of someone, again, that happened yesterday, didn't it? It's a bit of a nightmare. And then all the corners at Croft are great, and it's quite a wide track in general, but once you get into the corners, it really, really tightens up, and it's dusty offline, Andy, so I am looking forward to this one. But the last sector is where you're going to see some people just sticking their noses, maybe not whether or not what will.
Well, that was sort of what Callum Newsham was saying to me when I interviewed him this morning for social media, and he said, you know, the only way I was ever going to get past Adam yesterday was with a real lunge, probably into the hairpin at the end of the last sector, but the problem is everyone knows that's a good overtaking opportunity, and you can defend into that final turn, can't you? Because even if you run wide, you've got the inside line for Clervaux. It's one of those tracks where there's a lot of left, right. That makes defending easier and overtaking trickier.
Yeah, this is the problem. You see, people will say, oh, well, you know, just get the overtake done at the hairpin. I'll guarantee you, even if you are, you know, half a car length down the inside of someone at the last hairpin, which is the slowest corner in the country, it then goes into a fast right-hander. So you don't see many people go around the outside of anyone at the first corner at Clervaux. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting race. But we've seen Finn Leslie attacking brilliantly yesterday, making people go into mistakes in the corner. So that's what you need to do. You need to dart around, have a good nose on your car, and the good overtakers will get it done at Tower on the brakes, just over the crest.
Yes, we saw some good overtaking there in yesterday's race, and well, race number 2, I think we're going to see an even more overtaking with this reverse grid. But can Steve Laidlaw claim another race win? Championship-wise, he's slipped a bit further back now. He's 12 points behind Callum Newsham, and he is 31 points behind Adam Shepherd, and that's after drop scores have been calculated. Remember, though, that Steve Laidlaw is only dropping 24 points. Adam Shepherd is dropping 46, so he's dropping more points because he's been more consistent, and that means Adam can afford to take things a little bit easier and know that he's got the drop score situation to help him out. And then Sam Laidlaw 4th, even further back, 219, playing 272 for Adam Shepherd.
just, sorry to cut in,
No.
I just remembered whilst I was on the grid, I did hear a little bit of a murmur of a problem for Callum Newsham that they were trying to sort out. He is on the grid and he's just getting away now, but they were just asking how much time they had to get on the grid, so that's just something to bear in mind.
Right, okay, well that's not what they need, is it? Because they have been building some nice championship momentum, the Callum Newsham squad. He had that win and a second place back at the season opener at Donington Park. Donington Grand Prix event did not go to plan, but then Silverstone, 2 seconds and a win. Second again yesterday. He's been Mr. Consistency, has Callum Newsham, but he's used all of his drop scores, 2 non-finishes so far this year. 1 apiece actually in each of the Donington events means that he can't really afford another one. So a mechanical issue in this race could end his championship hopes realistically, with still nearly half the season to go. There's Alex Jones at the back of the field in the VW Golf GTI, the oldest car on the grid. I think I'm fairly right in saying, well, yes, it's the only Gen 1 car on the grid this weekend, and he is going to be keen to try and get stuck in, and hopefully they've resolved the braking issues. Ahead of him, Jordan Kerridge, who really enjoyed racing yesterday, slipped back a bit towards the end, but he made some good overtakes early on, and he said that was his target this weekend. He wanted to overtake a few people. He did, and he'll be looking for another good start in the Luke Sargent Audi that I believe we may or may not see Luke back out in the park in a few weeks.
I was really impressed with Jordan yesterday, you know, but one, I was impressed with him on camera with the interview we did yesterday, because he was just dead straight, said how it was going to be, wasn't arrogant, just said he wanted to enjoy it, which is, if you can enjoy your motor racing, everything else falls into place, and then kept himself out of trouble, got the job done. And I always say to people I'm coaching, you've got to get round every single lap you can. If you're in the gravel trap, you'll never know what the car is supposed to feel like on tarmac.
Yeah, no, good point actually, especially when you're first starting out in a championship like this. Just get the laps under your belt and the car will change as the race goes on, and as tyres wear out, fuel starts to burn away. So there's a lot to learn over the course of a 20-minute TCR UK race. Right, cars are on the green flag lap. They're going to be making their way around to the grid, and then we will be good to go racing. Steve Laidlaw will be desperately hoping that he gets a good start from pole. Normally, the Laidlaw's really good off the line. Yesterday's race start I thought was interesting because Adam Shepherd from pole got a ton of wheel spin and still got the best start of everyone at the front. So I'm not sure whether that's because the others were a little bit late reacting, or Adam maybe has found a new solution, a new tactic for getting off the line. But Steve Laidlaw, good off the line generally, should be confident that it'll lead into turn 1.
Yeah, I would have thought so. He's always been a good starter, isn't it, in all of the TCR cars that he's driven. So he's got a really nice feeling for that clutch. It's, you know, it doesn't matter who's alongside you. Even though he knows he can win races, and this on paper should be a podium full stop for him, it's still that getting off the line, because if he doesn't make the first corner in the lead, it's your panic sets in and you're like, I've got to get past this person, I've got to get past this person. Because I guarantee you, when he looks in his mirror when this first lap gets going, he will not be looking for anybody except Adam Shepherd.
Yes, I think I tend to agree with you there. Right then, let's see what our second race of the weekend has in store for us. The back few rows of the grid are coming into position, and under slightly cloudier skies now, and a certainly very blustery Croft circuit, our second race of the weekend is about to get underway. Steve Laidlaw and Harry Blur on the front row of the grid. Who gets into Clervaux corner first? Who wins the race? And what does it mean in the context of the championship? Let's find out. It's a good start for Steve Laidlaw. Sam Laidlaw's got nowhere. Sam has stalled. So Sam Laidlaw in the second of those Cupras from Area Motorsport is going nowhere. Harry Blur looks like he's hanging on to second. That's Will Beach. Will Beach steams up the inside into second position. It's up on the brakes, and Will Beach immediately making progress. Look at Newsham. Callum Newsham is into 4th place already. A demon start from the Hyundai driver, and he is going to absolutely be setting off after the race leaders. So a clean start, a disaster for Sam Laidlaw, but a couple of big movers already.
Yeah, there was some big lunges, wasn't there? But the great thing is everybody respected each other. Callum Newsham down the inside of Harry Blur, job done. And also Adam Shepherd down the inside of someone I couldn't quite see there as Mark Smith goes through.
Yeah, that was Greg Saunders, I think, that Shepherd was going past. So Steve Laidlaw lead, Will Beach second, and Callum Newsham into 3rd position. So that was a better start than I think even Callum would have expected. Can he challenge Steve Laidlaw for the win? Well, a lot of that will depend on how long he spends stuck behind Will Beach, because he's only got actually a car between himself and Adam Shepherd, who's also made some good progress. Adam had some slight dramas over the battery, didn't have any power in it this morning when they tried to fire the car up, but they seem to have resolved that, and he's there in 5th, going for 4th. Look to the inside of Bloor, into the penultimate corner. Nice move.
Spot on move that. Look at that, Newsham down the inside for P2 on Will Beach. Will Beach away like a scalding cat, and then he just kind of dropped off the pace a bit, but he'll be happy with where he is now because he's got Adam Shepherd, his teammate, just behind him, and that looks like a really good battle just shaping up ahead now.
So, Callum Newsham almost doing, really, what we saw Steve Laidlaw do at Silverstone last time. It's not quite 10th to 1st, but it's 9th to 2nd. Bollard's going flying on the way into Clervaux corner already. As the field goes through, someone was running a bit wide. It was Adam Shepherd, though. He is onto the tail of his teammate, Will Beach, who I doubt will make this too difficult for him.
No, I think he'll be waving him through, probably. Well, probably not, actually, because it looks like he got a really good run there through there, Will Beach, and that car of Adam Shepherd's looking pretty pointy. He's got to get the job done, but I tell you what, he's getting away, Steve Laidlaw, so he's got to be making the move pretty quickly. But Callum Newsham will not be an easy person to pass.
There was a green flag then on the approach to Tower, which suggests a yellow maybe at the chicane, so I'm not sure what may have happened there. Here comes Shepherd to the inside of Beach into Sunny, so another good, albeit difficult, overtaking opportunity, and Adam Shepherd made it look easy. So we've now got, in a way, the big three in the top 3 positions again. There's a bit of separation between them at the moment. Steve Laidlaw at the start of the lap, 1.9 seconds ahead of Callum Newsham, but is that gap coming down? Well, in the first sector it came down fractionally, the second sector by about a 10th, so Newsham at this stage not massively quicker than the leader. Here comes Finn Leslie, meanwhile, to the inside of Greg Saunders.
Oh, that's a good move, that is, and fair play to Greg Saunders, because a lot of drivers wouldn't have seen that. Not over yet, though, is it? Because I'll tell you what, that Cupra will be a little bit quicker down the straight, but Finn Leslie will brake so much later that he should get the job done, and it's already done by the looks of it.
Oh, Saunders is still there, locks up, goes straight into the gravel. Saunders tried to fight it in the braking zone, he nuzzles up against the tyres. It won't have done any real damage, but the car is stuck in the gravel, and I fear going no further. I agree with you, I thought Finn Leslie were on the racing line, the wider line, would be able to brake so much later than Saunders. Saunders tried to match him and could not get the car stopped. Somehow, though, he's got it going from the gravel and may be able to rejoin.
How's he done that? That's unreal. I think you've seen two things there. You've seen Finn Leslie's car being able to brake later than Greg Saunders, and Greg Saunders has braked when he's seen him brake, and then he's lucky not to wipe him out, to be fair.
Yeah.
But all's good as well, so he's all very nice. Where's Adam Shepherd? He is closing in, isn't he, and Callum Newsham?
Right behind Newsham now, so Newsham isn't really going after Steve Laidlaw. It's the Cupras at this stage that have the pace, and Shepherd is all over the back of Callum Newsham as we head to the complex. I think it's really important here that Newsham just weathers this storm. If he can keep Shepherd behind him for another 5 minutes or so, we'll then be getting to the point of the race where the Hyundai seemed to get quicker yesterday. It was about halfway, 2/3 of the way through the race that he looked strong, but he's already lost the place. Through already has gone Adam Shepherd, and he will be good looking now, maybe for a second race victory.
I was just about to say, the Hyundai will be better in Sector 3 on the brakes, but if it gets its nose inside, if Shepherd got his nose inside at the hairpin, it is game over. It's got so much traction, that VZ, so much traction on full lock in first gear. That is the slowest corner in UK motorsport, and it is so difficult to get the traction down. But if you're in that car, you're sorted. This is what I wanted to see all year. These are the cream of the crop.
I'm rubbing my hands with glee here at the prospect of an Adam Shepherd and Steve Laidlaw battle win, because these two, there is a little bit of history, I think it's fair to say, from earlier in the season. They are championship rivals, and Steve Laidlaw I don't think would have expected 5 minutes into the race to look in his mirrors and see that white and blue Cupra in his mirrors. I think he might have expected Shepherd to be on the podium by the end of the race, but second place already. This has been the driver for champion so far from Adam.
If Newsham is clever enough, which I really think he is, he will be rubbing his hands together, because he knows if they go side by side, he's got a chance of switching back and getting this lead. He needs to just be as close as he can to these two in front. Look how much time he takes out of Shepherd on the way into the hairpin, but then it just drops back on traction. So look at this, lights are flashing already. This is it. Hold on, sit down. Whose is that baldy head?
Someone itching to get those seats, and I can't say I blame them really, because we've got a heck of a fight on our hands. On that lap then, Adam Shepherd was about 3/4 of a second quicker than Steve Laidlaw. At that rate, he'll be with him by the end of the lap. There are purple sectors though coming in from Sam Laidlaw, who's up to 7th now. He's ahead of George Jackson. Sam, what a disappointment that is though. I've been picking up their starts all weekend, and Sam unfortunately made a bit of a mess of that one.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? I remember Sam having a nightmare with a clutch here last year. I think in his first year of racing, he was in the I think he was in the Hyundai, was he?
Yes, I think you're right.
And he had a clutch problem all weekend, and yeah, bit of a shame for him. This is really hotting up now, and Steve has got to concentrate because it's difficult to pass. He's in the same car, so he'll know what the strengths and the weaknesses are, but he cannot afford for Adam to show his nose down the hairpin, because if that happens, it's just going to be a real difficult one.
Will Beach, 4th place, going really well. I was very impressed with how feisty he was in the first few corners. Speaking of feisty, I think that's exactly how we could describe this battle. Adam Shepherd already looking to the inside of Steve Laidlaw. As soon as he arrived on the rear bumper of his championship rival, he wanted to make the move. Wasn't able to do it there, but that has signalled his intent.
It has, but he'll have just flat spotted that front tyre. Do you know what will happen here? I think he's going to have a big go at him down at Tower, because I haven't seen Steve Laidlaw defend yet.
Yeah.
And look, this is it. Here we go. Right. This is going to be so close. And look at the drive. Oh, he's hit the tyres. That's got to have damaged the car.
Yeah. That was Laidlaw, was it?
Steve Laidlaw hit the tyres. Will there be a big lunge now from Adam? He's going to do it. He's going to do it. Is he? No, he's too far away. He's locked up. He's going to go wide. Is he? Shepherd's going to see this, and this is it. Game on, Andy. Game on.
Oh, Shepherd quicker off the corner. Is there a gap to the inside? There's around goes Steve Laidlaw. Steve Laidlaw into the barriers heavily. The title contenders have clashed. You could see that coming, and out of the race surely is Steve Laidlaw. He will be furious with that. There was the tiniest of gaps that Shepherd tried to fit his Cupra into. Steve was having none of it. They both wanted the same bit of road. I hate to say it, Paul, but I saw that coming.
Yeah, there was a lot of side to side, wasn't there, as they were going up? So what's going to happen about that? I couldn't really get a good look at it, but Steve was defending quite heavily from Tower because he'd run in too hot. What's going to happen? Was that avoidable? Let's see from both drivers. That's going to be a massive talking point,
and a massive call to be made by the stewards on that one, because that has enormous championship ramifications, doesn't it? So thankfully not our job to decide. What we can tell you is that Shepherd leads now by 2 seconds over Callum Newsham, who probably did well just to back away from all of that, and you said that be the big beneficiary out of all of that. He's not inherited the lead, but he has found himself back into second position. That all started though at the hairpin, didn't it? Shepherd, by making that lunge, he put the thought in Steve Laidlaw's head that he's going to lunge into every braking zone. Steve, I think, maybe started panicking, clipped the tyres at the chicane, and from there it was only a matter of time before something happened.
Will Beach up to third.
Yes, absolutely made up for Will. And going well, actually. Being caught by Finn Leslie, though, slightly. Let's see what Finn can do as we move into the closing stage. Well, not even halfway through this race yet. Finn for another podium could be on.
I'm surprised they haven't put the safety car out for the chicane tyres, because that is shorten the track, and you're gonna get quick lap times.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. At least it's not in the road. Yesterday we had a safety car for a tyre stack, but that was at the Jim Clark S's, and they did not need to. They don't need to move these tyres out of the road, at least. We've lost Brad Hutchison to the pit lane, by the way. Not out of the race, though, is Steve Laidlaw. He's carried on, and he's not pitted. So I'd be amazed if that car is undamaged after its altercation with the barriers, but he is still going down in 12th position. Hutchison out, I know not why, but Steve Laidlaw is still circulating.
Did Steve Laidlaw actually hit the barriers, though?
It was hard to tell. It looked like it, but it was hard to tell, wasn't it? He was sort of hidden behind our timing graphic. Maybe we'll get a replay of it, but maybe he got away with it.
It was, it was lucky anyway, because I was talking to him this morning on the way in, and I've seen some huge accidents there. That is flat in 5th, and then you just turn left and you hope for the best. The car is nervous there anyway, but to go spinning at that speed, it's not good. Oh, Finn Leslie is now on to Will Beach. Will locks a right front. The switchback could be on. Oh, Finn just couldn't get on the power, and he's going to struggle now. And again, we're seeing this pinch point going into the Jim Clark S's, and it's flat through here. Finn's got to be careful. He's got to be close enough. But can he get down the inside just as he gets to Croft, which is a scary, scary place? And down the inside, can he get? No. Brilliant stuff from Will Beach, but this is where he'll get the run. Watch how much later he'll be on the brakes into the complex left-hander now as we approach Sonny out. This will be spot on. Oh, this is proper.
Oh, Will Beach is driving in his mirrors, isn't he? Is there a gap to the inside? No, but this is, as Paul says, the part of the circuit that the Hyundai seems to have an edge, so Finn will be keen to get this done, also because Sam Laidlaw is closing in on them. Sam Laidlaw, who stalled at the start, is almost on terms now with this battle for a podium position. Beach has outbraked himself into the hairpin, runs wide on exit, and Finn Leslie gets alongside. This is the outside line though into turn number 1, and that isn't usually the place to be. He's got the momentum though, he's got his nose in front. Can he get to the inside? We know that Will Beach is pretty feisty under braking. He can't stop Finn Leslie going through. Oh, he's sideways over the curb.
Wow.
And that was full commitment from both drivers. Really good racing between the two of them. They avoided contact, and Finn Leslie's into third.
Do you know what? That was some of the best driving I've seen between two TCR drivers. That could have ended horrendously, and Will Beach didn't roll over there. He defended as much as he needed to, couldn't do any more, and that was it, game over. Right, that tyre stack got hit hard on the front left by Steve Laidlaw, didn't it? And there's bits of car coming off, bits of carbon. Oh, he hit that hard. So I don't know whether it doesn't really matter about what happened after that, because it ain't going to be anything to do with that front left being towing out. But here we go. Adam Shepherd brakes because he knows he's going to hit him, but by that time the damage is done. So that will be a very interesting discussion with the clerk of the course, because two cars going for the same piece of tarmac, and he was lucky. Look, you'll see it come into shot. Oh, he's lucky there. Does he hit the barrier? Yeah, he does. Oh, he hits it hard. Yeah. Hits it hard.
I'm amazed he's still circulating. I mean, he's in the 125, so he's a couple of seconds off the pace, but that went in backwards very heavily. This is how you do it, isn't it? This was brilliant side-by-side racing into turn 1.
This is great. Watch the lock-up there of the car on the left. You'll see him brake. At the same time, Leslie hangs it out. Then you see... he's a lucky boy. Fair play. You need to get that clipped up, and you need to give it to Will Beach, because that should be in your favourites on your phone. That was brilliant. I love the fact that Will didn't give up, but look, he's going to have another problem now, because he's got Sam Laidlaw hunting him down, and Sam will probably try and get this done at Tower again, but he's a long way back.
Well, I mean, if you'd have told Sam Laidlaw 10 minutes ago he'd have half a chance of a podium in this race, he probably would have laughed at you, but here he is in 5th position, challenging Will Beach for 4th, and he wants to get this done before Finn Leslie gets too far up the road. He's had a better exit from Tower. Oh, there's almost a bit of rubbing again into the Jim Clark S's, because they know that you can't go side by side through there, so it's such a fight to get in front before the turning point, and it's Will Beach who was able to do that. Laidlaw closes in into Sonny, but we know Will's pretty handy through this sequence of corners. If a move is going to come, it will likely come at the end of the lap, as the Cupra driver looks to try and make the move. Again, defensive driving from the Gen 2 Cupra of Will Beach, and the newest car, one of the newest cars on the grid, in the hands of Sam Laidlaw, looks the quicker of the two. He just can't buy himself a ticket to the inside line.
No, but he can't lunge from that far back, but what he can do is just wait. Oh, Will's gone wide. Will's gone very wide, and that should be it's done. Yeah, that's a shame. That I've noticed that with Will at that corner, even if he's too tight on entry, he still goes in at the same speed, and he just runs out wide. So yeah, that's a shame. That, but Will, what I really like about Will is he's just not rolled over. He's had a proper go.
From the very first corner of the race, he wasn't rolling over, was he? So yeah, this has been one of the best races I've seen Will Beach drive. I know that seems odd to say because he's been losing places, but his racecraft looks better. He just looks more confident, doesn't he? And that was always going to come as we moved into the second half of the year, I felt. And the more opportunities he has to race with the likes of the Newshams and Shepherds and Laidlaws of the world, the better he will become. So the Capture Motorsport driver settles in behind the area Cupra. The question now then is, what sort of pace has Sam Laidlaw got? Well, the answer to that, in short, Paul, is he's got lap record pace. 122.5 is 2/10 underneath the existing lap record from a couple of years ago. It did belong initially, I believe, to Jack Constable, and now it's Sam Laidlaw who has taken it away from him. He did that a couple of laps ago. Now unleashed in clean air, can he catch Finn Leslie? 4 seconds, that's quite a big gap to try and bridge, but I'm sure Sam is going to give it a good go. Adam Shepherd, though, leads across the line, uncontested now, and, well, regardless of what happened, he'll be very, very happy if he sees the checkered flag first.
Do you know what's worrying about this for everyone else, watch this car now. It isn't even using all of the track, and it's still up the road. I just noticed then on the exit of the hairpin, I noticed it yesterday as well when I watched the live stream. He looks like he is stroking it home, and he complained about understeer yesterday at the end of the race, which is the front axle, the driven wheels just being worked too hard, and the car just missing apexes and driving to the exit. But whatever they've done, they must have loosened the rear off. The car looks just perfect. And another car that looks perfect is Callum Newsham's car, but it just isn't fast enough. It is an older car, but my word, do him and that team get the best out of that Hyundai. It is amazing to see.
Yeah, and I was about to raise the question as to why Newsham hasn't been able to take the fight to Shepherd in this race when he did yesterday, and I wondered whether that's because Shepherd's got quicker, maybe Newsham was fighting a problem, but they're both about 2 to 3 tenths underneath the lap times they did yesterday, so compared to each other, they're very similar. It's just that Shepherd has not lost pace in the closing stages of the race as he did yesterday. We are only a couple of laps from home now. Callum's still pushing on, I suppose, but this has turned into a bit more of a lonely race, hasn't it, for the Hyundai driver. The car, though, at least for now, touch wood, is running, which will be a relief to both drivers, actually, because they both had some mechanical concerns, shall we say, before the race actually got underway.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the timing screen because our man here, Finn Leslie, I was wondering why Newsham was still flat out, because he ain't going to catch Shepherd, but what he doesn't want to do is get caught by this man in your screen, because Finn Leslie's car is looking every bit as good as the man in front, Callum Newsham. So I did notice Callum was just locking rears into the complex, so it's game on this. He's only, 1.4 behind? He's not that far away.
But the gap sorry, Paul, but the gap that's really coming down is Laidlaw to Leslie. Laidlaw was about 7 tenths quicker than Finn on the previous lap, so that is doable, I think, isn't it? It came down, in fact, about 9 tenths quicker. It's down to 3 seconds now. There is Sam Laidlaw. Yeah. He's the fastest man on the track, quicker even than Shepherd.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, I'm going to apologise because I've read the timing screen wrong, which is always like me. I was thinking, he's not even 4 tenths. He's not, he is 6 seconds, isn't he, behind him?
Yeah, it did come down fractionally on the previous lap, but I don't think Callum's going to be too concerned about Finn Leslie, especially if a battle erupts for third position, which it may well do. Sam Laidlaw flying the flag now for the Laidlaw family. Although Steve is still circulating. Steve is 11th now. He's 5 seconds behind Greg Saunders, but his previous lap was some 7 seconds off the pace, so he is nursing damage, I think, from that altercation with the barrier earlier on. Again, really tight exit there out of the final corner. I think that might just be a Gen 3 Cupra thing, because it's off the final corner that's such a strength, so the sooner they get that wheel straightened and get the right foot planted, the better.
Yeah, they've just got an easier time of it getting off them slower corners, so all they do is shorten the radius, and then as soon as they're straight, they're gone. So yeah, it just there's no scrub of that front axle in the tight corners, which is unbelievable. That makes it a lot easier through that chicane with that tyre stack down. I cannot tell you how hard that corner is. That chicane, it's flat in qualifying in a front wheel drive tin top, but oh my word, is it not easy.
It's only just flat, a bit like the Jim Clark S's really. You can go through them flat, but the car is on edge. It's what makes this a real driver's circuit, because it is very challenging. Then you add the bumps and the narrow circuit and the lack of runoff area. It's one of the most challenging circuits in the country, I would say. Will Beach has met that challenge though well today, running nicely here in 5th position, and he'll be very satisfied, I think, with his performance so far. The question is, what's going to happen with the two cars directly ahead of him? Sam Laidlaw chasing down Finn Leslie. On the previous laps, Sam was only actually 4 tenths, let's say, quicker than Finn. This time around so far in the first sector, he was a tenth better. The second sector, 3 tenths better. So it's coming down by about the same rate. And Adam Shepherd begins his final lap.
Well, it's been pretty eventful for him. So it'd be interesting to grab a word with him after this race, because I think there's going to be a difference on opinions of what's happened in that high-speed Jim Clark S's as Adam gets down the inside of Alex Jones, isn't it?
Was indeed. So Alex gets well out of his way, sensible stuff, lets the leader go. And yeah, that's going to be a big talking point, the big talking point of the season so far, I think, that clash, and we will provide you further updates throughout the day on any judicials that may or may not come from that. But for now, Adam's going to be celebrating the win, and well, 2 wins so far. He's on pole for race 3 later. Nobody has ever won 3 races in a weekend in TCR UK history, and Adam Shepherd is positioning himself nicely to maybe be able to do that here at Croft. He turns through the penultimate corner, heads for the hairpin for the final time. It's going to be win number 10 for Adam Shepherd, so he moves back into second now on the all-time wins list, 1 ahead of Callum Newsham, who will follow him home several seconds back though. It's a victory for Adam Shepherd. He weaves and flashes the lights in celebration as he claims the checkered flag for a second time this weekend here at Croft. Callum Newsham comes home a distant second, the eventual winning margin 5.8 seconds, and Finn Leslie will hang on for another podium finish. That's really impressive stuff, that from Finn Leslie, who adds to the podiums that he picked up earlier in the season, and that was a really, really classy drive once again from the youngster. Sam Laidlaw comes home in 4th, and Will Beach is in the top 5, and he'll be very, very happy with that indeed. So the cars will make their way around to the pit lane area. Paul O'Neill is dashing out to have a chat with them, and some interesting conversations to be had, I think, after that race, with Adam Shepherd claiming what may turn out to be a contentious race victory. It is, as I said, his 10th win in his TCR UK career. It is podium number 26, and if he's on the podium in race 3 later on, he will match the all-time podium record in TCR UK, currently held by Civic Cup racer Lewis Kent, but double former TCR UK champion Lewis Kent, who scored 27 podiums in his several years TCR UK. Here is Steve Laidlaw, meanwhile. Now, that car is not quite in showroom condition anymore, but it is still running. It's 11th position for Steve, and he's followed home by Greg Saunders, who's been delayed significantly in that one. So, of course, Greg went off at the first corner, didn't he, earlier on in the race, but Greg Saunders follows Steve Laidlaw. Actually, Steve was 10th then, so Steve got ahead of Saunders on the final lap of the race. That was a late change of position, a slow final lap, very slow final lap actually for Greg Saunders and Steve Laidlaw's car. That's going to require a fair bit of work. The rear geometry is out, the rear bodywork is certainly going to need fixing. It's still shedding bits of bodywork now as it comes in to the pit lane at the end of a bruising race for Steve, but a race in which at least he's been able to salvage a handful of points. So, Adam Shepherd wins a controversial second race of the weekend here at Croft in TCR UK. Callum Newsham second, but some way back this time, ahead of Finn Leslie, who is back on the podium once again. And we'll be looking to add to that podium tally a little bit later in the day. Then it's Sam Laidlaw and Will Beach, with Harry Blore and George Jackson in behind them. Mark Smith was 8th ahead of Jordan Kerridge, and Steve Laidlaw in that dog-eared Cupra Leon VZ rounds out the top 10. Then it's Greg Saunders. Alex Jones, the Gen 1 Cup winner, was next, with Brad Hutchison, sadly, a non-finisher. Didn't see what happened to Brad. He retired to the pit lane at the end of lap number 3, so mechanical issues you would suspect for the Cupra driver, and that is a shame because it's possibly the final nail in his championship challenge, but I'm sure he'll be out again, looking for glory in the 3rd race later on. So, let's head down to the Parc Ferme area, shall we? I am very interested to hear what Adam Shepherd has to say about that race victory, his second weekend, and he catches up now with Paul O'Neill.
Another awesome win for Adam Shepherd. He must be absolutely over the moon with that. He has got the chance to get these 3 races knocked up, and it'll be unbelievable if he can do that. Lots going on down in the pit lane. Adam, first of all, congratulations. Absolutely spot on, mate. That looked very, very easy, controlled, not using all of the track. How was it for you? Good first lap, got the job done.
Yeah, car was literally unbelievable. Can't get me out on here. We made some changes for the race then, and the car was loads better. So yeah, it was just literally just bringing it home at the end, and no, great race. It was a shame with Steve. He was just defending far too hard. I was alongside him, and he come across, and I moved until there was no more track left, and he spun himself. So he clearly doesn't see it that way, but it's going to be pretty clear from the onboard, I'm sure.
I'm sure there'll be something sorted out when you go up to the clerk and see what happens, but you're quite happy with what's gone on there, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Championship-wise, mate, you've got a chance of winning 3 races today, which will be absolutely awesome, won't it? First person to do it in TCR UK history. Are you thinking about that?
No, let's just go. We thought about it at Donington and then we hit oil and put it in the gravel. So let's not worry about it. We'll just go and do what we do. If the car's like that, they're going to struggle, I think, to keep with us because it's just phenomenal at the minute.
Last question. What have you done to this car to get rid of that understeer?
I can't tell you that, can I?
Loosen off the rear?
Yeah, we just put more front end into it and took away rear grip, basically, to get it to turn more. But how we achieved it is a top secret.
Top man, listen, I'll let you go. I know you've got things to sort out with the team. Well done to Adam Shepherd. Let's go and speak quickly to Callum Newsham. Fantastic P2. I'm going to just quickly grab him. Sorry to interrupt, fellas. Callum, did you see that coming? I was literally in comms saying, I think Callum can win this because if the two in front get together, which sometimes happens in racing, you're all right, but you'll take a second, won't you?
Yeah, I'll say that. I mean, just didn't have any pace to match him. It was really frustrating, to be honest, but that's about as good as she could do. But yeah, second place is all right, but we'll see what happens in the steward's office with them two, because that didn't look pretty, did it?
Did you see any of it? Were you close enough?
I was a bit far back, but it looked like there was a bit of a lap that Shepherd had, and maybe Steve came over, but I don't really know. So
none of your business at the end of the day. You're looking after your own championship. Still in with a chance though, mate, because I've got to say, I said it in comms, there's no better team to run one of these cars, and as a driver, you're just absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the team are amazing. They've got this car nailed. But yeah, we just don't have the pace this weekend. So yeah, it's all right.
You seem happy enough, mate, and you're not sweating, which is weird.
I'm a bit.
Spot on. This boy's done a good job. Not Ollie, the cameraman. He's been terrible all day. Finn Leslie, got to be happy with that, mate. You were quick then as well. It's all she's got, though, isn't it? Callum Newsham in the same car was just saying it's a struggle out there, but it's quick enough. It gets on the podium.
Yeah, it does a job, but compared to the new Cupras, we still haven't quite got the edge. I'm sure Callum will tell you the same. We're fighting for every last, half a tenth to keep up, whereas they can sort of preserve and relax a bit compared to us.
You look good in that first corner, mate, round the outside. You like that move, eh?
Yeah, well, the thing is, they've got nowhere to go by the time we've got to turn 2. And if I'm far enough ahead, I can just hold it around the outside, so...
Top man, you did really well. Well done, Finn. Let's go and speak to Alex Jones quite quickly. Hello, mate, Gen 1 Cup. I know there's only you in it, but so what? I thought you drove really well. And like we said in another live interview, it's just about being under the radar, getting the laps under your belt, innit? Still love it, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, this track is quick. I had problems yesterday with brakes that we rectified today, but it kind of set me back to the beginning. On Friday we were testing with the brakes, but look, I've just got to get on with it and get out there and do what I can. Yeah, at the end of the day it is me here, but I think a few other people are scared to come here. I'm not.
That's exactly.
Get on with it.
That's exactly what we want to hear, so well done to you, mate. Have a great rest of the day.
Cheers, thank you.
Top man. Will Beach was your Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner. I can't quite see Will anywhere, but there are, by the looks of it, cars going to track anyway. So, your Caterhams are up next, so we'll send it back over to you guys.
Thank you, Paul. And well, ladies and gentlemen, what a race to open up our Sunday afternoon here. A controversial conclusion to the TCR UK race, but they will carry on into the latter half of this afternoon, and we will see them back out there once again. However, now coming up is kit car racing action, because we now head to the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduate Racing Club. The Sigma 135s will make the way out there, and whilst we do have, by the looks of things, a little bit of work going on down on the circuit, well, our presenter, Ian Woolthouse, had the opportunity to catch up with one of our drivers earlier on this weekend, and we're going to cut to that interview in preparation for our upcoming race.
All right, everybody, yes, welcome back to the assembly area. Almost time to get going for the Caterham Graduate Sigma 135s. Yesterday, we saw a cracking race with David Rook took the win. Adam Waitman and Luke Waitman were second and third, but they were DQ'd for a tyre infringement. So, that is a bit of a shame. There is David Rook, actually, just literally driven straight past us there. Let's go have a quick chat with Louise Shelby and find out how her day was yesterday. Louise, it hasn't rained, it hasn't rained.
I know, we were so expecting it yesterday as well. I think thunderstorms were scheduled, and we were like, is it going to, is it not going to, is it not going to?
It did rain overnight,
It did, yeah, it did. But no, I think we've got away with it, fingers crossed, so yeah.
What did you make of yesterday? How did it go for you?
Yeah, really good fun actually. I got absolutely rinsed off the start line like I was sat still, which was not fun.
So now we know what we got to do, though.
Yeah, that's what I've got to do. And then, yeah, I got pushed a little bit wide, and a few guys slipped past me into turn 2. But actually, a really good race, really good fun. So yeah, just looking forward to today.
Now, I wanted to talk to you actually, Louise, because I noticed on the live chat yesterday on YouTube quite a bit of support for you. So would you like to say a big thank you to everybody tuning in and giving you a bit of support?
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I definitely feel out here. So yeah, thank you so much.
Best of luck for the race. Really appreciate you talking to us. Yes, this is going to be an absolute corker, isn't it? Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Everything is so close. In fact, I can tell you we had about less than a second separating the top 5 yesterday. This is going to be special, and I'm delighted to hand over to your commentator, Paul Walsh, to take you through the action. Enjoy!
Thank you, Ian. Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as quickly as we cut from that interview back to the start-finish line, we walk you through the grid for what will be another race, race number 8 of their calendar in round number 4 of the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club Championship, or the CGRC. Line up and pole position, these being based on the second fastest qualifying lap set yesterday. It'll be Luke Waitman looking to put behind the disqualification from yesterday due to that tyre infringement. We'll talk more about that later. Joining on the front row of the grid will be your guest driver, David Rook, who was your winner as of yesterday's race. A phenomenal drive, indeed, great battling, but Rook really just able to hold on to his own. Adam Waitman starts in 3rd there, and from the Waitman family we then come to Andrew Bailey, who starts 4th. By the way, if you're wondering about the colorations, yellow means they are in the trophy category, pink means they are in the guest category, and those in aqua blue, they are in the championship category. And Tom Ewing, I should say, starts 5th. He'll be your pole sitter in the championship class and looking to carry on, and that will be from 2nd place from yesterday. Louise Deason starts in 6th, and then we do have Neil Warnock in 7th, not the Sheffield United manager, the more famous one, and then Henry Morris starts in 8th place. Thomas Gunter and Giles Derry complete your top 10, and keep in mind Giles Derry was your winner in the championship class yesterday. He was absolutely ecstatic about that win. Tom Ewing just missed out on the win by comparison, however you can expect plenty of battling between them when we go racing this time out. So that's your top 10, but we've got plenty more drivers on this grid. It is a packed grid, and I do believe a grid consisting of 37 cars. So let's continue our way down. Best of the rest in 11th, Mark Soden. He's joined on the 6th row of the grid by Gary Cross. Ian Hapgood begins this race from row number 7 in 13th, ahead of Giles Hansen. And Hansen not quite having the result he wanted last time out as of yesterday, and we're looking to move forward a little bit more today. Michael Munns begins this one in 15th with the company of Andrew Sagar, and both of them as well getting caught up in some lower field battles. I think they want to make some more progress in this one, so keep your eyes out for that. William Hapgood begins this one in 17th place, ahead of Guy Crossman, and Dean Pollan and Darren Butler complete your top 20. So that's our first 10 rows, but wait. There's more, because we'll be coming on to our next set of rows in due course. And as we can see there, Simon Arnold starts this one in 21st place, ahead of John Vincent. Simon Martin and David Poulter, they line up on row number 12. Sean Cronin, keep your eyes out for him. He'll be looking to make some quick progress over the race distance. He did look quite fast in race trim yesterday afternoon. Lee James lines up alongside him at 26th. And on row 14, it's the combination of Russell Gunter and Anthony Nichols. Completing your top 30, Simon Nicholas and Orlando Morris. So that's our 15 rows. We still got another 3 to go to complete all of our starting order. And as we can see here, well, in fact, we've got 4 rows to go. Goodness me, I'm not getting my numbers right. On row 16, Paul Vokes, joined in the company of Neil Bell. Then we have Stephen Trinder starting in 33rd, ahead of Neil Perry, with Alan Bateman and Alistair Curry on the final full row of the grid, row number 18, that is. And then starting, last but not least, in 37th place, Simon White, knowing he's got it all to do. But look at those qualify times. They are absolutely razor tight in terms of how close all our drivers were in the qualifying session. And indeed, this being such a technical circuit, you've got to nail every single qualifying lap. Because, of course, the way we set the grids for the 3 races, the first race grid is set based on your fastest qualifying time. The second race grid is set by your second fastest qualifying time, and the third one is set by your third fastest qualifying time. But enough rules, regulation, everything in between. All the drivers are there, and I do believe very shortly we'll be getting the green flag formation lap underway. And then we can see the 30-second board being protruded, so they will be leaving the grid shortly to make their way around, get those tyres warmed up, and next time they come around, it'll be good time to go green flag racing for our Sigma 135s. Now, at this point, as our drivers do pull away, we do say hello to a number of you in our respective chats. Remember, you can be tuning in today via 2 media platforms, your viewing pleasure, both on youtube.co.uk. You could be tuning in right now via the British Automobile Racing Club, the BARC YouTube channel. And hello to you guys and girls tuning in there, including Nigel Armstrong, also there, Mugger T. We've also got Kart 70, This Is Cool Games, Soyo, and also I believe we do have Charlie Lower and Yasmin Alawari. We also have the TCR UK YouTube channel, also broadcasting all of this racing action live from circuit side, the exact same feed, but 2 different chats. And we say hello there to Michael, also to I Am Kaiser Soze, also to John S. and Finn. Finn asking, what time does race 3 start for TCR UK? And well, to answer your question, we are expecting that race to be at about 4:25 this afternoon if everything runs to plan, that being in British Summertime, BST, or Universal Chrono Time +1 at UTC +1. But as all our drivers get set, well, what are the big stories then in terms of coming into this one? Well, of course, the big one, the Waitman brothers being disqualified. Now, if you're wondering what exactly is meant by tyre infringement, now, as I understand the rules and regulations, all of our drivers have to run on a specified set of Toyo R888R tyres. However, before each and every championship round, they have to declare the tyre sets they are using. I believe the tyre sets for the Waitman brothers may not have been declared as per the rules, and therefore they're essentially on a set of tyres which, whilst actually eligible or quote-unquote legal, because they weren't declared before the right time, therefore those tyres were illegal to race on. It's a very specific bit of information, however, all the drivers have to declare their tyres before they go racing. And if you're wondering why that is, it's because this is a very closely controlled series. All these Caterhams have to be as equal as possible in specification, and it really comes down to the driver. So therefore, you have to declare your tyres at a given point in time. If you do not, you end up in a situation whereby you could, in theory, bring an illegal tyre set to the grid at the last minute. So that's what they fall on foul on. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it goes sometimes. And keeping in mind that both drivers are trophy drivers, it does mean, unfortunately, they are going to lose big points, and therefore they've got to try and make things up in the final 2 races of this weekend. Because trophy drivers, if you're wondering about the difference between trophy, guest and championship, trophy drivers, they have to declare 3 race weekends that they plan to race at over the course of the season. Any other race weekends they appear at, they will be guest drivers, they don't score any points. Championship drivers, they compete in every race weekend they attend, they score points there, and they drop a certain number of scores. So trophy drivers, they've got to nail it at a race weekend where they've declared they want to take points. Or other weekends, they just turn up as a guest. Championship drivers, they have more rounds over which to try and score well. But as all of our drivers make their way onto the grid and get themselves set, the pack is absolutely brimming there with Caterhams, 37 cars. Yesterday as well, we did see the classic high-speed chess game played out by our Caterham machines, and you can imagine we're going to see that again today. So in the opening couple of minutes, it is going to get very dicey. But as time goes on, things will settle down. It will feel as though, as I always like to say with Caterham Racing, it is the Tour de France on 4 wheels, as we've still got more cars appearing in the back of your pitch. You can see little pixels there, or at least on the monitor I'm looking at. But this is, of course, the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduate Racing Club, the CGRC Sigma 135. 135 horsepower at the fingertips of all these cars and all of our drivers. And the last couple of cars getting their way into position now, inching their way forward little by little. It is an absolutely clustered grid, and you will see battles every which way you look. And there we have the 5-second board. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, for race number 8 of the Sigma 135 Championship calendar. The lights are going on, and it's going to be 3, 2, 1, lights out, away we go then, as our drivers are all the way away. It's a quick start from many, but who's had the best start is the big question. Well, the big focus up front will, of course, be the Waitman brothers. Can they potentially run into the lead this and run away? Rook, of course, will be trying to make an ingress as well, as they charge their way into turn up on that lovely camera angle there, which gives you a sense of speed. Oh, goodness me, we've got a few plain sandcastles there. One having to take to the escape road. In fact, multiple taking to the escape road there, given how close the concertina effect plays out. The 117 there having a major excursion on the grass, and well, that's going to feel very bumpy as they rejoin. That's going to put them all the way to the back of the field, but very quickly now, after a very tight opening couple of corners, all of our drivers immediately starting to settle down into line astern formation before they make their way into Tower Bend, and they'll open back up. Well, here comes a big scramble there, and we can see some fighting further down the field, as that's some progress being made by Munns and Hansen, and they started, of course, right towards the bottom end of the top 15. 114, but for the 117, and that was the car of Cronin, where they've dropped all the way to the back of this field, and they've got to try and carve their way through as quickly as possible here and try and get into the lead packs. But up front there, well, it's the regular names from yesterday, and we do see Rook has taken the lead of this race off of Luke Waitman, albeit Adam Waitman right behind him there as they all come through, and now you can see how the field is already gapping as they come through Sunny and onwards towards the complex. But as the field begins to gap here, well, those who weren't able to make an early impression, they're now going to find themselves in a bit of difficulty. But, oh, goodness me, is that a quick snap to the inside there? Being made by McEwen. He was trying to look for the move there, potentially on Bailey, but couldn't quite find it. Trying to take a quick sneak peek to the inside of the second part of complex. Didn't quite work out in the end, having to really wait his turn. However, the good thing is he will have the draft of all the drives in front. And we can see there the number 67 really creating a second field. That is Ian Hapgood. He's had a really good start there, in fact, I believe. Hapgood moving up the order quite comfortably. And, well, in fact, moving up some positions, albeit I think his transponder not quite working because we've lost him on the time tower. He is out there racing, I believe. But it's just one of those situations whereby the transponder is not registering data. But we will see him move back up the tower in short order, unless I'm mistaken. But one lap complete, and now, well, it's going to become more of a game of working with your local drivers in order to move forward or break away from the drivers behind. So as we do look then to Rook, well, he's had a lightning start, but further back McEwen fighting hard there, looking for the move on the inside. That is trying to hold off of Charles and Bailey, trying to move forward as well. Further on back, that's side by side, the 73 trying to go round the outside. A lovely move there by Cross to take on Crossman, and well, it looks as though there our guest driver has made a bit more progress, moving back up the positions that he's lost early on. At the front of the field there, well, that is still the scramble for, unless I'm mistaken, that is a fourth place, and McEwen falling back behind Bailey, so Bailey getting ahead. In fact, the door numbers there, I might be mistaken on that. I think Bailey's behind him still, and there's McEwen, but who is that in front? I think that is Adam Waitman, and Waitman, yes, indeed, is trying to hold him off, but you can see, as a result, as they all look one way or the other, the top two are already running off into the distance here, and McEwen right now, all he wants to do is put as many cars between himself and Warnock behind, because remember, the championship drivers, they score points based on where they finish in their class. Trophy drivers, meanwhile, score points based on where they finish overall. That's the difference in the regulations. So as a trophy driver, you've got to dominate proceedings, as otherwise you are not going to be scoring the maximum possible points as the season goes on. But down the start-finish straight they come, and McEwen right now, well, with Warnock closing behind him. Neil Warnock definitely on the charge. Well, there's your top two. They've got a comfortable 2-second gap now over Adam Waitman. So Waitman provided a bit of a buffer to his brother. However, he would like to catch up to Luke, no doubt about it. But I don't think he's going to be given that opportunity. There's a quick switch back being attempted there by, I believe, Derry, trying to make some progress. After his win in race number 1 yesterday, well, this is not where he wants to be right now. He wants to make some more progress, but we can see there Waitman, well, under that big pressure there in the 98. McEwen looking for an opportunity. He's going to dice to the inside here. They will do the switcheroo of places. Will he get it stopped in time? Certainly will, and Waitman now tucks back in. He's going to be thinking, okay, well, let's work together then, try and move forward. Or will he be thinking about that? Because, of course, he wants that overall position. I think he's trying to go for the move around the outside into Jim Clark S's. It's bold, it's brave, and it's absolutely brilliant. He does take it back in the end, and what a brilliant ding-dong battle between these two. Great respect being shown, but also the fact they're both digging in. But we're on their way around now, and as they do, well, we will have a new player in this battle. That will be Neil Warnock, who now thinks, okay, if you two are going to scramble and fight each other like this, then I might as well start getting involved in the battle as well. And as you can see that, McEwen try and look up the inside into the complex, can't find it. Warnock really thinking, where do I position the car? Do I look to the inside? Do I wait? And the game of patience here, that's been the one big word that's been used by the Sigma 150s and also Sigma 135 drives. You have to think about the bigger picture here in the battle. And McEwen getting a really good exit there, coming out of the hairpin when he hasn't got the draft, and therefore in a drag race, on that tighter exit line, he's not able to carry as much speed in towards turn number 1. You can see Warnock, meanwhile, gaining a huge overspeed at the end of the start for this straight. McEwen's going to dive to the inside there, try and make the move count for now. He wants to try and get Waitman between himself and Warnock, so that way he isn't forced backwards. Does that as they come through Hawthorne Bend in towards the chicane. But you can see Bailey now starting to come back up to the back of this battle. After falling out of it in the opening 5 minutes, he now starts to become a big contender. Some changes further afoot down the field. We do have a few places being lost for both Munns and Cross and Sagar as well. But as we do look to the front of the field still, well, McEwen there now being put back behind Waitman, and Adam Waitman, as much as he wants to fight, well, he's definitely trying to dig in for this position. He's trying to send a message, and that message simply is, I do not want to let you get any higher than 3rd place, because that's mine. And well, coming on through the S's there, the two leaders right now, 3 seconds off into the distance and absolutely flying. But Neil Warnock's thinking to this, okay, well, I've only got my championship rival in front of me. And given the fact that Warnock didn't quite have the result he wanted, given how it all played out, 6th place yesterday in Championship class, this is going to be an opportunity to score some big points and get himself right back in the hunt, particularly with Giles Derry down in 3rd place behind Bailey, and the gap there being 1.2 seconds, but don't rule him out. But through the left into the right they come, and as they do, McEwen there on the inside again. He can't quite find that move. Wayman, however, put under pressure. That's going to send him wide. So this is going to be McEwen looking around the outside here. Is he going to be able to do it all the way around? Well, he's going to have the confidence here. He for it, uses the exit curve there in order to settle the car down, making their way down the start-finish straight. It's side by side all the way they go here, up towards turn 1, and you can see the whole field now starting to encroach behind. But look at Warnock, it's 3 wide as they head on in, but Warnock decides, no, I'm not going to go for it. The outside doesn't work as McEwen bounces off the apex curve there, gets it stopped just about. That's incredible awareness from all 3 drivers, and right now McEwen and Adam Waitman absolutely loving this battle between them. Neil Warnock, he's getting tempted. He wants to try and take both places because look at how it's bringing the field back together behind. But the problem is he's got to pick the right time, and he just doesn't feel it is the right time at the moment. But here we go then into Tower Bend. He may go for the inside move here on McEwen. He's thinking about it. Not yet. He's just having to wait. And well, I can tell you one thing. Neil Warnock right now will be looking to try and deliver a bit of a present. A late one, however, because it was Tom McEwen's birthday as of yesterday, his 36th birthday, and this would be a late present to steal that position off of him. But I don't think he's going to be able to do it right now, although saying that, McEwen having a bit of poor run going for the Jim Clark S's, having to go offensive defensive as we say, and well, it does mean that Warnock's closed again, just cannot find a way in. But with Bailey being brought in, Giles Derry being brought in, we also have Deason being brought into this fight as well. It means now this whole field, this bottom end of the top 10 from 3rd through to 10th place is only separated by 4 seconds in totality, and that's the thing about these gauge teams, they very quickly close back up when you are in the draft. But rolling their way onwards then, and well, in terms of other fighting that's happening further on down the order, well, some big things to consider. We do have Im Hapgood, well, we have got him confirmed, he's down in 16th place and trying to make his way back up through the field, so he has had a little bit of a fall down the order, albeit we'll hold the fort there as our tries push their way along. And of course the championship lead battle here already raging its way onwards as they head across that timeline. And remember, for McEwen, all he's got to do is keep Warnock behind him, and he will add another win to his tally, and that would make for him what would be, I believe, almost a complete set of wins, albeit it was 2nd place as of yesterday, so he's only had 2 second places, and every other result has been a win this season. So you do the quick mathematics, that is 5 wins in 7 races. We'd like to make it 6 wins in 8 races and have a 75% hit rate on that one, albeit, of course, all his rivals be very keen to get one over him. Neil Warnock especially so, because Warnock, who is 3rd in the championship, coming out of the 6th place from yesterday, he is yet to actually notch a win this season, but he has been Mr. Consistent. He has had 1 podium, otherwise it's been top 5s and a 6th place, and therefore that consistency has been very rewarding. But you can understand that if Warnock wants a little bit more and he wants to add to his podium tally, or he wants to get that win on the board, because by getting that win he can definitely start to move his championship forward between the 2 of them in the championship, because he's 3rd. You have Giles Derry, but Derry right now, well, he's not quite up there, and in fact, where has Derry gone? I think we lost him on the timing tower, unless I'm mistaken, because I can't see him there. In fact, Giles Derry all the way down the running order. Something's happened to Derry, we're not quite sure what's happened, but he's gone all the way down, unless he's there and his transponder's not working, because right now, that's going to be very tight. Oh, goodness me, that is a very close man there. The 77 being scrambled up onto the grass, and well, goodness me, it was very good awareness there to take the rallycross line, albeit I think there's going to be some words between drivers after that one. These Caterhams can take a little bit of a muscling over the grass, but not like that too often. And well, that is Giles Derry there. We have confirmation he does exist, albeit at the moment it does seem as though there's a slight issue with his transponder, and every so often we do lose him. However, the point being there, Giles Derry starting to try and fight. However, in doing that fighting, it's not quite working out for him at this time, and well, that's going to force him down there as we've got the 1-3-1 right behind him. So that is going to put Derry, well, right behind Warnock, ahead of Bailey. And in fact, you can see Neil Warnock running off into the distance there. So just keep in mind on your timing tower, if you're wondering where Giles Derry is, put his name under Warnock, and that's where you'll find him. But we can see Bailey there trying to look for the move, and oh goodness me, it is getting very elbows out between Derry and Derry and Bailey as they make the one around. But it looks like there Bailey will make the move, and Giles Derry at this point's got to try and calm himself down. He'll know that he was crowded a little bit off the circuit. That's what he will feel happen there. Of course, the interpretation's different, as we do have what is a slippery surface flag out there coming out of the Jim Clark S's into Bathcroft corner, so I wonder what that's for. Has some oil gone down the circuit? And if so, they'll need to be careful about that, because particularly coming into a fast right-hander, Oh, goodness me, now that was very close to the edge of the circuit, and that is going to see the 98 squeeze on up there. And I believe, in fact, that might be the 198. That would be Morrison, unless I'm mistaken. Well, no, not Morrison, Morris, making its way on past Giles Derry. And Derry now will fall back another place. And well, his race is going backwards, not forwards. And you can understand if he feels a little bit frustrated at the way things are going. But with half the race still to go, there's your race leader. That is Rook, who is leading ahead of Luke Waitman. The gap between the two of them, 7.5 tenths of a second. Then we do have in third, well, after their big scramble, Tom McEwen has moved his way forward now, and does seem to be in a much happier place, running in third, ahead of Adam Waitman. The gap between the two of them, 9 tenths of a second, and it does seem to be static at that gap. In fifth, meanwhile, we do have Neil Warnock there. He's your second place championship driver, with Bailey then following through, and oh goodness me, well, the wheel arch is coming loose there. And then you do have your number 77 of Giles Derry, who right now on the charge, and we can understand here if he wants a little bit more, and in fact between Bailey and Derry is Morris. Let's not forget him. And we do have then Deason, Soden and Hansen rounding off the rest of the top 10. The 1-2-2 there, Deason looking for an opportunity, trying to put the move on here. Is it going to work out into Tower Bend? And the answer is perhaps not, but what is going to work there, that's going to be a big lunge up the inside, and I believe that was Crossman versus Munns. And further on back, well, there's an engine cowling missing. And well, that's number 51 trying to make its way past the engine cowling absent machine, and I believe that's the car, the 73 across, that's missing the engine cowling. So therefore that's going to be a little bit of a drag over the front end of the car, and also will help cool the engine, so long as you don't get any debris caught on the engine. That's not going to be too helpful, and I can imagine when that car makes its way into the pit lane, the scrutineers are very quickly going to be saying you need to get that fixed before race number 3, if not sooner. There's some dust being kicked up there, and somebody running on through, and as we see our 73 driver making his way on around, will cross third place in the guest category at the moment. He's enjoying the racing out there, no doubt about it, but remember he's a guest so he doesn't score any points, so I imagine he'll be wondering whether the car's a-okay with regards to missing that key piece of bodywork. I'm sure it will be for a brief time. Crossman, meanwhile, on the number 80 in the all-blue machine there, well, he's got a bit of company with Hansen right behind, so Crossman has got ahead. We saw that coming down to tail corner. It was a lovely move up the inside, but I'm sure they're going to exchange before we get to the end of this race, so they'll at least try to do so again. But still more to come here as we do look to Derry here, and well, Giles Derry at the moment is not looking to potentially add to his winning pot from yesterday in terms of taking his second victory of the season in race number 7 of the championship, but if he can keep up these podiums, he's definitely going to keep himself in touch with Tom McEwen. And remember the gap coming into this weekend between the two of them, well, McEwen leading the championship by the best part of 19 points. That advantage is going to reset because it did come down yesterday, and it'll be a reversal of the positions today, albeit Derry would be third if things currently finished where they stood, so McEwen would gain a little bit of an advantage, but then again, we've got one more race later on. As we see the 73 there, still missing its engine cowling. Hold up, that is the number 68 that's decided to park up. Now, where is that? Something tells me that is on the exit of the hairpin onto the start-finish straight, but I'm not 100% sure. And the number 68 having a bit of a parking moment there. Well, who is that? That is Butler, and Butler just having a bit of a moment there. I can imagine that perhaps something has gone wrong, and he's either switched off the car, or it's just rolled to a standstill, and he's rolled it clear of the circuit. Unfortunately for Butler, I'm sure we'll get the story on that one when we can. Phil continues on, however. We've got no sign of any safety car. We may have a yellow flag locally on the start-finish straight. That may pause the race in, as we do see a Rook versus Waitman there coming across the timing line. And given the speed that we see Rook carrying into turn 1 versus Luke Waitman, I think Waitman may have backed off there. Now, whether it's for a local yellow or whether it's because Waitman's thinking more, you know what, we've still got 5 minutes to go. Why do I need to put all the pressure on now? Well, either way, he's decided not to try and force the move early on. And again, we did see in the Sigma 150s as of yesterday evening, sometimes it's better to be patient and wait to the very end. And that conclusion was the leading quartet really exchanged the place in the last 3 minutes. But our leading duo here in the Sigma 135s, well, they roar the way around at this point, and there is nobody to chase them because they've got an 8-second gap to Tom McEwen, who is in third, with Adam Waitman in close proximity to him. But these two right now are just running away with things. Now, if your name is Luke Waitman, the lovely thing about this is, normally as a trophy driver, you want to be the overall winner. However, what he has here is the fact that Rook is a guest driver, so Rook does not count in the finishing positions per se, so Waitman would by default become your overall winner. He would take the full 30 points, and in terms of the fastest lap, Luke Waitman also owns that, so he'd take an extra bonus point and giving him 31, so I think he'll be very pleased if things finish as they currently stand. However, he will want to try and take that overall win off of Rook, just for the simple reason it's a bit of pride on the line. You always want to be the overall winner on track. You don't necessarily want to be the winner as a result of how all the judging of the results is done after the fact. But as they make the way on through them, well, 4 minutes on the clock, and for them, that means 3 more laps, including the one they've gone on to. And then look at that gap. But look at McEwen having to try and break and weave the toe a little bit here. But Adam Waitman says, no, you don't. And as they make the way across the line, well, in fact, they have swapped places, I believe. I believe now Adam Waitman has moved up into third, so McEwen tucking in. Further back, that is Warnock being chased by Bailey. Bailey's still there right with him. And well, further on back, we've got another car missing its front, well, engine cowling there, or the top engine cowling. As somebody going very deep into turn number 1, taking a bit of gravel with them. Couldn't quite discern who that was, but everyone is pushing to the limit here. And this circuit definitely encouraging our drivers to be a bit bolder on these opening corners. Give them the speed as we come back to the battle for third place. And that is McEwen trying to go around the outside of Waitman. And he does so as Adam Waitman tucks back in. And well, we've seen that before. It's a bit of deja vu between the two of them. I can imagine before we see this race conclude, we'll see more of that. And well, it will have to be a deciding moment as they go too wide into the S's. That is absolutely on the knife edge there. Lovely driving from the pair. And McEwen does get back into third place. But Adam Waitman definitely right now making it clear to him, look, you may have this for a brief moment, but I am sizing out exactly where we can go too wide and exactly where I can potentially make this move happen on you. And these two, much like many of our Caterham drivers, they are not afraid to go too wide through the places where most cars and disciplines will not go too wide at the Croft circuit, or indeed any circuit. They are showing just how nimble and how respectful the racing can be, and with that experience and knowledge, just how you can put the moves on each other. And this is an absolutely brilliant fight. Remember, for McEwen, it's not really a fight about points because he's fighting a trophy class driver. He is the championship class leader. Warnock is the next championship class driver, but these two fighting for that overall podium. They'll feel as though it's a win, and they want that podium on the road. They don't really want to worry too much about the result in their class, albeit saying that Waitman will care because he will want effectively what will be second place when Rook is taken out the equation, because that will give more points in the trophy class championship versus the championship class championship, if that makes sense. I'm using the word championship to describe two championships here. Shouldn't really normally do that, but we do that all the same. We're not long left now as all the drivers continue to push on through. Further battles down the order. Well, we have had a change of position. Giles Derry now up into 8th, back ahead of Soden, but Derry really not having a happy day at the office at the moment, in third place in championship class, but we wanting to move further forward as we have this lovely angle. It shows you the amount of speed that our drivers carry into the opening corner there of Clairvaux, and the fact they bounce over that apex curb and the depression in the road, but coming from that static shot to another one there, and well, a lovely look coming on through the Jim Clark S's. Our cameramen were really in an absolutely fantastic set of spots today. Cameramen and women, I should say, let's not discriminate. And well, as we see our battle for third place, it's making its way its penultimate lap here, and our leaders, meanwhile, they are 10 seconds clear. They're not aware of this battle really happening at this moment, and Adam Waitman, well, all he wants to do at this point is find a way past Tom McEwen, but it's easier said than done, and in fact on this lap McEwen has opened up quite a sizable gap. But here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The final lap gets underway. There's your leader, Rook. He has got Luke Waitman right behind him here. The gap between the two of them, well, it is a sizable, I can tell, 4 tenths of a second. It's not a gap that's going to come down too quickly, at least on that start-finish straight, but it will on the run down towards Tower Corner. Then you have this fight for third of Tom McEwen versus Adam Waitman. They're separated by a margin of only a 6.5 tenths. It's a bit of a bigger gap, but again, the distant toe will see that gap be compressed. Where will it all end? That's going to be the change between them. Well, here we see from them the lead battle, but Rook really a long way away there. And well, we say it's a long way away, and the fact the toe is strong for Waitman, but it's not that strong to overcome such a gap. He'd have to really slice it on the brakes if he wanted to try and make that move happen, but that is not going to happen from there. So I wonder if Waitman is deciding just to play the patience game here and see what happens in the last couple of corners. Well, through the S's they come, and then up towards Sunny Bend. If he's going to look for a move here, Waitman, it's going to be at the hairpin or coming into the complex. He's not going for it any time soon. And as they come on around the long right-hander, well, Rook right now just simply keeping his head down, not making any mistakes here, looking absolutely cool as a cucumber, as they say. And we'll head into complex bends now. Well, here they come then. David Rook leads after starting in second place. Luke Waitman, meanwhile, well, he's in second after starting on poles. They've reversed the places. Will they reverse them again one more time? We're about to find out, because they head in towards the hairpin bend. It's going to be a drag race to the line here, and Luke Waitman not looking for a move. Rook just simply holds his line and make the way out the corner. Stages it very gradually gradually then, you can see held off going on the throttle too soon. And as they head towards the checkered flag, it is going to be David Rook who takes victory over Luke Waitman. So he'll take guest class victory and overall victory. Luke Waitman will take the effective championship victory. That will be trophy victory in his class. And then Tom McEwen will finish in third place ahead of Adam Waitman there in fourth, with Bailey coming across the line behind Warnock there. Neil Warnock does get ahead to fifth place right at the close. Lovely bit of racing between those two. And then we do have Morris ahead of it'll be Morris ahead of Crossman, with Soden and Deason completing your top 10. Outside the top 10 in 11th place, it will be Cross and Hansen in the run from 11th to 12th. But there's still more to come here. We've still got more fighting as they come across the line. Absolutely brilliant racing between all of our Caterham drivers. And in the end, a switchback there being attempted, and that is going to be, I believe, Morris just finished ahead of Nichols right at the finish line. We'll in their battle for 19th place overall. And then we've still got more cars to come. Remember, it was a 37 car grid as they make the way across the... And well, there we'll see Cronin and Vokes, they come on through. And well, that'll be 24th and 25th between them very shortly. And in fact, I think we've had Vokes fall down the order. Hold up a second. Yes, it does look as though Vokes has fallen down right at the close, down to 26th place. So Vokes in the end not quite finishing, well, listed 25th, but I've got here 26th by time sheets, but we'll go with the time tower. And well, all the drivers coming to that finish line, but what a race here. Goodness me, what a race in the end, of course, for our Sigma 135 drivers. And we're going to see plenty more of them later on today. And that will be it. This afternoon, well, we'll see their third race, but we'll get the provisional top 14 results up on screen very shortly. And here we can see, ladies and gentlemen, after a brilliant 20 minutes of racing action, 13 laps, taking victory in race number 8 of the 2025 P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club Championship. Guest driver and winner overall, Luke Waitman, second place, and a trophy class winner there. And he'll be very happy with that. Tom McEwen a further 10 seconds behind, taking winning honours in the championship class. Third place on the road ahead of Adam Waitman, with Neil Warnock completing the top 5 and returning to the podium. Andrew Bailey in 6th place, I should say, return to the podium in the championship class. Andrew Bailey, 6th place there, the guest driver, ahead of Henry Morris, with Giles Derry, Guy Crossman and Mark Soden completing your top 10. Louise Deason, best to rest in 11th, ahead of Gary Cross, with Giles Hansen and Michael Munns completing your top 14. And well, the fastest lap going to Luke Waitman there on the, I believe on the final lap, a 1 minute 33.61. Brilliant driving there from Waitman, and indeed in him putting the pressure on Rook, but knowing he didn't need to make the move pass in order to take the winning honours when you remove the guests from the finishing order. But as all our drivers call it on down, we do have our marshals taking a bit of investigation of the circuit, because we did see some slippery flags being shown there with regards to slippery surfaces, so just investigating if any oil has been spilled. But with our drivers down in the paddock in Parc Ferme, we're going to queue to Ian Waterhouse here, who's going to get interviews with our top 3 finishers in a fantastic race.
Well, he was a winner yesterday, and David Rook once again shows us how to do it here at Croft. It's never easy though, is it, David? You're under constant pressure.
Yeah, that was a lovely race.
So cool a car,
I know, and I think we got a lovely gap to the guys behind, so it's basically Luke and I and I made it difficult for myself in the last lap by losing the rear of the car, so he pretty much pushed me over the line, but there you go, that was brilliant, I love that.
You've got another chance to make it 3 from 3 later as well.
Well, you know, my ambitions were just come and have fun, so 2 out of 2 so far is a good start, and we're going to have fun later on. But brilliant race series, love it.
Do you know, I love watching Caterham as well. The gap's always so close, isn't it?
As I said yesterday, I've not been racing for a little while, so to come and join the grads for the first time is a real privilege. I'm glad they've let me come and share the experience.
They might not want you back now, though.
Well, maybe not, maybe not. But
Tom won't want you back.
Tom, well done, buddy.
Let's grab a quick chat with Tom McEwen, who has been absolutely flying this season on the podium.
Thank you.
Tom.
Yeah, that was really tough but very rewarding. Had a bunch of issues yesterday. The gearbox is on its last legs, so that was a case of making it through, and I was chuffed to get a podium. The Waitman brothers really unlucky to not get their podiums yesterday, so I'm really glad that Adam got his today, and Mike got his today, and Adam was. Oh man, he wouldn't leave me alone. It's really, really good racing. They're both really fair and fast, so yeah, hats off to them. And David, yeah, is rapid. I needed to do a better job in qualifying. As soon as the toe's gone, it's so difficult to catch it around here. Hopefully, the final race I'll I'll give it another go, but yeah, it's going to be tough.
Well done, Tom, anyway. Congratulations. Good stuff indeed. Luke, can we grab Luke over here? Luke, let's grab him for a quick chat. Luke, yesterday, of course, great race. Of course, unfortunately, didn't hold on to that, but this makes up for it a bit more.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, both races were great. Last race struggled because the tyres weren't in great condition. Turns out we were fitted the wrong ones anyway, but you know, you take it as it goes. We've got a new set on now, and obviously the pace was incredible. Keeping up with David and pressuring, and I felt like I could hold back sometimes as well, manage the tyres a bit. But yeah, I was pushing really hard towards the end. Yeah.
One more to go a little bit later.
One more, yeah, from pole. Hopefully I can keep it. Let's see. But he's rapid.
Yeah, so are you. Excellent stuff. Luke, thanks for talking to us as well. Really appreciate that. Yeah, on the podium yesterday, didn't hold on to it, unfortunately. But that is the first race of the day for Sigma 135s. Now, I spy quite a lot of Citroen Saxos currently circulating Croft. That can mean only one thing. It is time for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And I caught up with a couple of drivers in assembly area a little bit earlier. Here's what they had to say. Right, yesterday Oliver Kerr took his second win of the season in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. What a race it was. We've got Matthew down here. I thought we'd have a quick chat, Matthew. How's the season going for you so far?
It's going really well for my rookie season, you know. It's just the aim to just get the top 10s consistently and just climb up through the ranks through the championship, and I think I'm doing quite well at that at the moment, so yeah, it's looking good.
Is that what the plan is this year, build experience, and then how old are you actually, Matthew?
I'm actually 14. Well, I'm 15 in a month's time, but
14 years old?
And driving one of these, yeah.
Right, so obviously you're still at school then. What does everybody say when you're at school and you're like, what are you doing this weekend? Oh yeah, I'm just going to go racing.
Oh, they don't like it. Every single time they're like, oh, just shut your mouth. And I was like, all right. It's just, I love speaking about it because they're all football fans, so they're not a big fan of it, but I usually tend to keep it all to myself because it's quite nice. So, but yeah, there's only a few people that actually like it. So, but yeah.
Well, I think it's pretty cool, I've got to say. 14 years old, that's unbelievable. Oh, look, best of luck for this race, all right? Enjoy it, won't you? Keep building that experience, won't you? We've got Tom Algar alongside us as well. Plenty of action coming up. Sherry and Powell's just coming through to a cracking grid of cars for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Second race of the weekend, about to get underway. Let's hand over to your commentator, Paul Walsh. Enjoy.
Thank you, Ian. And well, we were hearing there only moments ago from Matthew Swatton for Kersley Motorsport, who'll be racing on the grid for the Junior Saloon Car Championship in round number 14 of their 2025 campaign. And this is your grid then. And well, carrying on from where he left off, he'll be looking to try and make it 3 wins out of 3 this weekend. Oliver Kerr, who is your triple pole sitter for today. And of course, that means he is your pole sitter for this race. Now, how do they set the grid? They set it based on the first fastest lap time in race number 1 of the weekend. That was yesterday. Today, in this race number 2 of their weekend, it's the second fastest qualifying time, and in the third race, which we'll see this evening, it is their third fastest time. With that in mind, Oliver Kerr has dominated qualifying, but will he dominate all 3 races? Because he'll have Wilf Butler for company alongside him, and Butler, credit where it's due, put on an absolutely brilliant charge to try and fight for third yesterday, and he got that third place, but he fell early on in the race and had to make up for lost time. John Silverdore, he sits in third then, and the man who finished second yesterday, well, he'll be looking to try and move his way onto the very top step, if not the second step of the podium. Max Scharfegger, do not count him out. He put on an absolutely fantastic performance as of yesterday in race number 1, and something tells me that right now the rookie and independent driver may be looking to do so again. Ollie Smith begins this one in 5th place, and from him we then have Lewis Stannard, who starts in 6th. On row number 4 you have Martin Wright, and he's in the company of Leon Holly. And we'll keep in mind that Leon Holly ended up battling for most of the race yesterday with Matthew Swatton, who sits right behind Leon. However, between the two of them, you have Joe Wood, who starts in 9th place, and we'll be very happy to tell you that Joe Wood, many of you may remember, we had that rather interesting moment where our drivers went to the grid. Joe Wood's car had to be removed from the grid because of a collapsed ball joint on the front left suspension. It did considerable damage, and of course it meant the steering wheel was pointed at an angle before they could go racing, and Wood's car could not go at all. Thankfully, it was a bit of a freak issue. It has been resolved. I spoke to the engineers this morning, so we've got Wood on the grid, and then we do have Matthew Swatton completing that top 10. Outside the top 10, I believe we may have a couple more drivers out there. Indeed, we do. And let's come to the remainder of the grid. So starting best the rest in 11th, it's Tom Olgar, ahead of Sherry Ann Powell. And then we have Lexi Powell completing Your starting grid of 13 cars here, all 13 drivers that we did see yesterday on the grid at this time out. And well, I can tell you one thing for Joe Wood, all he wants to do from 9th place today is get to the finish, and in doing so, have some points on the board there. Given the misfortune of yesterday, it's always unfortunate when you miss a race, but his focus will be just get there. But as our drivers peel away, the green flag lap gets underway. Something a little bit interesting, perhaps, for those of you who have been following a racing series and live broadcasts on the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel over the last couple of years. When you think of Kersley Motorsport, you may be thinking of another name as well. And, well, of course, we could be imagining that Matthew Swatton might want to follow in this individual's footsteps. If the name Lucas Duccini Antonello rings a bell, well, it rings a bell correctly, because he raced in the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tyres over the course of 2023 and 2024, and he took the championship in 2023. In 2024 he finished third, and now he races in the Iberian Supercar GT4 Championship, that being the Spanish championship there. And in fact, Luca's here today at the Croft circuit supporting the team, and I had the pleasure of catching up with him early on today. An absolutely lovely chap, and if you ever get to see him or meet him, I can tell you one thing, he will absolutely make you grin like a Cheshire cat, because he has a massive grin as well, and an absolutely guy to talk to, and he's here in support of Matthew Swatton. But as all the drivers make the way on around then, what was the story in yesterday's race? We kind of mentioned it only moments ago. In the fact, really, it was one driver who led the proceedings all the way through, and that was none other than Oliver Kerr, the leading independent driver in the championship coming into this weekend. We absolutely dominated the race. He had a brilliant start, pulled a gap, and never looked back. And when I spoke to him this morning, very quiet about it. Now, I think that might be a little bit of getting used to racing down the paddock, but I think the reason is as well, he went to Silverstone wanting to take all 3 wins. That was a month ago. It didn't quite work out. He only took the 1 win in the end. Here today, he wants to make amends for that, and he wants to try and deliver 3 wins out of 3. The battle further back, well, Josh Salvadori in the end finished second, and really it was a second place that was the best of the rest. Nobody could quite keep up with our winner of Kerr, and in the fight for third, it was absolute pandemonium, because for a long time, we thought it actually could have been Max Scharfegger who was going to take it. However, in the end, towards the end of the race, we did see Wolf Butler already come charging through the ranks after a slow start, and he made his way into third right towards the close. So therefore, it's all to look out for, it's all to play for here. And also keep your eyes out for some of the secondary actors in this race, including the Powell family, Sherry Ann Powell and also Lexi Powell. They are always good to watch towards the further back of the field, and also battling towards the bottom end of the top 10. We'll remember the battle between Leon Holly and also Matthew Swatton, and we could expect more from them in their second race of this weekend as they peel their way onto the grid, and very shortly we will see the lights go on. War dryers in position now. The green flag goes up at the rear, so there's the 5-second countdown on the right of your screen, and well, it's going to be the Royal Citroen Saxo VTRs once again here for the JSCC as round number 14 of the championship gets underway. It's lights out and off they go, and as they do, it's a good start there from Oliver Kerr. He repeats his great start from race number 1 yesterday. All the field safely away, then including Joe Wood, but look at this immediately. Wolf Butler on the attack here in the number 70, looking up the inside. They're trying to get Kerr to make a mistake on cold tyres into that opening corner. A tight entry line there could cause you to go very deep, but he doesn't fall for it. Also Martin Wright there making a great start, making up some ground as all the field are safely on through the opening couple of corners. Very treacherous set of corners before they come out of Hawthorne Bend and into the chicane, and we do see the escape road there being used. I believe that is Wright who's taken to the escape road there, playing it safe. They were advised by Clerk of the Course, being Craig. Unfortunately, I can't remember his surname off the top of my head right now, but in the fact that they were to take that if they felt as though it was not going to work out too wide through there, but right now it's too wide as that's Josh Salvadori looking for an opportunity, but can't quite find it. And well, from there, Holly up the inside, all the right as they were all the way out. It's absolutely brilliant racing between all of them at the moment, and Leon Holly is now starting to make some progress. Watch out for the grey machine of Leon Holly. Something tells me they could be a bit of a dark horse in this race, because they are very gradually moving forward. And well, just behind them, look at Joe Wood as well, right on the back of both Holly and Wright, getting absolutely stuck in there. So Wood right now, well, whatever he's been told going into this race in terms of just take it easy and keep the car alive, I think Ryan A said, yes, and also add on to that, I want to have some fun racing. But after the opening 2/3 of this lap is complete, you can see now the top 3 starting to peel away a little bit, starting to open up a gap. And in doing so, could we see a bit of a repeat from yesterday whereby our leaders broke off and then it was Kerr who just gradually broke away and left everybody else to fight? Well, That's the question. We're going to give you an answer over the course of the next 13.5 minutes because they come out of the final corner for the first time. It's Oliver Kerr leading, but he's not quite as clear as he was yesterday, and perhaps some work has gone in the number 70 garage of Wilf Butler in order to be able to see what they can do to get a bit more out the car. Now remember, for many of these drivers, this is their first time racing this Croft circuit, so therefore they won't necessarily have all the knowledge in race number 1, but they will have plenty more knowledge of how the circuit behaves in race number 2 in much drier and warmer conditions today. It was dry yesterday, but it was a little bit temperamental with temperature. We had a lot of cloud, whereas today we've had a lot of sunlight. We've still got some cloud out there in the North Yorkshire countryside, but it does seem as though the circuit right now is being more rewarding in the lap time and the confidence it's giving to our drivers. And you can see that right now because Butler is absolutely glued to the back of Kerr. Under braking they go then to Tower Bend. Butler thinks about it. He can't quite go for it. And well, so would I just watch him further back. That's Wood. He's trying to make a move here on Ollie. He's not going to be able to get it though. He's going to have to go defensive instead because he has got a bit of company with him. As we see Sherry-Ann Powell there in the number 42 also pushing onwards here and trying to give chase. But Overdrive's here doing a fantastic job with the racing so far. The top 3 still pulling away, sauntering off into the distance. Max Scharfegger in 4th place, really in a bit of no man's land at the moment, with Standard in close company, but this top 2 is absolutely thrilling. You can see Salvador is just not there in the Lightning McQueen machine at the moment. He's in the picture, no doubt about it. And he'll be hoping these two fight each other to bring themselves back to him, but Salvador just does not seem to have the pace at this point. The other side could be he might be doing a bit of tyre saving at the moment. We have got a warmer track temperature, and therefore those front tyres, they will take wear more aggressively. These cars being front engine, front wheel drive, the front tyres do all the turning work, they do all the power deployment as well. The rear tyres do a lot less by comparison, and therefore that could be on the mind. A bit of tyre preservation could see the lap times slower at first compared to the rivals, but they will come faster towards the end of the race. Well, the top 3 have left our camera for a brief moment, and in fact we've now got the battle for 4th here. Scharfegger still holds on to it in the grey and yellow machine, but you do see behind Standard in close proximity, and the number 19 driver here trying to breathe down the neck of the rivals. You can see them dance their way into Clearville corner. That lovely camera angle that really gives you a sense of the speed they're carrying on through there. And we'll keep in mind that right now they're not too far off the pace that you do see for the Milltek Civic Cup. We'll see more of that later today, of course. But through the chicane, and as they come out of it, well, right now, for Scharfegger, he'll be looking to try and return to the podium if he can. And he was saying to me that he was happy with the 4th place that he picked up yesterday, but he always wants a little bit more. I mean, who doesn't? He'd love to be back on the podium, because over the course of this season so far, for Max Scharfegger, he has had only 1 podium. He'd like to make it 2. I mean, ideally, he'd like to win, but if he can make sure he finishes in the top 5 consistently and then pick up some podiums, it'll be great forward progression as this season goes on. Into the woodland they go, and as they do, well, we briefly see there now the top 2 have definitely pulled away from Salvador. Salvador, meanwhile, is about 2 seconds clear of Scharfegger and Standard. He's in a bit of a lonely place, however, you can imagine that he will look to try and pick up the pace. We said it before and we'll say it again later on in the race, as that was a big dip wide there. That was Wilf Butler taking an excursion, and look at that, that is Smith now starting to close up a little bit there in 6th place, getting a little bit faster and breaking away from Holly and Wood. So it does seem as though right now it is all about, it's all to play for inside that top 6. We've just got to wait and see if any battles really erupt here in the final 10 minutes. It's going to be a big question as Smith here dancing his way on through, coming in towards the hairpin. And the thing about Smith right now is the fact he's having quite a subdued race, and well, yesterday in terms of what Smith was able to achieve, and I do apologise because I referred to Ollie Smith as Martin Wright earlier along. Martin Wright's not here this week. Well, in fact, he is here, but he's all the way down in 13th place as he's listed, but I don't think he's actually made it to the grid. So I apologise there for confusing 2 drivers, if some of you have been eager-eyed and noticed that. But in terms of Smith, well, after the race yesterday, well, we did have Ollie Smith for 5th place. 6th place today won't be too far away from what he's been able to achieve, but I think he'd like a little bit more. And right now, there are 2 leaders. For what I was glossing over Smith down in 6th, well, these 2 leaders continue to push each other onwards. It does seem as though, for as much as Wilf Butler can stay close to Ollie Kerr, can he find a way to get alongside? We did try it earlier on, but Oliver Kerr right now feeling very comfortable. Josh Salvador, we can see him there absolutely tugging at the steel wheels. He chunks the car into Tower Bend. It's going to be a very frustrating place for Josh Salvador, but he's got to think to himself, the championship pit, I can't think, okay, I'm too far away. Instead, what I've got to think about is, look, a 3rd is guaranteed at this point, so long as the car doesn't give way to me or I don't make any mistakes. And that's going to be some good points later on in the season, because remember, he's coming off of a Silverstone where it was very mixed results, 2 7ths and a 3rd. It was a 2nd place yesterday. He adds a 3rd to it. He will be getting some good points. He won't be necessarily passing Wolf Butler, who's come into this weekend off of the back of 2 firsts and a second from Silverstone, and a third as of yesterday, but it will limit the amount of progress that Butler can make, and that's the important thing. He'll be matching Butler for results, and Oliver Kerr really is the thorn in everybody's side. And that's not to be rude about him, because the leading independent driver in the championship, as well as out on circuit, we just turned up here today and right now seems to be the consummate master of Croft circuit. And if he can pull this off, well, it'll be absolutely fantastic. But 8 minutes left on the clock. And as we go deeper and deeper in, we'll now start to see whether tyre management becomes an even bigger factor between our drives, because we can see there, Scharfegger versus Standard, no change in the gap between them, but what is telling is that they are losing at the top 3 more and more. Their early pace was suggestive they could maintain it, but look in the rear picture and you'll notice that is Smith. He's now getting closer as here comes Standard. He's starting to get a bit more confident in the car, taking a lot more speed through Hawthorne Bend, and as they come through the chicane, well, these Citroens, they're not aerodynamic as such, but the thing is, when you've got a big box in front of you, punching a hole in the air, your box will move a lot faster behind, if we want to put it down in layman's terms. And as they make the way towards Tower Bend, he's too far back there, and I wonder where Standard potentially missed a gear or slightly hit the rev limiter there coming through the chicane, because he was very close on corner exit, and in the end lost a lot of time. Runs a bit deep there, trying to make up for lost time. That's a thing as well that you've got to be careful about here, because remember, Croft doesn't really have any runoff areas. You've got the exit curbs, and then you've got a trip into the woodland, but through they come, and as they do, no change for now, but Smith definitely getting closer and closer by the second. Further back, that's a good little ding-dong battle. That is Swatton versus Wood. Joe Wood had made his way past about 3 laps ago, so Wood is on the move here into 8th place. Can he go even further here in the very definitive orange and black machine? Well, Leon Holly will be looking behind and thinking, I don't want you getting any closer, but I think Wood right now is going to say, you do not have a choice, because I need you to pull me away from Swatton. But Swatton's also there, and then we do have a sizable 7.5 second gap to Sherry and Powell down in 10th, who's got Tom Algar right on the back of her. But and coming from our drivers further down the order, back to the 4th place battle, well, if we wanted the question of is it going to be a three-way fight, there's the confirmation it is. But again, the exit speed of the hairpin, that's interesting. Scharfegger and Standard both very quick on the draw exit in the corner. Smith really struggling. Now, I wonder whether Smith just doesn't quite feel happy with the rotation in his car by comparison, because these are spec cars. It's a single make series. They are tightly controlled, but you can make tweaks to the setup of the car, and perhaps Smith there has exchanged the setup for the low speed corners versus the more medium speed corners to feel a bit more confident in the car. Maybe experiencing a bit of understeer at low speed, and that may be hurting him. Again, front engine, front wheel drive, drivetrains of this nature from the classic legends, of course, such as the Honda Civic Type Rs, they all have in common, they are natively prone to understeer. But if you can dial it out by moving the brake bias backwards and other tweaks along those lines, do things such as anti-roll bars, then you are able to give yourself some rotation. But the amount of rotation you have in the car is subjective to the driver. Some will feel more comfortable than others, as you can see there. Well, Standard's not afraid of rotating the car through Tower Bend, nor is he afraid of dipping a tyre onto the grass there, carrying all that speed. And well, for naught at the moment, but definitely trying to put pressure on the number 20 feet of Scharfegger. But that pressure is only amounting to him pushing himself more and more beyond his limits in terms of those track limits available. The leaders, well, let's not forget about them. It's still Oliver Kerr ahead of Wolf Butler. The gap between the two of them has not changed whatsoever over the last what has been 3 laps. That gap has stayed stationary at between 3 to 4 tenths. They are pushing each other onwards. Fastest lap of the race, however, is owned by Oliver Kerr. He took the fastest lap of the race in race number 1 yesterday, and well, you can imagine that Kerr will be going for a perfect point score as well. He'd be very eager to do so, as he gets a much better exit out of the hairpin, and I think we are starting to see now the wheels on the proverbial bungs fall off a little bit for Butler there, if Kerr can keep this up, because I think for Wolf Butler right now, and it's not to be unfair to him, I think he is pushing hard. I think he's gained a lot of time. But the problem is now he's finding that he's having to drive, as we can see there. I think that is a nod to Smith to say, go, go, go. 4th place is waiting there for you. I do love seeing that on the pit wall. That camera is absolutely brilliant to give you a sense of what happens on the pit wall when our drivers come charging through. And Scharfegger right now, we just try to hold on to 4th here, but you can see, look at Standard. He really is thinking about using all the track plus plenty more. The only problem is you've got a bit of runoff area there, but once you start dipping a tyre onto it, you dip a tyre onto a number of marbles, and the car will naturally be pulled a little bit further wide, and that's the last thing you want, because if you go onto the dirty part of the circuit, it means that you lose a little bit of grip for later on in the lap, and that is going to be where the pain comes. Now, rolling the way on through here, well, as we look to this battle, you may be asking the question, with regards to these drivers, they're all between 14 and 17 years of age, hence the name the Junior Saloon Car Championship. But if you're wondering exactly how are they treated, when I caught up with the clerk of the course, Craig, who runs the clerk proceedings for the JSCC, he was saying to me the fact they are treated no differently than adult racers, because they are driving machines like any adult would. Indeed, you only need to look at the Track Action Racing Club, which works in partnership and I believe run by the same ownership as the JSCC, unless I'm mistaken. And the fact they are treated as adults because they are running at similar speed to adult racers, and all that combined together, well, they may be young in terms of their ages, but they are just as experienced and need to be treated just as equivalently as adult racing drivers. And they learn very quickly that it's not a headmaster and children relationship, it is a relationship of clerk and racing driver. As they make their way on out there, we come from the thought of clerk of the course to right now the battle on the course. Well, that's Leon Holly with Joe Wood right behind him. Wood, well, he's managed to find his way onto the back of Leon Holly, but what is going to happen? 2 more laps remain then as they roar their way on down, and as they do, well, it's a distant view there to Smith from the pit wall, but that battle for 7th place is definitely not a too big distance away. Speaking of the battle that Smith was trying to get involved in, well, we don't have Smith close anymore. Scharfegger versus Standard is the battle for 4th once again. Smith has fallen away from that, in fact fallen away drastically from it, dropped all the way back 1.6 seconds. I wonder if there's been a small mistake from Smith and we haven't quite seen it on camera. Let's see if we can find out what the sector times have been for Smith. And in fact, I believe for Smith on that previous lap, yes, he had an absolutely abysmal lap. He was 6/10 slower than the 2 in front of him, and well, I believe that mistake coming in sector 3, and as a result causing that gap to open up a plenty. There is Josh Salvadori in 3rd place, a very lonely 3rd place. And not really got any company at the moment, but he'll be very happy in the fact he has got a comfortable 5.5 second gap to Scharfegger, and he's not being pulled into that battle, so he can look after the car. He can also look after the tyres a little bit, because they normally do all 3 races over the weekend on a single set of tyres, and we're having a bit more tyre life for the final race of the day. That could be highly beneficial, depending on what his strategy will be in race number 3 of this Croft weekend. But they head towards the final lap very soon, and as they do, well, we come all the way back to the front of the field, and this is Kerr versus Butler. Look at that gap, it is not changing. Butler on the previous lap went onto it 9 tenths behind, but Butler has saved everything up then for one big crescendo. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as they roar the way down the start finish straight. 1 minute left on the clock. It'll be one more tour Croft circuit in round number 8 and round number 14 of their championship, and Kerr versus Butler comes into our centre of view, but through Clevo they go, and as they do, no change at the moment. They both nip the apex curve. Oliver Kerr right now just keeps it cool, keeps it composed, and the Simpsons wants the machine. He knows all he's got to do is make himself wide enough at the points that matter, but that is going to be a very tantalising opportunity for Butler to put himself alongside, but he's not going to find it there as they head up towards Tower Bend, and Butler right now has got to think to himself, what do I need to do? Because Kerr almost went a bit too wide through Hawthorne, but just about kept it within the limits in terms of being able to defend. As we can see, Butler there goes all in under braking. Kerr sees it coming there. It's a small tap between the two of them, the front bumper there. You can see where it's depressed down the front of Wilf Butler's car, given the contact, but it didn't quite work. Butler trying to go for a bit of a touring car style send there in order to get Kerr to go deep. Kerr saw it coming and said, well, it's going to go one of 2 ways. If you don't make that braking zone, we're both going to end up off the circuit. Alternatively, I'm going to hold the line, and Oliver Kerr not being perturbed. In towards Sonny he goes, and you can see the body language now and the gap that's opened up. Butler has fallen back as a result of that contact, so therefore Oliver Kerr at this point now knows he's already got 3 more major corners to go before he does complete this race and make it 2 from 2 and what could be a perfect score. He does own that fastest lap still. The pace has fallen away from these two to the point they won't be able to recreate that fastest lap as far as we're aware. Into the complex they come. All Kerr needs to do is keep it nice and tight to his apex. He does one. He does two. Butler's there, but nowhere near close enough, and he's too far back surely to go for a send into the hairpin. And for Oliver Kerr here, all he's got to do is now the traction exit, and if he does so, well, this could be a checker flag that comes his way, where it's a run to the line then. And for Oliver Kerr, he already balls over to the side. He knows what he's done here, and he's going to make it 2 from 2 here at Croft Circuit as Oliver Kerr takes victory over on in the Independents ahead of Wilf Butler, the championship leader, and Josh Salvadori finishes in 3rd place there. A lovely race between the trio, and you can see that Oliver Kerr absolutely ecstatic. Max Scharfegger holds on to 4th ahead of Lewis Stannard, and it's going to be Smith in 6th. But what about Holly versus Wood? When the end, Leon Holly will hold on to 7th place with Joe Wood just finishing behind, and then it'll be Swatton who completes your top 9. And we do have a sizable gap there to Sherry Ampao, who has a bit of a rallycross excursion there coming out the final corner. But I believe Sherry Ampao is going to hold on to 10th place just about versus Tom Algar as they finish their race together. And then we will have a further 28.5 seconds before we do see our last finisher, and that is going to be Lexi Powell. Well, it looks as though Lexi may have had a bit of a slower race compared to our rivals, but still give her credit where it's due. Everybody's learning. Everyone has their place on the circuit. Oh, goodness me. What's hanging off the side there? Is that a wind mirror that's fallen off? Well, I think that might be a little bit of a bump with one of the tyre barriers there, but you've got to learn from all these things, and the Triple Three driver will surely take that data from the race and speak to the team. Runs very wide as well. They're coming out the hairpin, and I get the feeling that right now this Croft circuit still wants to be conquered by Lexi Powell, but still every race and every lap turned is plenty more knowledge as we do see our last finish for the race take the checkered flag. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. There we can see our winners cooling on down. And here are your provisional results, subject to any stewards' inquiries, for round number 14 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC. And we can see Oliver Kerr carries on his campaign to make it 3 from 3 here at the Croft circuit, with 2 wins out of 2 after 9 laps of racing. Wolf Butler kept him honest, but the challenge was, could he keep Kerr under pressure all the way through? Butler tried to. He tried to look for moves, particularly on Tower Bend on the final lap, but it didn't quite play out. But he will take second, and that's an important result to move on from his third of yesterday. Josh Salvadori, it's reverse positions with Wolf Butler. Butler finished in third yesterday, and now it'll be Josh Salvadori to finish third after finishing second yesterday. So that, therefore, the top 3 are really as they were, but Oliver Kerr, the one remaining constant at the top of the podium. Max Scharfiger makes it 2 full places back to back. He'll be happy with that after the furious charge of Lewis Stannard, who finished 5th. Ollie Smith in 6th there, ahead of Leon Holly. And Leon Holly doing a fantastic job to hold off the charge of Joe Wood. And let's give a special mention there to Joe Wood. What a drive from the number 7 driver after the disappointment of having to retire the car on the grid yesterday, to come back and go absolutely battling with Leon Holly and Matthew Swatton. Well, Joe was able to take one of them on because Swatton finished behind him, and then Sherry-Ann Powell finished in 10th place there. Only 2 attempts between Ann Powell and Tom Olcar, and then it was Lexi Powell who rounded off your finishing order. Unfortunately, not participating in the race, Martin Wright there, but hopefully we'll see him in race number 3 later on today. But with those results, ladies and gentlemen, well, I do believe we may have our drives gradually making their way into the Park Ferme area. And, well, we will wait to get a word with them because Ian's on his way down there. But definitely a fantastic race, and it sets us up for an interesting conundrum for race 3 of 3. And I'm sure we're going to get some perspective from our top 3 finishers, particularly from none other than Oliver Kerr. We're going to cut to Ian now. He's down in the pit lane, getting ready to talk to our top 3. And let's hear what they've got to say after a brilliant race this afternoon.
It's a 3rd win of the season. Oliver Kerr is absolutely flying around Croft here. We'll just let him get out for a second. We'll grab a quick word of him indeed. My word, a winner yesterday and a winner right now as well. Let's go have a quick chat with him. Oliver Kerr, wow, 2 for 2. What is it about this place that's so special for you?
I don't really know, if I'll be honest. I quite like the fast flowingness of this track.
Well, it shows.
But I kind of thought it's not as easy as our first win here. But obviously it's nice to see us take another win. But Wilf kind of kept it clean, which was quite nice.
You're really showing your credentials now in this season, aren't you?
Yeah, it's nice to see that we've got the pace now to kind of fight with the top boys. But yeah, it's nice to see.
Nice to see you back in the winner's circle again, Oliver. Fantastic stuff indeed. We've got Josh Salvadori and Wilf Butler over here as well. Of course, Wilf Butler still collecting the points, though, for the championship, aren't we, Wilf? So the points are coming in nicely.
Yeah, I mean, another good race there. Just sort of staying high, not doing anything silly. Points make the prize at the end of the day. So, yeah, just yeah.
Race 3 still to come. Well,
yeah.
Good luck as well. We've got Josh over here as well. We know there was a bit of an issue with the car yesterday. Josh, perhaps not quite sorted yet, but you're still picking up the points.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is. Just, you know, like Mike just said, damage the rotation. Just got to try and bag those points.
Excellent stuff. Look, I'll let you crack on, by the way. Actually, just before you go, Josh, sorry. The livery on this car, obviously, we obviously know it's from the movie Cars. Why did you choose to go for that? Are you a massive Cars fan?
I don't know, to be fair. I mean, I used to like cars when I was like 2, and just thinking like I had like a red car and just thought, oh, what a big cool livery and just would stand out. Yeah.
Good choice. Cool. I like it. Ka-chow. Well done, Josh. I've used that one once or twice before. Actually, what year did Cars come out, the movie? I can't quite remember, but it's probably quite an old film now, isn't it? Right, the rest of the Junior Saloon Car Championship cars are in, and if you come over here, you can see the Milltek Civic Cup cars are out on track as well. They're about to get underway for their final race of the weekend. They had two dramatic races. 2006, I've been told, cars to me. 2006, my word, I remember that like it was yesterday. Anyway, enough from me. Time to go racing. Milltek Civic Cup, final race of the weekend for them. And I'm delighted to hand over to commentators Andy McEwen and, of course, Paul O'Neill.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the Milltek Civic Cup is up next, and their final race of the weekend. It's been a bit of a weird weekend, this one, for the Civic Cup drivers, because they have had 2 races yesterday and just the one today. So a quiet start to the day, but they'll be out very shortly indeed. I believe, though, before we have Civics on track, we can find out who Ian was catching up with a little bit earlier on in the day.
Right, here we are with Charlotte Birch. Now, Charlotte, I've got a couple of quick fire questions for you to find out a little bit more about you. These are a complete surprise to you as well. You have no idea what these questions are, do you? Right, first of all, pineapple on a pizza, yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
That's the wrong answer. North or south?
South.
Okay, that's the right answer. Beach or pool?
Pool, because I can't be bothered with the sand. Gets in your hair and in your face.
And there's funny stuff in the sea as well, isn't it? We don't know what's down there. Night in or night out?
Night in. I'm the most boring 23-year-old ever. Night in.
Yeah, that is pretty boring at 23. Complete the sentence. Chips with?
Gravy.
Yes, that's a good shout indeed. Croft or Thruxton?
Thruxton.
Why is that?
Just know it better. Probably.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Can you name me 3 corners around Croft?
Oh my goodness. Croft. Hairpin.
Yeah. Yeah?
Tower.
Yeah. You could have said turn 1, turn 2 and turn 3. But
that's cheating.
Yeah, it is. Right, final question for you, right? You're about to go out racing, of course. Is there a song that you listen to get you really pumped up for the race?
Oh, I was listening to some really cringy rap stuff earlier. I can't even remember what the artist is called. I normally listen to some Kendrick. I actually was listening to Thunderstruck in Assembly area.
I didn't expect that from you.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's cool. No, I really like that. Look, what are we going to do in this race?
Just send it, to be fair. I've had like a corner where I'm really struggling with, and I'm just want to just get that one.
Which one?
Done. Barcroft.
Yeah.
I just need to grow a pair.
Okay, right, Charlotte Birch, thank you so much. Good luck for this race and grow a pair.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's go racing.
Good stuff. Good to hear from Ian and Charlotte down in the paddock then. And yes, Charlotte, we'll see how she goes on in this one. The final race for the Milltek Civic Cup of the weekend. And an interesting one, I think, in store for us. Liam McGill has been the 4-man, really, this weekend so far. Dominated yesterday's first race. Came through from 10th on the grid to finish 3rd. And almost within a second of the win in race 2. And now he lines up back on pole position. That could be ominous for the rest of the field. Alistair Camp, the championship leader, starts alongside him. Lewis Kent will not be 3rd because Lewis is absent for this race. Unfortunately, we'll cover that more in a moment or two, with Harvey Caton therefore lonely on row 2. Jake Hewlett and Wesley Swain are together on row number 3 ahead of Josh Bromley, and Jake Renshaw. Josh Bromley having a really good weekend. Dave Marshall confident that he's cured the lack of power in his car, so that FN2 should move forward from 9th. He's got the rapid Jamie Petters for company on row number 5. 6th row of the grid is where we will find Jack Riddell and Aidan Mitchell, and then Daniel Petters and Harry England, with Sam Nicolau and Adam Parker row 8. Row 9, Adam Jackson and Will Butt, with Charlotte Birch and Ben Bateman coming from the 10th row of the grid. Row 11 for Mark Hughes and Francisco Howard, with Anthony Gannon, Simon Welch and Charlie Constable. Well, Simon Welch and Charlie Constable not at the back of the grid. We know they've taken no further part in the weekend after their accident in qualifying yesterday. So, cars make their way around on the green flag lap then. A 15-minute race in store for us. The championship situation. Alistair Camp, after a solid weekend, really. 4th in race 1, a win in race 2. He arrives in this race after drop scores on 308 points. So it's now a sizable 23-point lead that he's got over Liam McGill. Lewis Kent absent from this race, so this will count as a dropped score. That means he will get back his 11 points that he was previously dropping, but that is still going to mean he drops ever further away in the championship. He's not here because he's had to rush back home. Well, it was always the plan, actually, to rush back home because he's expecting his first child to be born in the next few days. So again, we wish Lewis and family the very best, and we'll hopefully have him back on the grid for Alton Park. But with that all in mind, Paul, interesting race in prospect here. Liam McGill, I feel, needs to take some more points out of Alistair Camp, and based on what we saw from him yesterday, that should happen, right?
Yeah, definitely. But just to go back to your point about Lewis Kent, is he old enough to have children?
Well, I don't think so, no, but that's because I've known him since he was about 15 years old, so it's, in my mind he still is.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
When youngsters have kids, it's very
you didn't rush into that, no?
Very offensive. Listen, to answer your question, yes, Liam McGill has got to... He's got to make hay while the sun shines, and the reason I say hay while the sun shines is because he seems unstoppable around here. He's been waiting for this day for a long time, I think, because he is where he should be in my eyes, and he's had a good year so far, but I think he got frustrated, didn't he, with not being at the sharp end all of the time, and now he looks like he has got the car to do the job. So, but never count out Campy. Campy is the boy, and if anyone's going to pedal around an FN2 newer Civic, it's going to be him.
Have you ever had this happen in your career where you just came to a track and something just... Because obviously what's happened to Liam this weekend, he's always been good, don't get me wrong, but we've never seen him quite like this, have we? So what is it, do you think, that happens to a driver when you just arrive at a circuit and it all falls into place?
Yeah, I think that is it. And I have had it where I've been to Knockhill was the place for me. Knockhill and Brands Hatch. I've been... You just get there and you drive a lap in first practice or whatever it is, and you don't even realise you're fast. And it's just because you're doing everything technically that the track needs, and that's probably what McGill has found today. And he's basically in Scotland, isn't he? So.
It's his home round, really, isn't it, this? Yeah. Well, let's see if he can continue that form in race 3 then, shall we? He's got an empty spot behind him, remember, because that's where Lewis Kent should have been. So it's a clearer run into the first corner for Jake Hewlett. He could be a danger man in this one as well. Jake was really rapid yesterday, the green and black car that starts 5th on the grid. Lights out then, off they go, and a pretty even start from both of the front row men. I think Liam McGill should hold on to the advantage, but only just. Campy's going with him. It's then side by side for third as well. Hewlett to the inside of Caterham as they tip into Clairvaux corner for the first time. McGill holds on to the lead. They're still debating third, but I think Hewlett should come out of that ahead. He's got the inside line into the right-hander at Hawthorne. That's Adam Parker. Is it going around? Gathers it together nicely, but that looked like cold rear tyres to me.
I don't know if he got tagged, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I might be saying the wrong thing here, but he's joined up on the back anyway, and people running wide as they come through. But what a getaway that was from the first two.
Yeah, that was a dream start, wasn't it, for both of them, really? Dave Marshall there, hunting around to the inside, picking up a place or two. Like I said, he feels that car should be more competitive now than it has been so far this weekend, and he's already making some strides towards the front, up towards the Jim Clark S's for the first time. McGill then has got part one of the job done, and it doesn't look, at least in this stage of the race, Paul, like Campy can go with him. So McGill looking to try and check out. The question is, can Camp hang on to second?
Yeah, I'll be surprised if Campy has not made changes to the car to make it a little bit quicker, but I think he is wringing its neck around this circuit. He's obviously won yesterday, but I think McGill, and as long as he keeps his powder dry, I cannot see him being beaten. And look at that now, Campy is white. Campy's got people behind him. That is it now. That's going to be over.
Yeah, he's struggling to get the car stopped, struggling to get it turned into the hairpin they head. In fairness, Hewlett busy defending from Harvey Caton at the moment, and then they turn out of the hairpin with Wesley Swain not a million miles back in. Not Jack Waddell, Josh Bromley also in that mix. So Josh Bromley continuing to go really, really well. He's another driver, I think, who's just really gelled with the Croft circuit, and he could be a podium contender before the 15 minutes are up. So Camp leads the way then. The gap was 1.1 seconds at the end of that lap, and as they turn through Hawthorne and Clairvaux, he will look to try and get away from Alistair Camp. Hewlett third, defending from Caton. Then Swain, Bromley, Marshall, Jamie Petters, Jake Renshaw and Jack Riddell to complete the top 10. Good to see Dave Marshall going better here, though. Started 9th, up 2 places already.
Yeah. Oh, look at that on the brakes. Did you see the leader then? Wow, Liam McGill had locked a left rear and went sideways into Tower. But sideways now into Tower, but in a good way. The two cars there, one was Bromley, wasn't it? And wasn't Swain he was alongside, was it?
Yes, I think it was Wes Swain. Yes, they're still side by side through the Jim Clark S's. So Bromley's flying here, going for 5th position now. That is brave stuff. They maybe bang doors slightly. Dave Marshall fancies a bit of this too. Through goes Bromley, and Marshall follows him up the inside. Brilliant opportunistic driving from Dave Marshall. You'd expect nothing less, really. And all of a sudden, Wesley Swain hung out to dry. Jamie Petters goes through as well. Brilliantly brave stuff from Bromley, and great opportunistic driving from the 2 cars behind.
Yeah, excellent stuff. They'll all come into shot now, firing in. Look at that. And I feel a bit sorry for Swain there, because Wes will know better not to do that again. Sometimes you've just got to lift and tuck in behind the car that's down the inside here, because he's lost 3 places now.
Ooh, Marshall to the outside of Bromley, but that's not going to work on the way into the hairpin. Gets a much better exit. Now this will be a test of whether they've solved the engine issues on the FN2. Drags alongside Bromley. He's on the outside into Clairvaux. Not many people would give this a go, but I think Dave Marshall might be one of those who will. He's late on the brakes. He's going to turn in, but no, Bromley sweeps in front of him. Marshall finds the gap in line. That really is what Swain should have tried to do at Sunny, isn't it?
Yeah, but look what's happened now. He's down the inside again. That's it. Bromley has made that little mistake. He's going to have to run out left here and miss the chicane. So he'll now try to get behind Dave Marshall. But this is going to be hard for him, because he needs to let him back past. He needs to let him back past and drop him behind him. But Pettis is going to go, I'm having a bit of that, mate. This looks proper sketchy. Side to side contact. To that. Bromley's got a little bit of the car missing, and Swain's going, I'll have a bit of that as well, mate, in the FN2. This is where the action is.
Oh, look at the exit Bromley got from Town. He might have been given a shove by Wes Swain, actually, but Josh Bromley fired out of the corner well. Marshall then to the front of this group now. That's 5th position for Dave Marshall. Bromley's car, like you said, with that side skirt hanging loose. Now, that might catch the attention of race control. If they decide that's dangerous, they may pull him in to get it repaired. That would be a shame, really, because Josh has put a good race in here. It was not a huge amount of contact to the side of the car, but enough to dislodge the bodywork, and he now tries to regroup and get back into the rhythm. Look at what that's done, though. This queue of cars that was, at one point, a 3-way battle. We've now got, nearly 9 of them, all the way back to Will Butt in 13th place, who's moved up nicely as well from 18th on the grid.
Yeah, problem Bromley's got now is that he won't be able to see that, but he might hear it, so he'll probably think the exhaust is catching. He won't see that in his mirrors, I'm guaranteeing you that. So that is going to be a little issue for a minute, and you'll come out the throttle and not get on the throttle a little bit harder, because you'll hear something scratching along. You'll think the exhaust or something. The curbs might get rid of that as the race goes on, but let's see how long he can hold on to it for.
Yeah, he certainly hammered the curb through Clairvaux there, didn't he? So he's maybe trying to dislodge it, or just driving as he normally would. They flick through the chicane and head down the back straight, the old pit straight, towards the braking zone at Tower Corner. Liam McGill leading only by 1.4 seconds. Now, that's not quite the rate of escape that he was making in yesterday's first race, so maybe just managing the tyres in these slightly warmer temperatures. Camp, I'm sure, will have worked on the car as well. He's being pursued by Hewlett and Caitlin's, so it's 4 for the lead in a way. And then this almighty gaggle of cars scrapping over 5th. Dave Marshall in 5th. Jamie Petters, real standout weekend for Jamie Petters. So many drivers, Paul, who for whatever reason, this weekend is where they've hit their stride.
Yeah, do you know what I think it is? I think it's just a driver's circuit.
Yeah.
So, if you've got a little discrepancy in the car or yourself, it'll be put to one side here, and you just go pretty hard at it out the back, and then it's technical inside. The Petters have been brilliant this weekend up to now. Absolutely brilliant. Them day-glow coloured cars that look the same, Dan and Jamie, they have been exceptional.
Yeah, no, they have. This is the best we've seen from them. The best we've seen from Josh Bromley, who lunges to the inside. That was a really late move, and I think he might make that one stick. Out wide over the curb goes Petters. He's still there, but Bromley, I think, will have the superior traction off the corner. And has he got the move made by the time we reach the braking zone? No, he hasn't. Look, Petters comes back at him. So Jamie Petters wants that 6th place back. He's later on the brakes and will go back through. That almost worked for Bromley, and if it had worked, that would have been one of the moves of the day.
Yeah, that was a lovely bit of driving that by Josh, because he could have easily opened the steering lock up and just drove him off the circuit onto the dust. Easy pass done, but no, more respect than that. That's why I love the Civics, because they'll still have that side-to-side little bit of mirror banging, but they won't do anything stupid on purpose. So really, really cool. This could be the move, though. He's got that far enough down the inside. Petters is so late, and he's had to check up, and Swain's now into the back of Bromley. This is going to cause chaos as they all arrive now down at the Jim Clark S's. Ooh, hold your breath.
That was very close. It has... Oh no! Harvey Caton. how many ladders has he walked under over the off-season? Because he's had absolutely no good luck this year. He's had, I think, the best pace we've ever seen from him. He's been consistently one of the top 4 or 5 fastest drivers on the track, and this looks like being another non-finished. Campy, meanwhile, might be about to lose second. Jake Hewlett up alongside him. This is now just a 2-horse race for second place with the demise of Harvey Caton. That is such a shame, Paul.
Yeah, it really is. He's been another star of the weekend, actually, Hewlett. He has been exceptional. But Caton, who we just seen, he needs to get off the track because that looks like it's dropping oil, and that was it's a scrapyard screamer, like we say in the trade. I was speaking to his dad and he just said, I hope the engine holds together, but he's had a nightmare with Serge all weekend.
Yeah, so Caton then I think will head to the pit lane, in fact already has, so that promotes Dave Marshall now to 4th position, and Josh Bromley back into the top 5. This for second place though. It's more important from a championship perspective, this for Alistair Camp, than it is Jake Hewlett. Hewlett just wants the result. He wants to climb an extra step up the podium. Camp can't really afford to lose too many points to McGill, so I don't think Camp's going to roll over and let him through here.
Yeah, and McGill will be watching this in his mirrors. These are all under the Area Motorsport banner, so I don't think there'll be anything horrific going on. But look at the drive Hewlett gets off that corner. If he's side by side into the Jim Clark S's, I hope he's not in that hedge. Here he is, coming through. He's thought better of it, and this, I feel sorry for Camper, you know. He looks like he's really struggling to keep the track.
If he can survive this race on the podium, I think that'll be a little bit of a win really for Camp. Through the Sunny complex they head, Sunny in, Sunny out, slightly faster the second apex there, a little bit of camber that helps you roll through the centre of the corner, but Hewlett's car rolling better than Camp's. He's up the inside into the complex. He tried this a lap ago and it didn't work, and I think it's going to be a similar outcome this time around. Alistair Camp, veteran of Civic Cup racing, he knows how to defend a position even if he's maybe not in the quicker car. Oh, big mistake from Hewlett.
Huge mistake. How has he got away with that? I thought we were going to see him sailing back off to the exit of Tower then.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 wheels, his right wheels. He was looking too much to the left to see what kind of gap there was to maybe have a lunge, and he's got on the grass, hit the brakes and knocked sideways. But he's going to be back on the back of Campy in any time. Well, now he's back on it, isn't he?
Didn't take long, did it? So Hewlett already then regrouping from that error. I've seen a few drivers do that. Steve Laidlaw did that in yesterday's TCR race at the Jim Clark S's. It's a narrow track, isn't it? And I know the drivers know where the edge of the road is, but it is quite easy sometimes to misjudge it. Now, someone's dislodged the tyre stack, Paul, you spotted there.
Yeah, that's a big... That's going to be... Is that safety car? There's not been one called, but people are going to be taking the mickey there. I hope they don't, because there's only 5 minutes left. Who do you think it is?
I think it was Bromley, because he's lost a position and he's lost a headlight as well. The left-hand corner's taken a whack, and he's lost 5th place to Jamie Petters. So can't confirm that, but I suspect maybe Josh Bromley is the one responsible. But they left the tyre stack there in the TCR race earlier on today, so they may choose to do the same in this one. And that means the battles can continue. A safety car is the last thing that Liam Gill wants, especially if Jake Hewlett manages to find a way past Alistair Camp. But anyway, for now, McGill leads by nearly 5 seconds. What was his winning margin in race 1? 4.3, so he's even further ahead in this one. And that gap's only going to keep on growing, you'd imagine, with the fight for second place getting more and more intense.
It's all happening. I tell you what, I am super impressed with a lot of people, but I've got to say Hewlett is having the weekend of his life, and also Jamie Petters. He has done a fabulous job, top 5 running, and he's got to be well pleased with what's going on. 4 minutes in length is going to be the longest 4 minutes for Alistair Camp, because he is hating life. This is it. Right, he needs to get tucked up. How fast can Hewlett get through the chicane? Try to stay in that slipstream. He's run wide as well, Campy. He's going to have to defend. Will he just try to get a lunge down the inside? He's too far back, but he could do it on the brakes. If he doesn't, he's got to make sure he defends all the way into the apex, which he's done. And Campy looks like he got through the corner okay, but now it's going to be the worst last sector of his life.
Oh, Hewlett's carrying the speed, but there's nowhere to go with it. That's the problem. Camp just fills the middle of the road through the Jim Clark S's. Oh, the back of the FN2 is twitching all over the place. How he's keeping hold of it, I don't really know, but he's keeping hold of second place as well. Onto the brakes, the back of the car, with every braking zone, Paul, seems to get looser and looser and looser. It's only a matter of time, surely, before he slips wide enough and makes the job easy for Hewlett.
That FN2 just looks like it's in a different category around here. I'll be dead honest. I wouldn't want to be in that. If he gets this round the outside, No. But look, Campy's been too respectful. But now he's got nowhere to go. Like you say, he's got to break early and try and cut underneath him, which he does. But Campy just gets the steering straight and drives away from him. This must be so frustrating for Hewlett, but fair play. He's not knocked into him. He's not left his nose in. He's been dead respectful, but I can only see it happening at Tower. It's got to be at Tower. So it's the run through these first 3 corners. And wow, both of them sideways. Mega stuff. But look now, he's running out of tyre, Campy. He's running out of tyre. This, again, has got to be his best shot.
Well, he's as close as he was a lap ago here, Jake Hewlett. Yellow flag out there. Why is there a yellow? That can't just be for the tyre stack, surely. That's been there for a while. Is there still a yellow when we get down to Tower? No green flag here, so Camp has to defend. Same as it was a lap ago. Hewlett's going to look for the switchback. He had a decent exit from this corner a lap ago. This exit seems even better, but again, he gets a face full of FN2. There is nowhere for Jake Hewlett to go. Or is there? Is there a gap to the inside of the Jim Clark S's? No, there isn't. And Alistair Camp hangs on, but into this next braking zone, Paul, this is where the FN2 has looked particularly leery. Will that present the opportunity that Hewlett needs?
Hewlett needs to be getting on the brakes later. And look at the understeer from Campy. The rear end is so stiff. It's bouncing around. It pushes the front on. This is where he's good, but he can't get all the way around the outside. So Hewlett, again, is made to go around the outside. That is good. He needs to get round the outside a bit more because then he can lunge. But Campy knows it's done. It's done. But is it done? Oh, it's done. It's done. It's definitely... Andy, it's done.
I think it's done, Paul. Jake Hewlett into second place. He has done it. And Alistair Camp, it was a mistake in the end, but under that sort of pressure, I'm amazed it took that long for the mistake to come. And Alistair Camp, well, hats off to you, because that was a brilliant defensive drive. 1 lap from home. And yeah, absolutely, Jake Hewlett has got it done. He's into second place, and I mean, credit to Jake. He was really patient, really respectful there as well. Both drivers, I think, need a round of applause for that. It was a great display of racing. Clearly, Camp struggling in that car this weekend, but Jake Hewlett was able to take full advantage. So Paul O'Neill is done in the commentary box. He will head down to the Parc Fermé area to chat to our podium drivers. It looks like being Liam McGill, Jake Hewlett and Alistair Camp, the top 3 in that order. They're a country mile ahead of the rest of the field. So as much as Camp is not happy with the way that the FN2 is going this weekend, he is still 8 seconds ahead of the next one, which is Dave Marshall in 5th position. Notice there, Josh Bromley is stopped on track. Now, is he the reason for that yellow flag the chicane, I wonder? I'm hoping that's mechanical rather than an accident, because that's not a nice place to go off the road. But that's a shame either way for Josh, who was putting in another really good performance in this race, but sadly will end it at the side of the road. For Liam McGill, though, it's been a near flawless weekend. A lights to flag victory yesterday in race 1. He came from 10th on the grid in race 2 to finish 3rd, and now another victory from pole position is heading his way. The area motorsport man has been untouchable here at Croft. Liam McGill injects himself right back into the championship equation with a 2nd win of the weekend here at Croft. Liam McGill the winner, Jake Hewlett a fighting 2nd position, and Alistair Camp, he won't be happy with 3rd. I know he won't, but he should be quite happy with 3rd. Because that was possibly the most hard-fought podium of his life. Dave Marshall, meanwhile, from 9th on the grid, finishes 4th, and then the 2 Petters. Jamie just narrowly ahead of Daniel, with Jack Riddell, Wesley Swain, Jake Renshaw, and Harry England completing the top 10. Harry England from 14th on the grid also made a little bit of progress there. So the FN2s, actually, we had a handful of them in the top 10 in the end, and one of them on the podium. Brilliant racing. We might have lost Anthony Gannon as well on the last lap. I think we have. So his car showing greyed out on the timing tower, which means he's stopped somewhere out on circuit. So Anthony Gannon then, unfortunately, will not see the checkered flag. But those who did put on a great show, as always they do. And the Milltek Civic Cup will next be in action at Alton Park. That's, of course, the next TCR UK round as well. And we look forward to heading from the northeast over to the northwest on the 5th of July, a single-day event for TCR and Civic Cup. Then we head to Snetterton, the big sort of summer break that we have between the start of July and the middle of September. 13th and 14th of September we head to Snetterton, and then it all concludes at Brands Hatch on the 1st and 2nd of November. Really looking forward to that at the end of the year. Will we be crowning Liam McGill a champion at the end of the year? Well, if he keeps this sort of form going, you never know. This has been by far the best weekend he's ever had in the championship, and he'll be delighted not only with the win, but that winning margin of 5.6 seconds over Jake Hewlett, even bigger than his winning margin yesterday. Alistair Camp comes home in third, ahead of Dave Marshall and Jamie Petters, with Dan Petters sixth. The Petters brothers will have much to celebrate on their drive home tonight. Jack Riddell seventh, ahead of Wesley Swain, Jake Renshaw and Harry England in 10th. Adam Parker was 11th. Charlotte Birch finished 12th. That was a really good drive from her. She started 19th on the grid, with Adam Jackson and Ben Bateman coming home behind her 13th and 14th. It was a race of attrition in the end, though, because there were only 15 cars running at the end. That's very unlike Civic Cup, I've got to say. Mark Hughes was the last car running. We lost Josh Bromley, Anthony Gannon, Aidan Mitchell, Harvey Caton, Will Buttert was a retirement as well, and Francisco Howett, who retired on the opening lap of the race. So quite a few of them failing to finish, but I'm sure they'll all be back out, hopefully at full health, for Alton Park in July. So replay then of the start of the race, and well, brilliant start it was for McGill. Great battle for third position. Jake Hewlett there getting up the inside, and that was the Adam Parker spin, and I do think that was on his own. I'll say spin, he never actually lost control completely, did he? He kept the throttle planted. This was then Josh Bromley battling with Wes Swain. This was the moment Wes Swain's race sort of unravelled. Dave Marshall came through as well. Good to see Dave in fourth position there on genuine pace as well. And then as the race rumbled on, he and Josh Bromley got involved in a good dust-up. Josh, as I said, picked up that little bit of damage, I suspect, from clipping the tyre stack, and I wonder whether that maybe is what led to his eventual non-finish. He was defending that position from Dave Marshall very well until he ran wide and allowed the FN2 driver through. Further up the road, Jake Hewlett was trying everything he could to get past Alistair Camp, dipped two wheels on the grass at the hairpin, trying to use all of the road. And Alistair Camp eventually would make a mistake. There were a few big slides from both of them, but the key moment came at the complex at the end of the next lap, and that would allow Hewlett through into second position. So, as we see once again that decisive moment in the battle for second, let's head downstairs and hear from our podium finishers.
What a Milltek Civic Cup race that was. Unbelievable stuff. And Liam McGill is back in the game. I'll speak to you in a bit, Campy. You better not be grumpy this time. He's not happy about that. Liam McGill, mate, that looked effortless, my man. Effortless. Winning at life?
Completely, yeah. No, happy with that. This is one of my favourite tracks. So I knew I kind of had to capitalise this weekend, but I never expected to have that kind of pace, to be honest. So hopefully I can carry it into the next races. I just don't know, but my fingers are definitely crossed.
The commentator, who is Andy McEwen, said to me, "Why do you think he's so quick round here?" It just clicked, and I said, "It's just because it's close to Scotland. It's the Scottish Grand Prix, isn't it?"
That's it. It's the Scottish Grand Prix, and it's the air. It smells a bit different here.
Well, I'll tell you what you've done, mate. You've set us up for a fantastic second half of the season. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier on, like, it's not the first time that I've turned a season round halfway through, so I'm feeling energised and ready to go, and we'll see what we can do in the second half.
Top man, it's good to see. Good to see. Right, let's go and speak to second place. Where is he gone? Where's Jakey Hewlett gone? Oh, here he is. Mate, one of the stars of the weekend. Absolutely brilliant stuff. This is a great way to finish it off, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, just obviously super pleased to be here. Just like generally speaking, we're so happy and fortunate for all the people around us. Obviously, as everyone says, we're not here without Mill Street Motors and Europa Crash Centre, our title sponsors. Thanks to On a Mission, Motor Drive, J Autos. You're like, yeah, which one? Demon Tweaks, Team Demon Tweaks, and all that. Yeah, no, just there's obviously other people as well in the background that are helping us, and just like I say, at the moment we're just really happy to be here. We know how tough the championship is, and we're getting stronger every round, I think. So
it's lovely to see someone that really appreciates being on the grid, mate, because it's difficult to get on it and it's difficult to be good. You must be made up. And what was it Campy just said to you when he stuck his head in the car?
Well done. A number of things. I could see he was really struggling with the car. He was holding on for dear life, but I know I can race Camp side by side and him not sort of push me wide, and I think that showed in that race there. And yeah, he's absolutely brilliant to race against. Fair play for him to even holding on to that. It looked Anfield.
Top man, well done, mate. Cheers. Really, really good to see. Campy, sorry about what I said before. I was only joking, mate. I can only imagine how difficult it is when the viewers at home don't know what's going on at home, and I can see the car looked difficult. Why is the car being very, very difficult to drive, mate? Because it just looks understeer, you oversteer, you can't brake, you can't get the thing out the corners, but you did a sterling job to finish where you were.
Yeah, we just obviously we've done bits we set up, like obviously we want to develop this car and move it forward, so we've basically done similar things to what been done in the past with EP3s, and then what we've used is like a grey area. So to do the right thing, obviously we've removed what the bits we've done, and we're going to look at it going from here now, because it's just a little glitch in the system that everyone else has to be available to buy. So we're going to make it readily available for everyone, then we'll be back fighting strong again. But yeah, it's just frustrating when you're driving a car that you know was a lot better on Friday to go qualifying sound, and then you get everything whipped away from you before you're racing, an hour before you're racing as well. So we've had no ride out changes, and you can't set the cars up around here. I don't think it's a flat patch in Croft, is it?
Steady on now, mate. You're up north, you be careful. But you must be happy with what you've achieved.
Yeah, mate, yeah, damage limitation, we said that. And obviously with Lewis running home because he's not allowed to race because apparently he's having a baby.
Grow up.
I know, yeah. You know what I mean? I remember my first kid. Yeah, so it's always took a bit of pressure off me, and obviously now we've got the angry Scott after me now, haven't I?
He went well, didn't he?
Yeah, really well, mate. I knew once he was gone, and I was like, earlier, I was like, do I let Jake go and try and see if he can hold him up? I was like, I still don't stand a chance. I thought we'll have a play with Jake, and one mistake, and that's all it takes in the Civic Cup when you've gone past.
That's excellent, mate. Right, I'm going to let you go, because here he is. Oh, don't look at those guys. You're not allowed to see them. They're from a different championship. Jokes. Let's go and see if we can speak to Jamie Petters, because Jamie was the boy who come home in the Paul Winfield Trophy. Jamie, let's have your ear, mate, near your car. Look at this. Come and have a look at this. How cool is this? He's got the unicorn tape in it, and it worked for him. That was one of the best performances of the season, mate. Paul Winfield Trophy winner, excellent.
Yeah, that was a quality race, very good race, particularly at the end of me brother just coming to the line, little bit of beat and a banging, quality. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, you swore then. Apologies again. There's a lot of swearing today, but don't worry, you're excited. It was great fun, wasn't it?
That was a very, very good race, very good race.
Happy to go home now?
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, very happy with that.
That's what we do it for, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the way.
Top man, we'll leave you to it. Right, let's look for Adam Jackson was somebody I wanted to speak to. I'm not too sure where he is. He was the Goodyear Diamond Trophy. Has anyone seen Adam Jackson anywhere? Where is he?
He's there, look, just straight from here. Top off.
Oh, there he is. Sorry, my eyes are terrible. Right, let's quickly grab a word. Adam, mate, happy? It's good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I battled right through, so I just do what I can. We changed a bit on the car, so I had to learn it all over again, which we have to do every time we go out with it. But
Racing.
Yeah, well, yeah, and enjoyed it, yeah.
Nice to get a trophy, isn't it? It's good, but you were right up there, mate. You're battling hard.
Yeah, I'm battling hard. Yeah,
tell.
so we got the old boys trophy again, so yeah, clean sweep for this weekend, which is good.
How old are you?
40.
Right, let's not call it the old boys trophy, because I'm 45, mate. Well done, good for you. Looking forward to the next one?
Yeah, definitely.
Top man, have
Cheers.
a cracker. Right, over to you guys. The next race is about to begin.
Thank you, Paul. And well, in the background, ladies and gentlemen, you can see we have got the Caterhams back out there, and this will be for the second race of the weekend for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduate Racing Club Sigma 150s. But as they make the way onto the grid in preparation for their formation up and going racing, well, we had the opportunity to catch up with one of our drivers earlier on this morning in preparation for this race, and you can always count on the Sigma 150s to create brilliant racing action. So it's over to Ian Waterhouse, who was able to have a chat with one of our drivers earlier today.
Right, here we go. Time for the second race of the weekend for the Caterham Graduate Sigma 150s. Yesterday, that man, Jamie Elwood, he took the win. There he is, eager and ready to get going. Harry Kramer was in second, Andrew Whitten in third. I'm going to come and have a quick chat, though, with Gareth. I haven't spoken to, actually, Gareth, for a couple of years. Gareth, sorry to interrupt. It's been a couple of years since I've spoken to you, and you've still got my favourite overalls on.
They don't go anywhere, same as the driver. Well used, but still functional.
Listen, you're still racing Caterhams. What keeps bringing you back?
It's just the ultimate in motorsport, you know, great fun, great bunch of guys, so close, so exciting, knackering at the same time when you get to my age, but yeah, brilliant racing.
What do you make of Croft?
Favourite circuit when you live, I can actually hear the cars from my front garden.
Really?
So yeah. And everyone says because you live here, it must be quick, but I'm afraid that doesn't work out.
Local knowledge sometimes doesn't quite pay.
Absolutely.
What are you expecting from this race?
Well, if I can do as well as I did yesterday, I'll be very happy. I'm the only Sigmax on the grid.
Yeah.
So the slowest car, finished up 11th, so very happy with that. Do the same today, great weekend.
Excellent. It is a great weekend, Gareth. We will be watching very closely indeed. Great to see you again as well. Right, here we go. Time to go racing. The Caterham Graduates 150s. Let's go racing. Paul Walsh, over to you, my friend.
So here and there from Darlington, a local, one of our many races on this Sigma 150 grid. But speaking of the grid, let's walk you through it for what will be their second race of this weekend. And it is going to be Harry Kramer, who lines up in pole position, joined on the front row of the grid by Paul Goldstein. Then we do have Matthew Willoughby starting in third place there. And, well, he will be, of course, one of your many trophy drivers out there. And you can tell the difference between the championship competitors and the trophy competitors based on the colour backgrounds. Purpley pink, that means they're in championship class. Green aqua, it means they're in trophy class, but Willoughby will line up in pole for the trophy competitors, with Jamie Elwood alongside on row number 2. Andrew Whitton, the Strawberry Machine, starts 5th today, and he'll be looking to move up forward once again after that absolutely ecstatic end to his race yesterday. We picked up that podium. Stephen Lancaster gives him company on the 3rd row of the grid. James Civic had a bit back and forth race as of yesterday, moved forward just as much as he moved backwards, and therefore he'll be looking to make progress from P7 on that grid, with Stefano Mara starting in 8th alongside. Henry Heaton and Jonathan Ems complete your top 10. And, well, we've got plenty of drivers out there, but that's the top 10, absolutely cracking top 10. But coming outside the top 10, we have Miles Clarkson and Rob Warner. They're on row number 6, and Rob was saying to me in the build-up to today that he is looking for a little bit more progress there, and, well, will he be able to find it's the question. James McCall is just behind him, starting 13th, ahead of Barry White, with row number 8 going to Mark Gibson and Gareth Cordy, who we only heard from moments ago. And I should correct myself, I said he was a Darlington local. No, he's a Croft local there, but Darlington being the big major town, but Croft a lot closer, the village, and, of course, one of the villages after which this circuit is named. Jonathan Alpine starting in 17th, ahead of Charles Elliott, and then Martin Gleich and Paul Vokes complete your top 20. And I think we may have one or two more cars on this grid. Goodness me, these Caterhams always so packed. And indeed, we have one final row, row 11 of 11. Edward Benson lines up 21st, and Robert Appleton 22nd. Now, what's the story as of race number 7 of their championship campaign yesterday in the Sigma 150s? Well, the quick summary was, it was absolutely brilliant batting at the front. We had a top 4 that ran away at proceedings, and it was Jamie Elwood who in the end would bring on home that victory, the trophy class driver taking all the points he wanted. However, behind him, well, he had an absolutely brilliant pack of championship class drivers. Harry Kramer was the one who brought home the championship victory with 2nd place on the road, and behind him was Andrew Whitton and Paul Goldstein. However, very interesting into the race, we did see the top 4 calm down. Paul Goldstein sat in 4th and didn't really want to make any further progress. And a lot of question marks with race. Why didn't he go for moves? Well, I think he was thinking about the bigger picture coming into our races today. You can see him there line up right at the front of the grid, lining up on that front row alongside Harry Kramer. And these two, well, they did an absolutely brilliant job in qualifying. It was their 2nd fastest lap, which dictated the qualifying order, and, well, we are all set and ready to go once again. And you can count on only 2 things in these races with the Caterhams, is at some point the race has got to finish and somebody's going to win it. But who is going to win it? Well, that, of course, is the big golden question. And, well, place your bets, ladies and gentlemen, because we are set for another 20 minutes of fantastic racing action with these Sigma 150 machines. The green flag is waved at the back by our marshal, and you know what that means. The 5-second countdown goes on, and, well, we're about to start get racing. And it's lights out and away we go then for race number 8 of the championship campaign for the Sigma 150 class. And as they roar the way up towards turn number 1, well, it's anybody's guess who's going to be leading. It looks though their Goldstein's had the worst start of all the top 4 there. In fact, dropping all the way back to 4th place. Decides to step back as we've got a couple of drivers going through the gravel. Keep it pinned, guys. Let's get out of their gravel trap. They just about do so. They managed to rejoin there, using the space on the entry into Hawthorne Bend as a rejoin point. And we are continuing to be at green pace racing as they charge their way into the chicane. And, well, most drivers there deciding to back out the 2 wide. Nobody taking to the escape route there. Brilliant awareness from everybody involved. And now we really start to build up the tempo. As it looks as though there, Kramer leading this race with Whitton already up into 2nd place. He's had a lightning start. That's a big set of lockups there. Further on back, side by side, that's number 13 up the inside of the 149. And that's a very graceful move there being made by Clarkson, trying to make some progress here. Lancaster's dropped all the way down from a starting position of 6th place. I think he's outside the top 10. He's had a terrible start as they make the way up into the distance, and we suddenly catch them at the other end of the Jim Clark S's. And we'll immediately now, you can see this top 4, they are starting to settle down once again. It's almost as if you could read this off of a script. We do have 3 drivers that are trying to stay with that. That's a big slide there coming on through. That was some actually brilliant manoeuvring from Clarkson there. Goodness me. Well, indeed, if he follows in the footsteps of the Jeremy Clarkson, the famous celebrity, more power, I think he's definitely taking that approach right now. But as they try to calm it on down, a bit of a front lock up there from Jamie Elwood on the front right coming through the second part of the complex. But it looks though now for all the jostling, we do have a top 7 that are creeping away. So that's a very sideways Andrew Whitton. But coming to the end of lap number 1 then, and it is going to be none other than Kramer who leads this. Elwood jumped up from 4th to 2nd, and then we do have Willoughby in 3rd and Goldstein in 4th, Whitton in 5th. So I've been confusing there when it's Willoughby and Whitton together, and well, let's get that corrected. That was very sideways to Willoughby, who is 2nd place in trophy at this point, and well, from them it's then Sibbett, Heaton, McCall, Warner and Ems and Clarkson who complete that run to best of rest in 11th place. But now with the open lap complete, well, we start the whole pack process where we start to see packs of cars form, and now it becomes a bit of a jostling game, and everyone's got to think about how they position and also which parts of the pack can potentially break away from each other. But you can see there Goldstein having to go very defensive here. This is a very different prospect from what we saw yesterday. He seems so happy towards the front of the field. Indeed, we saw the top 4 finishers all lead laps at some point, but here Goldstein is being reeled in, and well, it's very curious, and I think perhaps the different conditions today and the setup of the car, the two are just not moulded together as much as he would like them to. We can see Elwood here trying to break away with Kramer. They have swapped the places through turn 1 and subsequently later on the lap, so I think right now Elwood is trying to get the hammer down here. And Jamie Elwood would like to make it back-to-back overall wins because therefore he'll get the maximum possible points as a trophy class entrant. Remember, trophy class drivers, where it's been Sigma 135 or Sigma 150 in this case, they are scored based on their overall finishing position. Even if they win their class, but they don't win the overall race, they don't get the overall winners' points. That's what makes their Trophy Cup such a challenge versus the championship contenders, as that's a big dive under braking for the 34 on the 112, and well, that is a very brave dive to the inside. That was Heaton trying to look for the move on Whitton, and well, it looks like Whitton here starting to go backwards a little bit as well. Now, he was saying to me in the build-up today, was Andrew Whitton, that given he was starting 5th place, he thought it might be a bit of a challenge to try and replicate that podium from yesterday. He felt as though he would be fighting backwards in terms of looking his rearview mirrors and also side mirrors more and more than looking forwards, and that does seem to materialise. But we can see that Goldstein in 4th place, he's just not able to stay with the top 3 here. Now, I think some pressure from Sibbett has definitely contributed to this, and speaking of Sibbett, he's going to apply some pressure here looking around the outside. But also, we've got some bodywork there. Oh, goodness me, that is a lot of bodywork coming off, and I think that's one of the rear left wheel arches there. Or was that Sibbett's car that had that come flying off? That was hit, and well, I'm surprised there's not a punctured tyre as a result of that. That was a lot of bodywork, and thankfully, it separated itself across the road. However, I wouldn't be surprised there if there might be a potential for a safety car to clear up the debris. Well, we'll wait and see, but these Caterhams are sturdy, and right now other drivers will be cognizant of what's there. But of course, when you're the first driver to come into the scene of debris, it is always a big question mark, as that is the number 34 there of Heaton going sideways all the way through Sunny Bend, and well, that was to make the move back on Whitton to take back the position of 6th place. But as they emerge now, well, all the drivers getting very feisty out there. Definitely does seem as though this second pack really starting to pounce on each other, as a big slide there from our Aqua Blue machine behind. And well, as they all come to the end of this lap, it has been a dramatic lap number 3. Questions asked, no doubt about it, and I think the drama may only continue because our leaders are starting to peel away. But as we can see here, Goldstein now behind Sibbett, and Sibbett really pushing on here for 4th place overall, 3rd in trophy class, but he needs to make some more progress because Kramer and Elwood at the front of the field, they are trying to gap with Willoughby coming along with them. Sibbett also trying to break away, and Goldstein here in the 150. Well, one of the things that he's had to get used to, having been your champion for 2024 in the Sigma 135 championship category, is that these Sigma 150 cars, they have a limited slip differential. It's an enforced requirement going from 135 to 150 that you have to have the limited slip differential, or the LSD. Oh my goodness, and that is a big moment there, and well, that is going to be the strawberry machine going straight up into the air. Yellow flag there, there's bodywork all over the road, and he gets it turned around, prevents it from getting stuck there in stall. Andrew Whitton is not fazed by what's happened, even though he took flight there. I mean, they did say that this race circuit was based on a Royal Royal Air Force airfield. But one thing is, we're not expecting anyone to take off in this modern day and age. All the flying days were done in 1946, but he didn't get the memo on that one. But thankfully, nobody was hurt from that, and it looks like everyone's able to go racing. But my good lord, and hopefully we might be able to get a replay of that later on and try and unpack what exactly happened there, because that definitely was drama. And well, when it goes wrong in Caterham, in terms of when it gets dramatic, it can get very dramatic, and that goes to show you the fine margins all drivers race at, and sometimes those margins, they do become very marginal. But as we do see a big slide and lock up there from our number 50, that's McCall. McCall's been doing that every time he's come into the second part complex. He doesn't seem to be happy under braking into the sharp right-hander. I wonder there whether perhaps he's just pushing the car a bit too hard. And coming to our point of the evolution of the Sigma 135s to the Sigma 150s, with the limited slip differential, you do have to be a lot smoother on your throttle input, which is what Warner was telling me when I had the chance to catch up with Witten and Warner together down in the paddock at the CGRC wheel, or the sort of standing tent. They were telling me about the fact that these cars require a very delicate touch, and none more so at the Croft circuit, particularly under braking, as we see all the drivers make their way through the debris field there, and smooth trail braking to the apex of every corner can be the difference in lap time, where you can suddenly find a couple of attempts, if not almost half a second, at the heaviest of braking zones. If you can transition absolutely smooth as butter from brake to throttle with your right foot, you do get a lot more pace out the car compared to being a bit more brute force, which Warner was telling me he is quite brute force with the brake pedal. He's a bit of a binary driver in the fact the throttle is either on or it's not, and the same with the brake, whereas Witten a lot smoother, and he feels that smoothness is what's enabling him to move forward and particularly chase those podiums. But a little bit of context aside, well, we haven't even quite completed the opening half of this race yet, but my good lord, we have definitely had some moments. But one thing that has stayed constant at the front of the field is that our top three, well, top four I should say, let's not be without Civic, they are slowly starting to pull away, and well, it's some great work there. But as we do say hello to Mike in the YouTube chat, the BARC YouTube chat, who says, whoa, got some airtime there, and well, he's been enjoying the racing so far, and that's good on you, Mike. I hope you're doing well. And we also have John Wise there saying, can we give the marshals a shout out because we can't go racing without them? 100% we can do indeed, John Wise, because that's some wise words there. I don't mean to play a pun on your surname, in the fact that without the marshals we cannot go racing, and they make sure things proceed absolutely spot on with regards to safety. As we also say hello there in the TCR YouTube chat to S Green Eggs and Ham, who's cheering on Clarkson, who is pushing hard. Now looking at those chats, looking back to our racing going on here, and remember it is now the more traditional jostling for position. It's very difficult though coming down into this braking zone for Tower Corner, because you can see, look at how our drivers are restricted to a much narrower line with the debris there. Nobody really wants to drive in it. We haven't seen any punches so far. These are a Toyo tyres. They are normally quite resistant to sudden punches, but then again, it only takes one bit of debris at the wrong point at a good amount of speed, and it can lead to one. Therefore, that's why all drivers are really racing on the narrow line there to Tower Bend, whereas normally you would see them scythe quite close to the inside of the apex. It does, however, present an opportunity here with Elwood taking this lead off of Kramer going into there. It does mean that the racing line is actually now really thinned through there, and it becomes a bit more of an easier corner to defend, because Tower has been one of the #1 overtaking spots for these Caterhams all the way through this weekend so far. However, with this, what it is doing, it is gradually forcing this top four together. And you'll see that Goldstein, once again, he's roughly 0.8 of a second off the back of the top four. I wonder whether perhaps he's not quite comfortable with the way the car's performing compared to his rivals, and instead what he's doing, he's going for a solid set of results here. He is currently in second in championship class. He will take the second place points in the championship. It is the battle of Harry Kramer, Stephen Clark and Paul Goldstein. Clark's not here this weekend, and therefore it does mean it really is an opportunity for Kramer and also Goldstein to score big. But Goldstein finishing second, it's not a bad thing. And as our drivers make the way through, I think we might have a replay of what happened. Here we go. This was the Witten incident onto Willoughby, I believe, at the time. Here we go then as they made the way down. Well, in fact, no, this was beforehand. This was not the airtime moment. This was the battle there. That was an excursion out wide. In fact, yes, it was the airtime moment. And, oh, goodness me, that was a big, big moment there. And you could see the rear left tyre, the 112, making contact with our other red machine there. Couldn't quite see the door number on it. And, well, some great evasive driving from McCall there. And indeed, right now, you could imagine, and goodness me, I'm going to get in trouble probably for making this pun. If he was flying aircraft, he'd be a great dogfighter, because those manoeuvres were absolutely astronomical. But as they make the way around, well, right now, coming from aircraft terminology, from a man who was flying, and that brilliant replay there, flying at the front of the field, that is Elwood, Kramer and Willoughby. Civic is being dropped to a degree. In fact, Has Civic fallen back? Yes, he has. He's fallen all the way back. And I think, as we do have what is our top three now absconding with that lead battle and for the podium, well, as they roar the way through the left-hander there, the hairpin, they are now just simply trying to sail off, and Goldstein has actually fallen behind Heaton in all of this, unless I'm mistaken. So the 34 has made some more progress, is into 5th. Goldstein now down to 6th place. Again, it's not going to cost him places because Warner is all the way down in 7th place, 8 seconds off of him, but you can understand a little bit of frustration perhaps building. But one thing to consider as well, when I was speaking to a number of our championship drivers earlier today, they do find it a bit of a weird dynamic with regards to going racing. Now, the reason for that is because when you're racing as a championship class driver, you score based on your finishing position in class, not overall. So you'd think, okay, as we see that battle there, hold the fort, that's the 34 that was involved in that Warner incident. Well, not the Warner incident, the Witten incident, I'm going to refer to it as. And, well, the 34 there, Heaton, holding on right now. And, well, definitely made a stern start. He's trying to keep Goldstein and Warner behind as they make the way through. Warner is 9 seconds back, however, so he won't have any trouble with that. But he's also trying to get involved with Civic just up the road. This top three continue to make the way on through here. And, well, in fact, the top three are now falling back into the clutches of 4th, 5th and 6th. So I think it is the situation whereby Elwood and Kramer, they're taking a lot of time out of each other, albeit they haven't really fought too hard. Big lock up there coming into the complex. Was that Elwood locking up? I think it was. Is it the case that some of them are now starting to run out of a little bit of pace, running out a little bit of tyre life? And, oh, a big lock up there on the front left from Elwood. I think Elwood might be pushing too hard here, and now he's starting to come undone a little bit. This circuit is nice and warm. It's much warmer compared to how it was as of yesterday, and, well, that could be playing a factor. A little bit of tyre and brake temperature as they head onwards here towards the closing stages. But this Sigma 150 race, well, it's definitely a very different race compared to what we saw yesterday evening when we really closed things out with a brilliant top four battle that never really built up to a crescendo, but it was always simmering. It was always getting ready to boil over. But now we are really seeing a top six that are pushing each other the distance, and in doing so, it really is now becoming a question of when, not if, they go for moves. But down they come then towards the debris field at Tower Bend, and as they do, the number 14 covering off the inside there, and, well, 34 I should say, that's Heaton making another move. That is going to be to move him up into 3rd place overall. That was a move on Willoughby there, but Willoughby's going to try and come back at him, and they're going to go side by side for the S's. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. And, well, Heaton holds on to 3rd place. A lovely move made there. Willoughby tried to come back at him, but in the end, with a wider circumference here to rotate the car through, it wasn't going to quite happen. But then we come to the McCall-Warner battle, and I believe, in fact, Warner was leading that battle for 7th place at the start of the lap. It has now gone to McCall, so McCall making some great progress, and, well, not being held back. Coming on through the long right and in towards complex they go. Well, Warner right now, he won't be too upset with 3rd place in the championship class, but he will feel as though he'd like to be 3rd on the road rather than 3rd in class after all the results are recalculated. And that's one thing that a number of the championship drivers were telling me earlier today, is the fact it feels weird when you come on the podium of your class but you finish at the bottom end of the top 10 overall. It doesn't quite feel special compared to taking a podium, and that's where you will see the championship drivers and the trophy drivers really go hammer and tongs at each other here, albeit respectfully, because the championship drivers want that feeling as though you finished in the top 3 or you won the race overall, because it doesn't quite feel the same when you say, well, I won my class but I finished 3rd on the road. It doesn't quite match up. Some drivers don't feel that way, others do. It's a bit of an interesting dynamic out there on this grid, that's to say the least. But as they come on down then, and now with 5 minutes on the clock by the time they get to the second half of this lap, we can see that the tempo definitely now starting to get a little bit more furious here. And, well, we've got to be patient. It's all about the patience game here in terms of when these battles already start to kick off. But you can imagine with 5 minutes to go, this top six is definitely absolutely pushing itself to the limit. And I wouldn't be surprised here if Willoughby and Goldstein are perhaps looking at this, as we do see their best side-by-side moment. That is going to be Civic now moving up a little bit, defending that 3rd place. But I wonder whether Goldstein perhaps has been waiting all this race to have an opportunity. Kramer, in fact, in this pack has dropped all the way down to 4th place. He's stepped backwards in this pack. Perhaps he wonders whether something's going to happen before this race is said and done. because he's fallen from the lead overall at the start lap to now full place. You can see, look who's right behind him. That is Willoughby. That's not a problem. But then we do have Goldstein right there with him. Here comes Willoughby looking up the inside. He's going to go for it there. And in fact, Willoughby going for a very late move. And we're suddenly going to have a top 4 trophy drives and then a 1-2 of championship right together. All will we? It's going to be a drag race down the straight. This could be quite important on complexion for the last couple of laps here as I head onwards. We have got a black and white flag for track limits being waved for one of our drivers. We will try and get you an update on that when we can with regards to who's picked up the black and white flag there for a misdemeanor, but no idea at the moment. But the top 6 definitely getting very touchy and feely with regards to who's positioning where. It's not this lap that matters. The next one will really matter. It'll be the penultimate lap, and then the final lap, understandably, that's where it's all to play for. But these drivers definitely feeling each other out at this point and seeing where do they want to be in this pack. But onwards they go then, and as they do, well, of course, our focus is on the top 6 here, but just to give you some updates further down the field, for those who are cheering on other drivers, completely understandable, McCall is still holding on to 7th place. He has got the pack of Warner, Ems and Clarkson completing the top 10, and then you do have a 10-second gap to 11th place driver Lancaster, who has Murrah, Witten, White and Cordy for company, albeit the field has spaced out further beyond that, and the only closer battle is towards the bottom end of the top 20, and that is Gleick and Appleton, who are within half a second of each other. But we're going to stay transfixed to the front of the field for a good period of time. And in fact, speaking of the front of the front of the field has now spread out. And our top 2, they're starting to run away with things. I think they've said to each other, you know what, it's time for us to go on the late sprint here in the Tour de Croft. And as they charge the way around, well, we're going to keep using the Tour de France analogies here because I think it's quite appropriate in the fact that we've seen our pack of 6 suddenly split into a pack of 2 and a pack of 4. And well, I'm not talking about beer you can buy in the local off-licence. I'm referring to Caterham's here, albeit it's an easy analogy to make. And as they charge the way onwards, well, penultimate lap goes underway and up towards turn 1 they go. We've still got one more race in them after this one, of course, and it will be the race that sees us out here at Croft for this weekend of the TCR UK race weekend. But the top 6 have gone through, and then look at that. That is the gap, 10 seconds to McCall, who's holding on to 7th now, but he's in a championship competitor territory versus roles of Warner and Ems and Clarkson. It's also on the back of this, and you can see Clarkson there. Car around, hold up a second. Who's that? Who's had a big old spin? I think that's Murrah. That is Murrah indeed, gone around there, rolling backwards. That is not a happy place to be. You're on the start-finish straight and rolling up backwards down there. I think very slowly rolling backwards. I think wondering when is the right time to turn the car around. Well, hopefully they can get it turned around soon. The car might have stalled, to be fair, and if it has done, they'll need to get it restarted, but it is in a very precarious position. We'll keep an eye on that when we can. But we can see our top 2 then, they are pushing each other onwards here. Into Sunny Bend they come, and as they do, it's Elwood versus Heaton. Heaton right now holding off the number 1, and Elwood has that number 1 on his door for a reason, and as he feels as though he's number 1 out there, but I get the feeling that Heaton would like to say that the number 34 also deserves its time at the top of the step of the podium, and I think he's feeling confident he might be able to make this happen. But heading through then, and well, they'll have one more lap to jostle for this overall win, and with it the trophy victory, and well, all the points will come their way, presuming that Civic or Willoughby do not get involved in this, nor do the championship drivers of Kramer or Goldstein suddenly become a third party to it, but they charged away then. We have had the backwards car of Murrah turned around. Murrah is out there, albeit to the back of the field, which is great to hear in terms of the fact they've been able to recover the car. A shame because they were doing very well to fight for a top 10 spot. But here we then go, ladies and gentlemen. One more lap for the Sigma 150s, and that is a very deep run wide there of Elwood. Elwood pushing very hard with the dirty air, the draft, carrying too much speed into Clevo Corner, and that catching him out, albeit Elwood, in fact, has caught back up immediately through Hawthorne Bend. He's now using the slipstream to his advantage, and I think Heaton might have dropped the ball there, and you can see, in fact, here they come then, roaring the way down the back stretch, and it's going to be a look round the outside here from Elwood. This is bold. They're going to battle. They avoid the debris. A big lock up of the front brakes from both drivers. Heaton defends hard on the inside. Elwood looks around. He can't quite find it at the moment. Third place through to 6th. They watch on. They've got the proverbial popcorn seat view here. They want to get involved in it as well, but they're too far back. They were 2 seconds back at the start of the lap, but they're going to be a lot closer towards the end. It's too wide for the S's, and they come through. Run wide there from Elwood. He uses a bit of the off-road in order to be able to keep this battle going. They don't mind using the track limits now. The gloves are off here as they come into Sunny Bend, but it's going to be Heaton up the inside, but he goes very deep, and as he does, Elwood cuts it back here. Around they go. Jamie Elwood retakes the lead, and they come through. Look at Civic. Civic is right there now as they head up towards the complex. This is where it's going to get very difficult. Kramer's been dropped, Willoughby's been dropped, Goldstein's been dropped. The top three here are absolutely going all in. It's going to be a look around the outside to the inside he goes. It's a lovely defensive drive there from Heaton, but the one thing is this is going to release the number one car, not just in terms of position, but on its door to lead this race on through to the checkered flag. And as they come out of the final corner, it has been a spectacular 20 minutes of racing, but it is going to be Jamie Elwood who brings it all to a close with an emphatic victory there, ahead of Heaton and Civic. Then we'll have the best part of 2 seconds before we do get to Goldstein, who in the end has Willoughby down in 5th place. We'll then have Kramer finishing in 6th when all was said and done. He has a slow end to the race. I wonder if he's headed off track. McCall, Werner and Ems will complete your top 10, with Clarkson best the rest in 11th place. I believe that's correct. No, Clarkson was 10th place. I've missed a position there. And then we will have in 11th, it will be Lancaster, I believe, who just holds off Witten to the line after Witten's aerial antics. Well, in the end, he's come back to terra firma, and he finds himself finishing 12th. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen. One end to this race, and indeed, it has been a dramatic one for the Sigma 150s, and we've still got the best part of 14 seconds before we do get to Benton, I believe, albeit we've lost Elliott somewhere along the way, unless I'm mistaken. And in fact, a big run wide there. I think Elliott's fallen backwards. Is that going to be... Well, we've lost Elliott entirely. Oaks and then Benton. And I think it will then be Glite coming across. So somewhere on the road, we've lost the 144. Can we find it before it's done? And there is going to Miara, then Appleton. So I think Elliott has had to retire from the race on the final lap. Or has had an excursion. We haven't quite seen what's happened. But what an end to this 20-minute race for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduate Racing Club Sigma 150s. And well, it had every little bit of drama, and we've just had an update to our timing tower there, and Elliott did finish 9th in class in the end, or what was 15th place overall, so there was just a slight delay to our timing tower picking up the driver. That always happens. You do have some slow transponders out there in terms of sending that data through, and that's why these results are always provisional until we do see the final standings. But as we see the scenic view there, this Croft circuit definitely has been a circuit where all the drivers did a fantastic battle, and there are your finishing positions, your top 14 subject to stewards' inquiries. Jamie Elwood, your overall winner and trophy winner, ahead of Henry Heaton by only 4 attempts at the finish. James Sibbett finished 3rd there, so all 3 of these trophy drivers, they will take the top 3 points with them. Paul Goldstein, 4th there overall, but for him a class win, and that will mean for the championship class driver, he now has his 3rd win of the season as he continues his campaign upwards in the Sigma 135s and into the Sigma 150 class. Matthew Wilby, we finished 5th on the road, and he will take the 5th place points for the 4th place finish in the trophy class, with Harry Creamer 2nd in the championship class, 6th overall. He won't be too upset about that, and that continues his front of podiums that has been going for some time, and you can date it all the way back to Silverstone. And James McCall finished just behind him, a further 12 seconds off, and then we did have Rob Warner, head of Jonathan Ems, with Miles Clarkson completing your top 10. Stephen Lancaster, best the rest in 11th, ahead of Andrew Witten, with Gareth Cordy and Barry White round off your top 14. Fastest lap of the race, where it went to Henry Heaton, and it was set on lap number 7 on 1 minute 31.98, a very fast lap in the tow, and indeed, I believe, in the tow of 4 other cars. But here's the replay at the start of the race, ladies and gentlemen, and what a start it was. Elbows out jostling, that was McCall being sent wide, and then he rejoined, did very well to rejoin, as did his rival who followed him out, and all the field in the end surviving the opening couple of corners. And here's an alternative view of that race start, and a lovely reflection of all the speed that the Caterhams carry on through. And then we did take a look at what was the moment here where we did have a big piece of debris get shattered across the road, and the strawberry machine would make its way through into Tower Bend in a bit of a shunt at that time in terms of the debris. And then we would have the aerial antics of Andrew Witten as they came on down here. And well, after looking at one side of the road, and he ended up pitching up one side, then the other, and taking McCall alongside with him. And well, conversely, that our trophy driver being able to get away with it. Later on, we also saw some great battling, a big spin there from Mara, and that explains what happened to the 94 Mara going on around. Definitely a bit of a dramatic moment there, but thankfully, nobody involved other than just the sole driver. And then we had this fantastic side-by-side heading on through the Jim Clark S's for the lead of the race, and they had to use all the track, plus plenty more. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely superb racing all the way through, and our leaders fighting so hard here all the way to the conclusion. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our Caterham drivers down in Parc Fermé, so we're going to go to Ian Waterhouse as he gets a word from our top 3 finishers in an absolutely dramatic race.
Well, here he is, Jamie Elwood. You're proving the unstoppable Caterham machine right now.
Only just. That was that last lap was hectic. That was. I want to watch that back on the stream straight away.
Let me take these off so I can actually look into your eyes. I think we've been just playing the replays there. So in fact, Henry came over, didn't he? And it's so nice to see the pair of you sort of shaking hands and saying, "What a great move."
When I saw Henry come into my mirrors, I thought it's not going to be like race one. This is going to be another level up, and he wasn't going to take second sitting down. He was going for it.
He's a cracking driver, isn't he? But Jamie, so are you. A pair of wins already this weekend. What does that mean to you?
That hopefully means the championship. So the trophy championship. I think I've done enough to grab that. So yeah, fantastic.
Come on, let's have a big hug then. Unconfirmed yet. Anyway, where is? Let me grab Henry. James, we're going to come grab you in a minute as well. Henry, can we grab you for a quick chat if we can as well? We were just saying how nice it was there with you and to Jamie there, sort of shaking us, talking about that move. Brilliant racing between the pair of you.
Great racing, yeah. I was trying to time it there at the end. I mean, I started in 9th, so a little bit of work to do, and there were some tussles along the way. I've come away with 2 less wheel arches, but
don't need them anyway.
Yeah, you don't need them anyway. A bit of DRS, a bit of drag reduction going on there, but yeah, it was a good last lap between me and Jamie. I mean, he just about was far enough away going down into tower that I could hold the inside, but I was so hard on the brakes, locking up, dropped it down into second, powered out the corner, and then he was having another go at me through the S's as well. And that was, I mean, when you're wheel to wheel through the fastest part of the circuit, it's proper racing. We gave each other just enough room, and then I went and slightly overdid the braking zone into the braking point into Sunny Inn, which unfortunately then gave him the opportunity, and he had to be there to take it. So fair play, Jamie, he took it. But yeah, I'm delighted to be on the podium after a slightly disappointing result yesterday. We made a few changes to the car, so on the pace, and be looking forward to the races after.
How exciting is it? We're going to do it all again later as well.
Going to do it all again. Got one more step of the podium to go, so I'll be going for the win. Feel like I've got the pace now to go for it. So yeah, looking forward to this afternoon.
Better go get in that ice bath, Henry, if you've got it with you as well. James, we have a quick chat. Congratulations, great racing out there. How was it for you?
Oh, it's a cracking race, to be honest. Started 7th, got a bit swamped at the start. So fell back a bit, but with the slipstreaming in Caterham's, as long as you can sort of stick with the group, you really stand a better chance of moving your way up. So I was kind of on the fringe for most of the race, sort of sat in 4th, trying to get closer into the toe. I kept missing 3rd gear coming out of the last chicane. Last hairpin, and so I sort of lost ground each lap on that, but just me trying to change gear too quickly, I think. But yeah, really happy with that. It's my sort of first sort of season back after a while away from racing, so yeah, car's relatively in one piece. I'm hot and sweaty, and hopefully the car's fit for the next race.
All I can say is we're glad to have you back, James. We really are. Congratulations, great stuff indeed. Right, next race about to head out as well. In fact, they are heading out right now behind the safety car. Track Action coming up, final race of the weekend for them. And I caught up with a couple of drivers in the assembly area a little bit earlier. Let's hear what they had to say. Right, here we go. Time for track action here at Croft. Yesterday, what a race we saw. Sean Govan took the win in the Citroen AX. I want to go have a chat here with one of the boys in the 206s. These are pretty special, aren't they, Matt?
How are you doing?
I'm very well. These 206s are pretty cool, aren't they?
They're all right. They're putting on a bit of a show this year. We're trying to be close. They're all the same car, same engine, same brakes, same suspension. So it puts on some close racing, some door-to-door stuff, and so hopefully we can put on a show for you today. Only 5 of us, but hopefully the numbers are growing so we can put more of a spectacle in the future.
So basically, if you've got one of these, we want you to come out and play, right?
It doesn't really get much cheaper, you know, for what you can build these cars for and what you can go out there and race in. It's about as cheap as it gets, but we're also pretty nippy, you know, compared to some of the other things out there. Not necessarily some of these monstrous boys, but we do our best to keep out the way.
You certainly keep us entertained. Look, what's the atmosphere like when you're not on track inside the paddock with everyone?
It doesn't get much better, you know. Somebody has a problem, we all jump together, we all help each other out. You know, we have a good chinwag at night, and you know, chew the day's racing over, maybe with a beer. So yeah, it's brilliant. Couldn't ask for anything better from the guys, and yeah, we're all good friends.
Right, I know where I'm going at the next meeting. I'm coming down to your camp. Best of luck for this race, mate. Enjoy it, won't you? Really appreciate that. Right, time to get underway. Track action. I love this. The mix of cars is unbelievable. Yes, we've got a Skoda Octave, we've got a Citroen EX, we've got a number of Peugeot 206s. We have got it all. You're about to see it. Let's go racing. Paul Walsh, over to you, my friend.
Well, that was Ian catching up with Matt Anderson only moments ago. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the second of the two races for the Track Action Racing Club here this Croft weekend. And this will be round number 8 of the series for 2025. Sean Govard lines up on pole position. He was the fastest man in qualifying when the second fastest lap times were taken. Paul Roderson lines up alongside him in the good old battle of the Citroen AX versus the Skoda Octavia. Sean Deacon and Callum Trump line up on row number 2. Keep your eyes out for the Nissan 350Z driver, and the fact that he will be looking to have a better start compared to how he started in race number 1 yesterday. He didn't quite get the launch he wanted, but he'll try and do it this time. Thomas Franklin and Ben Southwood, they will line up together on row number 3, with Franklin having that major moment with the barrier at Tower Bend yesterday, but I've been able to chat to him and all the cars back to normal. And the Renault 5 GT Turbo driver, he's got some stories at this circuit, but we'll come on to those a little bit later. Some of you may remember that his Renault ended up on its roof last year at one of the slowest rolls in history, or in recent history in the United Kingdom's world of motorsport. But from Franklin and Southwood on row number 3, Andy Tate and Andrew Mitchell line up together on row 4. And the big question in the Peugeot 206 GTIs is, can anybody stop Mitchell from running away? Jake Richardson and Noah Chetley line up behind on the 5th row of the grid. That is going to be your top 10. We've got a couple more drivers to consider on this grid as well. It's quite a nice packed grid for the Track Action Racing Club. And on row number 6, you'll have Martin Kayser and Matt Anderson, who we heard from only moments ago. And there'll be David B. Croft and Mark Robinson, who complete your starting order. 14 drivers there as listed, and hopefully we're going to see David B. Croft on there. He wasn't on the grid as of yesterday, but goodness me, look at that field. It's absolutely packed. An eclectic mix of cars. You've got Citroens, you have got Peugeots, you have got a Nissan 350Z, you've got a Skoda Octavia. They're all absolutely raring to go there, but it's fantastic to see the car variety. And indeed, as was mentioned by interview only months ago, one of the cheapest ways to go racing is the Track Action Racing Club Series, for the simple reason you take a car which you own. It can be just a production car, it doesn't have to be a dedicated race car. Convert it into a race car, you don't have to do too much. All you've got to do is put in the safety features, so the roll cage and the roll bars, etc., and you can go racing. And it's a really good way, it's very cheap, it's very fun, and so long as you keep within the specs, you've always got somebody to battle with, and you will see an absolute mix of cars here all going battling. Of course, they're on the formation lap. Next time they come around, they'll park up on the grid, there'll be a standing start, and we will be away for 15 minutes of action. And why did I mention Thomas Franklin? Well, the number 69 driver, you'll notice there's 2 numbers on the car, but he's running under number 69 today, whereas previously he's run under the number 88. The Renault 5 Clio Cup driver, well, the thing to keep about him is the fact that yesterday, what went wrong at Tower Bend was the car snapped braking, and it pulled to the left when he wanted to go to the right, and he ended up on the grass, and very quickly the car made its way along the tyre barrier, and in his own words he was saying to me he drifted along the barrier and eventually got beached into the barrier, but they were able to get the car out. He's been able to do the repair work. But the reason why the car is so snappy is because it's a new build to 2025. Last year he bought the same car out, and he's found they've made some tweaks to it, and the main tweak with regards to the car is that they've increased the power, and also they've introduced a helical differential, and that means that it's a car now that is very quick to accelerate, and we saw that lightning start from Thomas Franklin at the beginning of race 1 yesterday. It's a very quick car, but it's very lightweight and it's very aggressive on corner entry, particularly as you apply the brakes. The car wants to snap loose to give you all that rotation, but in doing so he's now got to try and tame the beast at his fingertips, because if he can't, that is where difficulty is going to be. But if he can tame it, we will expect him to come charging up through the field, and he will be chasing down the likes of Sean Govard and Paul Roderson. Speaking of Govard, well, he led the way yesterday. He took victory in the end by the best part of 4 seconds. He was kept honest by Paul Roderson, particularly at the race start, and if we had seen the safety car go away, I do imagine what could have been, given that Skoda Octavia VRS has been looking very quick on the straights, particularly coming out of the hairpin and onto the start-finish straight. However, also keep your eyes out for the Peugeot GTIs, because, of course, Andrew Mitchell was the man who was able to break away, and the main reason, not just because he's outright pace, but because the rest of the Peugeot pack, they were too busy fighting each other, and in the end, I think everybody forgot that Andrew Mitchell existed on the grid, And whilst they were all fighting over second place, which went the way of Jake Richardson, Andrew Mitchell, meanwhile, was pretty much having a peaceful race to the distance. So there's all these stories that we've got to consider there, and, well, we definitely look forward to it. Something tells me, to quote the words of DJ Seamus there in the TCR UK chat, that we may not quite see this become a bit of a horse race to the end, unlike what happened in the Caterham only moments ago, but I can promise you one thing, it is definitely going to be a spectacle with Track Action Racing Club, and you can expect some brilliant side-by-side racing action. And, well, we're almost set. They're almost all in position here, and the last of our cars are picking up to the back of the grid, and then it will be time for the lights to go on, and we're going to go green flag racing. Well, the 5-second board went out, and the lights are going on. And it's lights out, and away we go then for the second of the 2 races this Croft weekend for Track Action Racing Club. It's a great start there by a Volkswagen Scirocco driver further down the order. That was Robinson with a lightning start. Meanwhile, look at that start from Franklin, immediately up the inside there of Rodderson into turn 1. He had a lightning start once again. Sean Govard has also nailed his start. He's already off into the distance. Trump's had a better start as well, battling with Rodderson immediately through turns 1, 2 and 3. And as they make the way round through Hawthorne Bend, well, the Peugeot pack at the back, the 206 GTIs all get into the scrap. Rodderson there takes the escape road, but in doing so, he'll lift off the throttle, he'll lose some momentum. As his battle with Callan Trump continues here, and it is going to be the battle of the Skoda versus the Nissan. But the Skoda, look at the speed it has on that straight. The Nissan finally gets there, but as it does, he's got to go very late on the brakes. They will be side by side into Apex. We'll see how they emerge from Tower Bend in short order. Noah Checkley in the 52. Well, he's all over the back of Andrew Mitchell right now. Mitchell definitely not being allowed to run away with this, but you have to imagine that will we see the rest of the Peugeots put pressure on Checkley. Well, we can see there, Trump has got ahead of Rodderson coming on through the Jim Clark S's, but Sean Govard makes his way away in the Citroen AX. Well, then we hold that camera shot, lovely view, and you can see already he is checked out here and he wants to disappear, as meanwhile now it's going to be the battle for who's going to be in second. And, well, you would imagine at this point Thomas Franklin we're trying to hold on, but the one thing he has mentioned to me is also he is expecting that whilst he's going to be very quick in the corners, on the straight he may struggle for top end speed, and that's why you're seeing this 3 wide scatter in there, as Franklin essentially being the referee to split the battle of Trump versus Rodderson. Rodderson goes deep on the outside of the second part of complex. That's going to enable the nimble little machine there of Tate to squeeze on him. 2 by 2 they come around. This is not a formation lap where they do a rolling stop. Oh, goodness me, and Franklin went deep there, and as a result Tate came out the corner and found himself jostling and making contact, but they both survived that one as they come to the end towards lap number 1. And here comes Rodderson up the inside of Trump, and Trump getting to top speed a lot slower. Rodderson, that acceleration, that Skoda's incredible up the inside there into Clevo, and he will take second place. But right now, what can Trump do to come back at him? Well, he's going to need a really good corner exit. He wants to be as close as possible on corner exit, get into the toe, but if anything, it seems like he's battling with some understeer there coming out of Hawthorne. And as he heads onto the stretch, well, he'll gain initially through the chicane. That Nissan's much more nimble through the quick direction changes, but the problem is it just doesn't have that top end. You can see that pronounced acceleration difference. As soon as they hit, I would say, 5th gear in these cars, suddenly that Skoda just rolls off into distance. And meanwhile, well, that is Deacon all over the back of his rival there as they make the way onwards. And Deacon in the Peugeot 106, he's enjoying himself in the black, yellow and blue car, which I mistakenly referred to as Tate's car any moments ago. There is Tate further behind in the, oh goodness me, that would be in the Renault Clio Gen 4. But all these machines right now definitely getting into the tussle. That's going to move up the inside of Trump, but he's going to try and go for the cut back there through Sunny in. But unfortunately on Sunny out, it's not sunshine for him. It's going to be grey clouds because he now does have another car in front of him. So after a brilliant start from Trump, he's starting to go a little bit further back. However, that's not to say he can't come back into this race a bit later on, as we are starting to see the more nimble machines, particularly the Peugeots and the Renaults, they are starting to come alive here. And with Trump's Nissan, it's got the pace, but it perhaps doesn't quite have the setup dialed in as much as he would like it to, or the car is just a little bit bulky through those corners, and he doesn't have the straight line speed of Rodderson Skoda to make up that delta. But again, a mix of cars, everyone's got something to bring to the table here, as that looks to be a change of places. And well, we're going to see here the battle of 2 Renaults of 2 very different generations, and it's going to be just ahead there, I think, a move being made by the 59 Tate, getting ahead of Franklin, who then has to tuck in behind. And well, onto the brakes he goes in the number 69, and well, now he'll be riding the slipstream there, hoping he can follow that Clio all the way round as it tips a tyre up into the air. And indeed, when they go through these faster, very aggressive wide circumference corners, you will see the rear tyre, one of them, lift up, or as what we like to say, much like a dog, the saying goes, cocking its leg, the car, particularly for these front engine front wheel drive cars, where they lift the rear wheel. But with And Franklin going backwards now. Well, next on the counter is going to be Robinson in the Volkswagen Scirocco. He'll look for an opportunity to get involved, but he won't if he goes that deep through Tower Corner every time. That is a lot of understeer there. I think he missed his braking point and carried a bit too much speed into the corner, but it's understandable. It's an easy mistake to make, because the thing with this Croft circuit as well is the fact that a lot of these corners, because you want to be trail braking in, where essentially you put the brake on initially and then you gradually lift off the brake pedal as you turn the car in. So you're still slowing the car, but not as much as you would like. Getting that right and getting that consistent is very hard, as we see there. A lot of dust being kicked up, and that was an excursion by Robertson. He's definitely struggling for rotation at the moment. It does seem as though that Scirocco wants to go straight rather than turn through the corners, but I'm sure he'll get it back together when he can. But as he continues the battle there, and of course this Croft circuit being a very challenging one, very technically challenging. You can see having to use all the width of the road there to get through the second part complex. I wonder whether, given the tight steering rack on that Volkswagen, whether front engine front wheel drive and at lower speeds, whether he needs to use all the circuit to just rotate the car through the corner, because he's not feeling quite comfortable at the moment. And well, certain front engine front wheel drive cars, the faster you go, naturally the faster it will turn through the corner. But the low speed corners, that's where the understeer really creeps on in, and we've had a theme of that from, say, the Milltek Civic Cup, given they're all front engine front wheel drive Honda Civic Type Rs, and we're seeing that here for the front engine front wheel drive machines. But coming back to Franklin's car, well, the story of it being that last year he was here, and indeed he seems to be having, as we jokingly referred to down in the paddock this morning, he seems to have his annual visit to the medical centre at Croft, because last year, some of you may remember, at the hairpin, he managed to roll that little Renault 5. He managed to roll it, and we believe at an apex speed of about 20 miles an hour, it very slowly rolled onto its roof. Went to the medical centre, all was okay, no problems. And this year, he's had that moment at Tower Bend. Went to the medical centre, all okay, no problems. But he does seem to be making a habit, so much so I believe his wife has even said at one point, Mrs. Franklin, if you're tuning in right now, I do apologise if I'm going to misquote you on the behalf of your husband, but essentially saying, look, kind of don't want you to go to Croft anymore, because Croft seems to have it in for you. But right now, he seems to be having it in for some fantastic racing. But talking out power drives further up the order, now let's come to our Peugeots, because our perky Peugeots roaring the way on through. And as we can see, Andrew Mitchell, well, he is leading the battle of the Peugeots, but he does have Noah Checkley chasing after him, and Checkley only a second off the back of him. And then it is Richardson ahead of Anderson. So they are enjoying a much more spread battle this time. Of course, the first time out yesterday, it was all about the scrap between Checkley and the rest of the field for second place. Today, Mitchell seems to be being kept honest, as we did have a brief excursion there from Richardson, albeit he's brought it back together, and Anderson almost following him suit. Beercroft, meanwhile, Beecroft I should say, not Beercroft there, well, as they roar the way on through, they do all seem to be equidistant at this time, and it's going to become a question out of who starts to make mistakes as we get towards the end of the first half of this race. Remember, 15 minutes on the clock, we've got some way to go, and with that time to go, everyone here will definitely be starting to feel as though the front tyres and be feeling as though it's going to be one of those challenges whereby the fronts will start to go, and that's where the lap times can either dip, or you've been able to look after those tyres and not push them too hard. The lap times can stay steady, and you can start to actually gain on your rivals. And Checkley here will be hoping for that, because his last lap, as he came on through there, car's definitely looking to be in a happy place at the moment. Noah Checkley, that last lap was a 1 minute 44.678, a personal best. Mitchell, however, a 1 minute 43.860. Unfortunately, it does seem to be going the way of Mitchell in the Peugeots at the moment. In fact, he's doubled the gap since the last time we checked it. Here at the front of the field, this is Sean Govard, and well, he's going to try and make it 2 from 2 here. He's looking very happy in the Citroen AX at the moment as he heads out of the corner, and onwards he goes towards the timeline. And well, as we mentioned yesterday, in the absence of his rival and good friend William de Claudio this weekend, so we're not seeing the Buzz Lightyear Peugeot 1062 battle with the little Citroen, but Govard enjoying a runaway lead at the moment, albeit Rodderson setting a personal best of a 33.01. And the Skoda, unfortunately didn't get the chance to speak to Paul this morning. I would love to, because he's definitely been one of the drivers out there who's got everybody's attention with regards to this Skoda. In his own words, I remember specifically the last time at Track Action raced, and that was at the Silverstone National Circuit, saying if we could get more Skodas out on circuit, we could have an absolute sensation of Skodas doing battle. And well, if anybody's out there right now thinking you can't convert Skoda Octavia VRS into a racing car, here's the living proof you can, because Rodderson is doing it and he's enjoying himself out there. He may be 10 seconds off the leader, but he has got closing up behind him Deacon. And Deacon in this Peugeot 106, well, he's pushing hard, hasn't quite got the consistent pace to chase down Rodderson, but he's keeping him honest, and that's one thing you always want to do. If you can't match your rival for outright pace, if you can be a consistent threat and keep doing those lap times, you can always make your rival worry a little bit. And the reason we say that is because, well, when your rival is 3.5 seconds behind, they're not close enough to pose a threat, but they're close enough to be there in the back of your mind, and that can always nip away at you a little bit. Trump, meanwhile, well, he's currently running in fourth after a brilliant start to his race. Well, the Nissan 350Z, they're still enjoying a good run round. And, well, the 89 here continues to push on in the Race Car Wings sponsored machine, or the RCW machine, as it's on the side of the vehicle. And I do wonder whether that's his own business with regards to the sponsorship there, or whether that's of a good friend. Well, definitely an enlarged wing on the back of that Nissan, and a very popular car in the noughties period. Of course, superseded by the 370Z, and it has been revived as of the 2020s, albeit somewhat controversially, this car. Some would say that the new form of it, which never came to the European continent, including the United Kingdom, it only came to Japan and the United States. Some love it, some dislike it, with a very enlarged rectangular front grille. Personally, for me, I actually love the design of it, but then again, it's a bit of a Marmite car, and indeed you could say that of many cars of the modern era with large front grilles, including the latest BMW M4 from the 2022 generation onwards, the G82, where some absolutely love the front grille, others meanwhile absolutely detest it. But one thing we don't detest is the running here of the 59, and that is Tate. He's enjoying himself out there as well. And as he weaves and winds his way through the corners, you'll see a lot of these Renault Clio Gen 4 Cup machines. You'll see them, for example, in the Brit Car Endurance Championship, a very popular car there. And I believe, I may be mistaken on this, but I believe if not in this series, if not this specific car, we have previously seen in a very similar series, not Track Action Racing Club, we've seen a number of Brit Car Endurance Championship cars end up on the grid in these series. So therefore, always to watch out for, and they're always very popular as we then come to the little Renault 5 there at Franklin. Now, what's he doing in the 69 at the moment in terms of his lap times in the Renault 5 GT Turbo? Previous lap was a best, a 1 minute 38.474, a personal best I should add. He's continuing to crusade onwards, and he's matching the lap times of Tate just in front of him. So it does mean that Andy Tate is going to have to keep looking in his mirrors, because Franklin is making some progress. I do wonder whether that knock he had earlier on perhaps has just done some damage to the bodywork a little bit, and perhaps be causing a little bit more drag, because we did see that contact between him and one of his rivals coming out the hairpin. I'm sure all is okay. Well, one thing that's not okay is we haven't spoken about this man in the 381, and that is Southwood, or M4, his name in the 381, Ben Southwood, and we'll ruin his way around there. And I do believe we have a few Ben Southwood fans in the YouTube chat there, including Tanya Pearson in the BARC live YouTube chat. So good afternoon to you, Tanya, and we'll hope you're doing well as we see Southwood here just winding his way on through, albeit the gap right now between him and Franklin 9 seconds, but he does have a comfortable 3-second gap to Robinson. Elsewhere, however, we do have a bit of a closing gap for the fight for second place in the Peugeot Cup, with Noah Checkley under some pressure from Richardson. We will probably get some pictures of that in due course, but our leaders now definitely spacing out here, and with 3 minutes remaining, I think all the action at the front of the field may have come to a bit of a quiet pause. That's not to say we can't find action further down the order, as we see the Volkswagen Scirocco of Robinson there make its way on past us, and then we are waiting patiently another 17 seconds before we finally do find. And there he is, the main culprit who seems to want to win every Peugeot race. It is Andrew Mitchell. Well, he is running away with things little by little at the moment, but not by a huge margin, it should be said. But he is opening up that gap to Checkley lap after lap by about 4 to 5 tenths of a second. And then it will be the fight of Checkley, Richardson and Anderson, which is really going to be the big question mark on the remainder of the race distance. There is Noah Checkley. You can see right behind him is Richardson, and then Anderson a bit further back as Checkley rolls off the corner there, lets the car run out a bit deeper, opens up the circumference of the Hawthorne bend to give himself a bit more of an open line coming up through the chicane. We've got some blue flags being waved there. And I believe those blue flags will be for the fact our race leader, Sean Govard, is starting to come up to this pack, and that could be a factor as we do see the hazard lights going on there on Mitchell's car, and that means he is braking very hard. If you're ever wondering when you do see hazard lights go on a car and it's not apparent that they've broken down at the side of the road, it is normally, particularly in more modern cars, it is because somebody is stamping on the brakes very hard. But speaking of stamping on the brakes there, that was a side-by-side moment. I think that was a move being made by B. Croft versus Anderson, as we see Sean Govard there picking his way past Kaiser and putting a lap on the 888. So we've got a bit of a weaving now of these different classes here, and Sean Govard here will find traffic, but he also knows he's got 7 seconds to play with. So this traffic, as long as he's smart with it, it's not going to compromise his race too much here. And right now the Citroen AX driver just enjoying a very comfortable run as he comes up to the next pack of cars. But of course the next question will be, how is he going to find his way in between the pairing of Anderson and Croft? And well, the answer is going to be he's going to find them right into the complex, which will feel a little bit punishing. The blue flags will be waved, and you can see there will Croft taking a little bit of wide line to give all the space and plenty more, and now coming in towards the hairpin they go, and the world cover's going to go around the outside. That is going to be difficult, and in fact we had a swap of places there. We need to correct ourselves. I believe we have had Croft get ahead of Kaiser in all of this, so we will get an update on our time tower very shortly, and Croft ahead of Anderson. I should correct myself there. So it was Anderson with Croft, but in the end they swapped places earlier on in the lap. So Govard heads onto the final lap of racing then, as he continues to put a lap over the Peugeot Cup group, and well, as he rolls his way on through here, everything is looking to be sunny side up for the Citroen AX driver. However, he's still got one lap to go, and he'll want to get to that checker flag first, and let's not put the commentator's curse on him by saying all is won and done, because you never know what can happen until you find that checkered flag, and it's an important part of the race, and you've got to finish first you've got to finish. But look in this, and this is going to be a big dive up the inside, or is it? No, it's not. But that was the signal intent there from Richardson, looking up the inside of Noah Checkley, and well, as they make the way in towards the S's, you can see there's Sean Govard looking at this and thinking, okay, you know what, I could make it 3 wide for the drama, but I kind of don't want to do it because it could see me ejected off the circuit very quickly. And well, as they head in towards Sunny Bend, a big sideways run onto the grass there, and well, that's a big wobble. That will be due to the speed. I think that will be imagined to be lift-off oversteer from Richardson, and Noah Checkley will be given a comfortable lifeline there, as Richardson making a big error in the Peugeot 206 GTI, but I think the mental pressure I'm going for the Jim Clark S is keeping the pressure on Checkley, plus also trying to manage the blue flag situation of Sean Govard. May have just got to him a little bit there. It's easily done when you're racing that close, and the Jim Clark S has been one of the fastest parts of this Croft circuit, but also one of the trickiest parts where you need to be dialed in. But as he heads into the final corner, then he's been absolutely dialed in over the course of this weekend. He is going to make it 2 wins out of 2 in the Track Action Racing Club Series of 2025. Here at Croft today, it has been the Sean Govard story of the weekend, and he takes a victory there at the front of the field in the Citroen AX. He will have Paul Rodderson finishing second behind him in the Skoda Octavia VRS, making it 2 from 2 in terms of second places. And then we will have Sean Deacon finishing third, and well, across the line there as well, Andrew Mitchell will go on to 1 more lap in the Peugeot Cup category, and he will be your winner because Noah Checkley has finished the race a lap down in second place, that class ahead of Croft, with Richardson, Anderson and Kaiser completing your lap down Peugeot category. And well, we did see their Deacon a little bit earlier on, and then we come to Callan Trump, who just rolls his way over the line there in the Nissan, and we've got a sizable 19 seconds or so before we round off our top 5. And well, that checker flag being held aloft there, and well, we do patiently await the arrival of the Renault Clio Gen 4 machine of Tate, and here it comes then. And just behind there will be Thomas Franklin, who makes it to the end of this race. As there comes Tate finishing 5th, and Thomas Franklin will complete his race in 6th place. And he'll be happy with that one. He'll be a little bit disappointed that he couldn't finish inside the top 5, but I think the fact he's got to the end of this one, that is going to be a big boost to his confidence in the car, and he'll take all that experience and knowledge forward to when they next materialise on Saturday the 5th of July at Alton Park. Then here comes across the line, that will be Southard, and then we will have the last 2 finishers, but they are a little way away yet. We will be having Robinson firstly in his Volkswagen Scirocco, the man who had an absolutely lightning fast start from further down the order, made his way all the way up the order to take 8th place in the end, and then we will, 18 seconds later, be seeing the arrival of Mr. Peugeot, because it will be another win in the Peugeot GTI 206 Cup category, and it will be Andrew Mitchell who will be that winner. But when will he materialise? There he finally is. Our patience definitely pays off, because here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. He weaves it side to side. He knows he has been inconquerable here at Croft, and he gets the job done. And what a race. Well, we'll bring those finishing positions up very shortly for you, but definitely a fantastic race there, and a great example of the fantastic racing action that can be delivered by the Track Action Racing Club. And as we said only months ago, they've had a fantastic season so far, and they complete their first half of their series campaign for 2025, and next up will be Alton Park in July. But here are the finishing positions, subject to any stewards' inquiries. Sean Govard taking victory after 10 laps then in the Citroen AX, and doing so by 2.2 seconds over Paul Rodderson, with that gap coming down dramatically, with Govard having to back off in making his way through the traffic of the Peugeot 206 GT Cup class. From Rodderson, it was then Sean Deacon in 3rd, ahead of Callan Trump, the Nissan 350Z driver, who made a lot of progress, only to fall backwards to still did well to hold on to 4th. Andy Tate was 5th ahead of Thomas Franklin, with Ben Southwood, Mark Robinson. They completed your lead lap finishers. Oh, let's not forget your Peugeot Cup winner. He was also lead lap finisher, Andrew Mitchell. A lap down to Noah Checkley, who held off the attack from David Beecroft, with Jake Richardson, Matt Anderson and Martin Kaiser completing your finishing positions. 14 drivers, all 14 finished, and Sean covered the fastest of them all. On lap number 2, he set that fastest lap of 32.91. But we're going to immediately make away from these results down to Parc Fermé. Let's speak to our drivers, our top 3 finishers. It's over to Ian Waterhouse.
Well, a bit of a case of deja vu there, Sean. Everything okay with the car? Were you just looking after it towards the end?
Yeah, towards the end, plus I had a bit of pins and needles in my hand, so I was just trying to hold on, but I knew I had the gap, so I just thought I didn't want to take any chances, because obviously I still got other races to do. So, but yeah, the car felt good. Just a bit slow towards the end, but yeah, just looking after it.
I tell you what a mix it is. Your AX, your Octavia, you've got a 106. I think we briefly mentioned it yesterday, but just this car, this AX, why?
I still ask the same question. I did have a 106. I loved it, but I just thought I like the look of this. I like how it feels. I just love it. I don't know. It's different as well. How many other X's do you see out there on the racetrack? Maybe rallying, I don't know, but I'm not sure about on the track. So
well, you don't see them on the roads anymore, do you?
No, you don't know. So I got to look after this one. The spares are very rare. So yeah, no, it was good though. Enjoyed it. A bit hot, but yeah.
Great weekend.
Thank
Pair
you.
of wins.
Cheers.
Good stuff indeed. Paul Roddison over here as well. Paul, what a weekend, hey? You enjoyed that?
Yeah, it was good fun. It made it more interesting that I had a couple of cars to pass into before I could get there. I thought, what's happening on the start here?
Well, I was going to say, what happened on the first lap? Because you went off a little bit.
I got mugged, basically. But I thought, well, it'd be good fun, wouldn't it? I knew I couldn't catch that, but hey ho, I thought, well, I knew I could get round them. So, it was just a case of managing gap then. Yeah. And when I come to bike markers, I thought, you always got a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, but it weren't bright enough to catch him.
Paul, great to see you again. You said you got mugged. I've got your wallet over here, by the way. Good stuff indeed. Let's grab Sean Deacon as well. Sean, a case of deja vu really in that race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm happy with the third again. The times have improved from yesterday, which I'm happy with. Course is really, really difficult, but I think it's starting to get the whips a bit. It's that hairpin still throwing me out, but car held together. All praise to Waz Racing. They build fantastic cars, as you can see, a 1 and a 3. So, all round, all good. Enjoyed it.
Come back, Sean. On to the next one.
Thanks very much.
Good stuff indeed. Right, more racing action coming up. Junior Saloon Car Championship are out on track next. And a little bit earlier, I caught up with Sherry Ann Powell. She had to take part in a test. She wasn't the only one. A few drivers did it. So let's see how she got on. I'm down here with Sherry Ann Powell ahead of the third race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The reason we've come down here is because, very quickly, Sherry, I'm just going to quickly put the microphone under. You're getting back in the car because you've got to do an inspection. What have you got to do?
I've got to see how quick I could jump out in case my car was on fire.
Okay, there you go. If you didn't hear that, you've got to see how quickly she can jump out of the car in case it's on fire. Let's watch, shall we? And I don't know who's timing it. Daryl's timing it over there. The one of the screws. Oh no, he's not. Somebody's going to time it anyway. So this is what a lot of drivers have to do. They're picked at random, and they've got to quickly see how quickly they can get out of the car in case it is on fire. We did see Martin Wright actually. His car yesterday was on fire, so he had to get out pretty quick. Let's see how long it takes. Third race of the weekend, of course, coming up for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. This is Sherry Ann Powell with us now as well. Of course, Oliver Kerr has had a pair of wins already this week. Can he make it 3 from 3? Wilf Butler, of course, the championship leader. He's had 2 podiums as well, going very well indeed. So he's just putting the gloves on, and then we can get this underway very shortly. I wonder how long it's going to take. I don't know what the time limit is. Dave, can you tell us? Right, we're going through the inspection now. What's the time limit that they have?
We've got to get out within 7 seconds.
7 seconds?
7 seconds.
7? That's quick.
Takes me 17, but the kids can do it in 7.
So why are you allowed to race then? Right, here we go. 7 seconds is the time limit. Here we go. We're about to get underway with this. Here we go. Sherry Ann Powell, 7 seconds. I can't believe that. That's lightning fast. And the signal is in 3. She's got to get out of the car as quickly as possible. 2, 1, go. Here she goes. Can she do it in 7 seconds? Wow, that was quick. What was that, Dave? That was like 5.
I think Sherry won that one.
Fantastic. There was a few of them doing it as well. Actually, Leon Holly was doing it as well. Sherry, think you won that. That was pretty rapid, huh?
Yeah.
Well done. Good luck for race 3. Let's get underway, shall we? And over to you, Paul Walsh.
Well, they're hearing from Sherry and Powell, and the test of being able to get out of the car within an appropriate period of time in case the car is on fire, and doing so within the 7-second window. Great to see, and indeed our youngsters really getting to grips with everything they need to know when it comes to motorsport. But here is the grid then for round number 15 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship for 2025, and it is triple pole man Oliver Kerr who lines up on pole again. These lap times being the third fastest lap time set by each driver in qualifying yesterday. Wolf Butler lines up alongside the two big actors at the front of the field, and then the tertiary actor, Josh Salvador. He sits in third, looking to be involved. Max Scharfegger, he's had 2 fourth places so far. Can he make it 3 fourth places? Can he finally get onto that podium that he so desperately wants? Ollie Smith begins this one in 5th, ahead of Lewis Stannard. Then we do have Joe Wood, who lines up 7th. A great second race of the weekend. After a dismal race number 1 yesterday, we got to see Wood back on the grid and fighting hard. And his main rival, who will be fighting again, Leon Holly, who lines up alongside, starting 8th. Matthew Swatton and Martin Wright complete your top 10. Understandably, we may not be seeing Martin Wright on the grid. I couldn't quite see the car there due to the fire that occurred yesterday. However, good thing is drivers were okay. We saw him get to practice in a real life situation, needing to get out of the car given the way the car went up in flames, but doing so very quickly. And then Tom Allgar and Sherry Ann Powell make up your final 4 row on row number 6, with Lexi Powell there in 7th. So that's all the grid that are set, and well, we're all absolutely itching and ready to go. But as all the drivers make the way on around, well, it has been a very challenging, it must be said, weekend for all the drivers, and the big story of it all has been the independent driver of Oliver Kerr. He has made it 2 wins out of 3 so far. Can he make it 3? But joining me in the commentary booth is going to be none other than the man you just saw do the interview. It's going to be Ian Waterhouse. Ian, a fantastic race ahead. I mean, you've been running around up and down all day. You're going to be back in the commentary booth.
Yeah, I thought I'd come down and say hello, actually, Paul. We've come up here. We've actually come to change batteries on the camera, so I thought I'd pop up and say hello. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. The Junior Saloons always provide some entertaining racing, and Oliver Kerr, I mean, he has been flying this weekend, hasn't he?
Oh, he has. I mean, he was. Well, the funny thing is, when I spoke to him this morning, he was saying about the disappointment he had at Silverstone, in that he didn't win at Silverstone more than once. He wanted all 3 wins there, a more technical circuit, and suddenly he's absolutely flying. I mean, whatever they've given him at the midway point of the season, he's absolutely on point. But Wilf Butler sits alongside him. I mean, he was close in race 2. I think there's going to be fireworks between them again today.
Look at those 3.
Yeah.
Oliver Kerr right there, Wilf Butler, Josh Salvador. It's these 3. They are some serious racers, aren't they? And yes, Oliver Kerr, could he make it a hat-trick of wins? Wow. Of course, he's on pole position here, isn't he? Wilf Butler in 2nd, and Josh Salvador. A number of drivers to look out for as well. Is Martin Wright? I don't think Martin Wright's in this one, is he?
No, sadly, with the incident to his car yesterday, where he did have to do the real-life evacuation of the car when it did go up in smoke, I don't think he's made it onto the grid. And it's unfortunate for Martin. He's definitely had a bit of a rough season, our scholarship winner for last year, coming into this year. But still, that's the way it goes sometimes in motorsport. And the most important thing is he's okay, and we'll be looking to see him go racing sometime soon.
Yeah, we certainly will indeed. And by the way, Sherry Ann Powell, she got out of that car in about 5 seconds. I know you saw it on the video. She wasn't the only one as well, by the way. A few others did it as well. So Leon Holly did it too. And it was fantastic to see. In fact, Matthew Swatton did it as well. I think he was the fastest out of the 3 or 4 who did it. So full credit there. But 5 seconds is pretty rapid, isn't it?
Oh goodness me! I'll tell you one thing. If you were to say to me, "Get out of my car in 5 seconds," I probably wouldn't be able to do it the way they've been able to do it. I can
not with our backs, Paul. Not with our backs. No. I can't sit down now, as I probably won't get up again.
Oh goodness me, you and me both. But as they make their way around on their formation lap then, well, of course, it has been an interesting round in the championship, this one has, just because of the fact that Wilf Butler, he's been able to maintain 2 podiums out of 2. Oliver Kerr, the 4th place man coming into this weekend, he was 36 points behind. He is gaining a lot of ground, and Josh Salvador really has been... Well, he swapped places with Wilf Butler over the course of today, so you can imagine that those 2 right now, neither one's going to gain on the other, and Oliver Kerr really has come in and sort of gone, you know what, I'm going to grab this championship by the reins and make myself the new man in the championship.
He's taken advantage, isn't he? I'm not so sure Josh Salvador has quite got the car underneath him this weekend, but he does have a big enough gap, I think, to those behind. So I expect him to be on the podium, but I don't expect him to be trouble in top sport, unfortunately. But he is still an outrageously talented driver, but there's just something not quite right with the car this weekend.
Oh, indeed. Just doesn't seem to be dialed in, but that's the way it goes, and that's why they've got such a calendar here. I mean, after today, they'll be heading to Alton Park on the 5th of July, and that's going to be a different circuit of its own nature. With the variety here, you're always going to expect some drivers to go stronger at one circuit, not the other, and also it's the teams that are behind them, whether they are full teams, independents, or somewhere in between. I mean, it's an effort to get the car set up for round to round, and even with changing conditions as well, because we've had a much brighter day today.
It's been glorious out there. In fact, one moment it's too hot. When you're in the sun, it suddenly comes out, and I've got factor 50 on because I got rather burnt at Pembrey. So Gail from the BARC has very kindly looked after me, and they're giving me factor 50 today, which is very nice indeed. So I've got that on. But then right now it's actually really windy. I can't stress it. It's so windy out there. Down in Parc Fermé at Assembly, it is absolutely blowing a gale. So. Yeah, a real change in contrast, but we haven't had rain, have we?
Oh, indeed. And, well, saying about the factor 50, I mean, you've definitely caught the sun. You look more orange than Joe Wood's car, I must say, to be honest with you. I'm a bit envious. I'm absolutely pale white here in the commentary booth.
I'm just hearing our producer say I'm wearing fake tan. I'm not wearing fake tan. Can I just stress that one? I'm just out in the sunshine an awful lot. That is all. I've been out and about. Unfortunately for you, Paul, you are stuck, of course, in the commentary box, so you don't really get any sun, do you?
Oh, no, I don't. I get one little window to look out of every so often. I crane my neck to see the weather and see our drivers make their way through the complex. But as they make their way onto the grid then, well, our 12 drivers on this grid, I believe, so I can't see Martin Wright's car there. I see a vacant space.
No, he wasn't out earlier. So I think that's his weekend done and dusted. But yeah, we're about to get underway, and I'm excited for this, Paul.
Oh, indeed. Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, round number 9, or round number 15, I should say, the JSCC gets charging and underway as it's lights out away they go. And, well, it's a reasonable start there from our top 3, but already it's going to get very contentious as they make their way to the opening corner. And Oliver Kerr, in the end, does get past by Wolf Butler, but they hop and skip their way over the apex curve. Oh, that's a big excursion wide there. I think that's Lewis Standard designed to explore track limits and then beyond. He won't want to play sandcastles there, but they all survive the opening couple of corners. But Wolf Butler's finally got ahead, and Oliver Kerr, the damage is being done even more here because he drops down. He takes the escape road. That's going to cost him all the momentum. And suddenly, the man who's looking to make it free from free and be the first to do so as of this year in a given round, he falls all the way down the order. But onwards they go towards Tower Bend. And Ian, well, it's been a dramatic start to the race, but I don't think it's over yet.
Oh, a long way to go. Yeah, this is what we like. In the words of a number of race drivers such as Ashley Gregory, it's been a spicy start here, isn't it? That's what we like to see. But yeah, unfortunately, it does look like Oliver Kerr is the big loser so far, with Wolf Butler in the lead from Salvador.
Oh, and as they roar the way then towards the second half of less lap, we've still got a bit more side by side coming out of the Jim Clark S's. I think that, gets me, it is going to be Smith looking for an opportunity, and this is going to be a ding-dong scrap between two of the leading independents. Smith in the end having to back out there, and you can see just behind him, that's number 19, Lewis Standard, who says, can I come out and play? Joe Wood, he's watching this with interest because after a great race number 1 earlier, we gained some places. He's got a lot of fight in him. He just needs to pick the right time to go for those moves. But here now, everyone falls line astern for now. Max Scharfegger as well, in fact, in the number 23, glides his way through. And this is important for him because if he can bring this home, it'd be his second podium of the season. But I mean, we're only 2 minutes into this race. There's a long way to go. And I think Max right now will be thinking one thing: I'm just going to get my head down as they come towards the end of this lap.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Paul just stay in there? We've seen drivers fighting just ahead, and how many times have they nipped through to get not 1 but 2 places? Just stay there. 13 minutes to go on this race. A long way. Do you like this shot, by the way? We set this camera up today. What a fantastic shot that is.
Oh, it is. And it gives you a sense of the speed with which they attack that opening corner, chucking the cars in. And speaking of chucking the car out wide there, Scharfegger almost running a bit too deep at Hawthorne corner.
Kerr's all over the back of him, isn't he? Look, can he make it through?
He's breathing down his neck as they roar the way onwards, and the rest of the field comes on through. Leon Holly there just keeping ahead of Swatton in the meantime, and those two exchange quite a bit of pain in race number 2 earlier on today. But on to the braking zone for Tower they go, and there's going to be more at the inside. That is going to be Kerr trying to squeeze his way in. A tap of the front bumper there. That bumper's had a rabbit on it so far this weekend, and now he's looking to get a Scharfegger on it as well, but I don't think he's going to be able to make that move, as in the end they stay where they are and the field carries on. But goodness me, Kerr right now, well, he's proven he's the fastest at Croft for this group, but now he's got to prove he's got to be able to battle his way at Croft as well. Different complex.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's just my eyes, but I thought Wilf Butler's front bumper just looked a touch skew whiff as well. I wonder if there was just a little bit of contact there.
Oh, indeed. I think that might have been from where he made contact on the back of Kerr in our race earlier today, because he did have a bit of a scrap right towards the end, but good spot there. They haven't been able to quite repair that. That might give him a little bit of drag. But right now, the Kerr Scharfegger battle is dragging on into the complex. You're looking around the outside there, but the problem is you go out that wide, you've got to be in those. Oh! That's a big tap on the rear, and well, that front bumper very quickly comes loose again. We told me this morning they got it put back on, but I think the engineers right now are going to be going to him, Oliver, what have you done? As it's pandemonium into the hairpin, Smith up the inside of standard. He sees an opportunity, and Smith simply says, right, I'll take that, and now onwards we go to another lap. But goodness me, that was quite the shunt on the back of Scharfegger's car, but the two have made it out unscathed by looks of things.
Oh, Max Scharfegger, he's defending for his life, isn't he? I've never seen a Citroen Saxo so wide as it is right now. It's like a cruise liner. Look at it, here he comes now. Kerr's got the speed, hasn't he? Just can't find a way through. Great driving by both of these two, and Max Scharfegger trying to hold on desperately. Looks like Kerr might have the inside line now, though.
Oh, indeed. He's going to have that line, and Scharfegger immediately ducks out. And, well, they've been told that by the clerk of the course, I believe, Craig Sonny, with regards to do not fight too wide through there. If you are on that inside line, you're not going to make the corner. You're only going to end up impacting your rival. You've got to take the escape road and give the place up. And he does that, and they go racing again. But this is only going to bring Smith back in as they're all jinking under braking here into Tower Bend. Standard's watching this right now, and I think both Smith and Standard are thinking, what do we gain from just sitting here? We want to get involved, and Wood's just watching at a distance. The top two, meanwhile, I mean, they're just checking out at this point.
Tell you what, don't rule out Wood for a podium. Anything could happen. Yeah. Really good. There he is, look, just coming through his orange car, of course, apparently the same colour as my skin today.
Oh, you're not going to let me forget that one for a while, but as they roar the way...
Kerr's got through. Kerr's got through.
Kerr's through in good spot, in fact. And, well, with that, it means Scharfegger now under pressure from Smith. So Oliver Kerr finally picking up that spot. And, well, I think there was a question of when, not if he'd go for the move again. But he's made it count at this time. But Scharfegger can't give up on this yet, because the podium still can come his way. It's one of the situations whereby I can definitely tell you he's one of those drivers, much like many of them here. He doesn't give up. And whenever I ask him, are you chasing a podium? He always says to me, yes. And the look on his face, it's such a steely Iceman look. He gives me a Kimi Räikkönen vibe a little bit, not to be unfair to him, but you know he really wants those podiums. They all do out there.
I'll tell you something, I wouldn't rule out Kerr to chase down Salvador as well. We know the car's not quite at the level he wants it to be at for this weekend, so keep your eyes peeled on this one. Oliver Kerr, by the way, he's so cool when you talk to him in the Parc Ferme a little bit early after his two race wins. It's as if it's just routine, standard. They are all so cool. Matthew Swatton, I spoke to him earlier, 14 years old, 14 years. I'll tell you something, wow, I wasn't doing anything like this when I was 14. In fact, I can't possibly say what I was doing when I was 14 because so long ago I can't remember.
You and me both. I definitely was not racing on racing circuits at the age of 14, far from it. But one thing I can tell you right now is that I can live the youthful aspirations of these individuals on our screen as they roar the way around. Wood still there looking to hunt down, but he does seem to be falling back a little bit off the top six. I wonder if he's perhaps falling backwards to Swatton. And in fact, that last lap, Swatton did match him for lap time, so that might be a consideration there for Wood. Wood might be having a bit of a mid-race drop off of pace, which we did see last time. But as they all come on through, well, Scharfegger's still got Smith very close behind. The top three, as you say, Ian, it's going to be now the game of can Kerr close up. We will know at the end of this next lap what pace he's got in the tank, because the previous
he's flying,
one...
actually, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sorry, Kerr's just gone fastest of all in Sector 2 there, so he is starting, although he was a little bit slower on the last lap, but we're talking, we're splitting hairs here. It was pretty much next to nothing, but he's on a quick lap right now, is Oliver Kerr.
But think about it as well, he was fighting on that lap and he was only a couple of attempts off the top two, fighting, whereas they're not battling. So imagine what this lap's going to be when he comes across the line. He's surely going to set the fastest lap of the race. Well, Butler comes across, 43.62. Salvador comes across, 43.927. Kerr comes across the line, 43.126. He is half a second faster and not far off the fastest lap. They normally said it early on the race. He is, like you say, flying out there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's battling with Salvador within the next 3 laps.
Yeah, look at this as well. Smith and Scharfegger going toe to toe now. Max Scharfegger now coming under attack from Smith after just sort of holding off Kerr for as long as he possibly can. What can he do here against Smith?
Well, we'll see then as they charge one to a straightaway. And, well, at this point, Smith's got to be thinking to himself, OK, I've got the speed. I've got the draft and we've got that lovely camera angle showing you the top 3 initially coming down into tower, and then here comes Scharfegger, not going defensive. Smith not looking for the move, he's just too far back. Smith being very clinical about when he wants to go for a move. Perhaps wants to get a little bit dicier, or perhaps he's thinking to himself, you know what, I'll save it towards the end because I know if we fight too hard, Standard's going to come along and say hello. But look at that from Wood, he's falling back.
Well, they are. Did you see how close they are to putting 2 wheels on the grass there? I mean, that could end up in disaster very, very quick, can't they? These drivers, they've got some skill, tell you that.
Oh, indeed, there's no runoff areas here, and well, after the big question of who didn't get track limits, penalties and warnings at Silverstone, well, they've all reined it on in. They know the stakes are so high at Croft. You dip a tyre wide, like you say, on those track limits, and you end up into the grass, albeit we have seen in other races over the course of this weekend, particularly in the Civic Cup, the grandiose excursion at Suddy Out, where everyone decided to run onto the grass, but I believe that was for some oil on the circuit over that race, but nobody stepping too wide here, although Wilf Butler, they're getting very close to the edge of the circuit going into the final corner, but he just looks very happy out there right now. Took the lead this race. He's not looking back. 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, looks in control at the minute, and talking, yes, just over 6 minutes to go. That is my cue, Paul, I'm afraid. I've got to get down to Parc Ferme to talk to these drivers after this great race. So I'm going to love you and leave you and enjoy the final 6 minutes.
Oh, fair play, Ian. Well, great to have you join me in the commentary booth, and I'll definitely get to see you later. But ladies and gentlemen, as Ian departs on the commentary booth and he gets to see the sun, and I don't, well, we're all in the way onwards, and all drivers at this point, it's now really the big question of who can hold on to fourth place. Scharfegger has made 2 fourth places in a row this weekend. Smith is right there with him, and then we do have Standard watching on, but Scharfegger here, one thing that is for certain, he's a fast driver, not just going forward, but also in defending, and he is defending absolutely hard here versus Smith. It may not be that noticeable in terms of the fact Smith's not making big dives, but Scharfegger is just balancing enough time between himself and Smith in order to be able to feel comfortable. He's having to run on the limit. Standard's there following them, and look there further back, you can see that Swatton has caught back up to Wood, and their fight from race number 2, that has now reignited as they come towards the end of this race, and we start to get towards the crescendo. But still more to come from all the drivers. Everyone pushing onwards here, and I can see a number of you in the YouTube chat, particularly in the BARC YouTube chat there, cheering on your drivers. We see Philip Rona watching for the first time. Oliver Law there cheering on Wilf Butler for the win. And Will Butler, well, he's had 1 third place. That was yesterday in race number 1. He's had a 2nd place in race number 2. And well, the natural progression there is you do 3, you do 2, then you do 1. He'd look to try and take number 1, the win. And well, he's not too far away from doing it. But I'm not going to say he's going to do it, because otherwise, as soon as somebody says that, normally the commentator's curse says hello, and suddenly we end up with some drama. So steering the conversation away from what seems to be progressing up front. Well, look at that. The headlight is on there, and that is Oliver Kerr. He is closing down Josh Salvadori. Another half a second stripped out the 110. And look, you can see there a big fist up there from the pit wall with regards to Smith, as we do see a track limits warning also protruding there. I'm wondering who that may be for. And we'll stick with the tongue out there from a man on the wall, concentrating, trying to figure out what's going on there. And well, I do that in my spare time as well, stick my tongue out and when I'm concentrating. And concentration is going to be key here, as Wood makes his way around, dropping the left-hand wind mirror, and well, poor run there coming into Hawthorne Bend. And now as Swatton gets nice and close, well, this has got to be a golden opportunity if you are none other than Matthew Swatton for Kersley Motorsport. He'll be absolutely pinned to the back of Wood's car now. Well, we'll see if he looks at the move shortly, because there's 4th, there's 5th, there's 6th, and who's going to be in 7th? Well, it looks over there, it's still going to be Wood as the field rolls on through Tower Bend, and well, we come on around for the right-hander, and it's still Wood there just holding on for a bit of time. But I think the question is going to be, when will we see that potential move? It has been a very patient game from Swatton. He has waited very eagerly there. He's close, but not quite close enough at the moment. I think he only wants to make the move once and make it count, because he does have Leon Holly waiting in the wings, only 1.5 seconds back if that. And understandably, given the way these 3 fought each other in race number 2 earlier on this afternoon, he doesn't want to potentially fall backwards to 9th, given the fact that for Swatton, he's been having some great progress. And, well, over the course of this weekend, it's been an 8th and a 9th. He would ideally like to take a 7th and therefore move forward. But we will see where that's going to play out, because Holly's right there. Coming from them, we come back to the battle for 2nd, and look at this. Salvadori, well, he looked comfortable. However, comfort is a relative term. One thing he hasn't looked is comfortable with his pace versus rivals, but he's looked very settled in, and now as they cross that line, well, coming onto this lap, the gap has been absolutely demolished by Oliver Kerr. The gap was previously in the region of 1.6 seconds, and now it's come all the way down to 7/10 of a second, if that, as they glide their way on around. And I wonder there whether Oliver Kerr's put the headlights on in order just to make a bit of an announcement to Josh Salvadori. Look, I am coming for you. You better start looking in your rearview mirror. There are the little mind games that you can play with regards to when you're racing out on circuit, albeit flashing the lights is frowned upon very heavily, and I do believe there might be some rules and regulations around that, but nothing says you can't put your headlights on if you think it improves your visibility, or indeed it just makes the driver in front of you a little bit more aware of where you are in relation to them. And well, Salvadori definitely trying to hold him off, but Kerr sending a message. But from messages being sent there, here's a message, and it comes in very strong. That is going to be Smith looking up the inside. There's a bit of a rub there coming through Tower Bend, and well, Scharfegger there gives him the space to breathe. Just about they make it on through, but Smith tried to do it in a one move. It didn't quite work out, but he was close. But from that, well, everyone now taking the gloves off here, because we will get one more lap after this. There's your race leader coming for the foreground of the camera shot. Wilf Butler is running off with this. But right now, it's going to be the Salvadori Oliver Kerr battle. And, well, for young Josh in the Lightning McQueen machine, right now, he's going to have to try and find some quick moves out there, because otherwise, Oliver Kerr may take this. But I think this is going to go to the final lap between them. Salvadori goes a little bit deep there. But the nice thing about him is, as he's going to be able to pitch the car around, you can see the body roll of his Citroen, how he's having to go so deep, and the way the car's rotating around. Both cars cocking a leg there in terms of the rear left tyre from the driver's perspective coming up through the hairpin, and it's onwards they go then to the final lap. Wilf Butler leads. He's off camera, but he is 3 seconds up the road. Josh Salvadori holds on to second, but can he hold on? Because Oliver Kerr, the man who's made it 2 out of 3 wins so far this weekend, well, it looks as though that third win is going to go astray. But the thing is that for Oliver Kerr, he has been the fastest man in qualifying. He's been the fastest man in single lap race pace, and he's been the most consistent over racing distance. But can he find a way to be run up and get a gargantuan haul of points here from Croft? He'll still get a big haul even if he finishes third, but I think he wants to go a little bit higher. He pushes on here as they make the way on towards Tower Bend. The gap between them coming out of there, no more than 3 attempts. He'll have the toe, but Salvadori here will know what it means. He's going to have to go defensive immediately. Kerr decides to hold the race in line. Will he look for the cutback? He is going to try it there. He is going to try and pitch the car back to the inside. This is going to give him a bit more momentum. It's a smart move from Oliver Kerr. We've seen this work in other series today. The problem is they will head into Jim Clark S's, and going too wide into there is going to require a lot of commitment and Forley alongside. But Salvadori says, no, you're not alongside, and takes the natural race in line. Kerr's right there with him, literally riding his bumpers. Good look around the outside of Sunny in. Surely that's got to be a set up a cutback here. But Salvadori is just going to hold the car on the inside line. It will be very tight under braking as they emerge from Barcroft into the Sunny Bend. And he goes a bit deep there. Here comes Kerr looking for the run, but Salvadori gets it absolutely now spot on there. Lovely bit of defensive driving from Josh Salvadori, and Oliver Kerr right now, everything he throws at this man, it's not penetrating the defensive wall that's being put up. Further down the order, Scharfegger still holding off Smith of all place at the moment, and Swatton and Wood are still a piece, 8th and 7th respectively. But this fight for second, definitely the centre of attention right now, and it could have big connotations in the championship as we get towards the end of the season. But as they roll out the final corner, well, it is going to go the way to Wilf Butler, ladies and gentlemen, who is going to take victory here in the final race of the weekend for the JSCC. After finishing third and second earlier on, Josh Salvadori holds on to second, and in the end, Oliver Kerr has to settle for third place after 2 wins earlier in the weekend. A bit further back by 9 seconds, it will be Max Scharfegger who makes it 3 fourth places in a row ahead of Smith, and it'll be Lewis Standard in 6th there just off. It'll be Wood who in the end does take on home at that 6th place, in fact, as he crosses the line there. Swatton in 7th, and then it'll be Standard in 8th. Has Standard had a bit of a mistake or something on the final lap, because that's ejecting down the order? Well, it is so. That's a surprise and not a welcome one to be certain, but that's the way it seems to go. And in fact, it's a time penalty for track limits, I believe. We'll get an update on that shortly, but it will then be Olga in 10th, ahead of Sherry Ann Powell in 11th, and then we will have Lexi Powell about 25 seconds behind to complete the running order. And yes, we do have a 5-second post-race time penalty that has been applied to Lewis Standard, and that will be for track limits, I believe, and that's the explanation as to why Lewis Standard may have finished 6th on the road, but why he's been demoted to 8th place in the time tower there. If you're alarmed at that, that explains it, a track limits penalty. But there comes Lexi Powell to finish the race in 12th place, and we're happy with seeing that checkered flag. A solid drive from Lexi, no doubt about it. Unfortunately, we didn't have Martin Wright on the grid, but understandably the car not being in a fit state to go racing, but we'll definitely see him back, I suspect, at Alton Park in a month's time. But what a race there, and in the end, Wilf Butler finally finding his way to a victory here at the Croft circuit in the third time of trying. Here are the provisional results then, subject to any stewards' inquiries, and for round number 15 of the JSCC, Wilf Butler taking that victory by 3 seconds over Josh Salvadori. The 110 driver in the end having to go fully defensive all the way to the end, and Oliver Kerr Fastest man out there, but elbowed down the order early on. It'll be interesting to hear his perspective because it was a brilliant battle, don't get us wrong, but having to come back from that after difficulties, but having to settle for third place. Max Scharfinger in fourth, couldn't quite make it a podium. He held on for a while, but Kerr found his way through, but he was able to hold on to fourth place. Ollie Smith completed the top 5 with Joe Wood in 6th, ahead of Matthew Swatton, Lewis Stannard, with that 5-second post-race time penalty just putting him behind Matthew Swatton only by 4 tenths there. That's how marginal those 5 seconds will feel to him. He'll be a bit frustrated at that, but I'm sure he'll pick up the pieces and move on, with Leon Holly taking 9th and Tom Olgar in 10th place. Best of rest in 11th, Sherry-Ann Powell, and then Lexi Powell completing your finishing order. Fastest lap went to Wilf Butler, and that was a 43.095, and well, Oliver Kerr wasn't too far off, but Butler got that fastest lap done nice and early on. What as all the drivers gradually make their way into the pit lane, it has definitely been a fantastic racing weekend for the JSCC, and well, they've still got plenty more rounds of the championship to go. Round 16 and 17 will be at Alton Park Island on the 5th of July, and then they head to Donington Park National in August, Snetterton 300 in September. October it will be Alton Park Island again, and Brands Hatch Indy will see them complete their championship campaign. We will very shortly be getting interviews with our top 3 finishers from Ian Waterhouse, and in fact that's perfect time because Ian's there, he's enjoying the sun, and he's going to enjoy a word or two from our top 3 finishers in the JSCC.
Well, for the first time this weekend, Wolf Butler does take the top step of the podium. We'll just let him get out right now for Josh Salvador in 2nd place. Been a solid weekend for him, and Oliver Kerr 2 wins and now a 3rd place finish for him. A bit of a nod at the head there, Wilf. That's a little bit more like it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we had the pace for a weekend. We got a little bit unlucky in the first race, got pushed back, and then the second race, Ollie drove amazing the whole way through, so can't fault him. But yeah, the 3rd race made it happen, which is brilliant.
What does it mean to you for this season to get the win right now, right here?
Yeah, it's good. It means we've shown that we've got the pace at every track we've been to so far. And yeah, it's just bringing up the points in the championship, really, trying to keep a decent lead.
Top man, Wilf, congratulations, well done mate, well deserved as well. Let's grab Josh over as well, he's just over there. Josh, come over for a quick chat. I know you're not completely happy with the pace of the car, however it's been a pretty solid weekend, hasn't it? A couple of seconds and a 3rd overall.
Yeah, 2 seconds and a 3rd, you know, that's really good. Just that last race just felt like a win, to be honest. Just, you know, Ollie is pushing really hard, he's catching us, but you know, I managed to keep him behind on a down power car. So.
Well, you start to get a little bit nervous the last couple of laps because your wing mirror must have been getting a little bit more full of Oliver Kerr there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just pushing really hard to try to, you know, for once keep it on the track, not get any track limit penalties. You know, just try and keep my cool, and you know, my heart was in my mouth on those last couple of laps, just seeing and like, you know, just in my mirror, just catching me, but just tried really hard, and yeah, it paid off.
Well done, mate. Well deserved. Great stuff indeed. Where's Oliver? Here he is, over here. Oliver, wow, you had an eventful race out there, didn't you?
Yeah, obviously the start wasn't what we had in the last 2 races. I think it was a clutch issue, just the clutch not releasing properly. But yeah, it was like a lot more work than the last 2 races.
I'll tell you what though, at the start of this weekend, if I said to you, I'm going to give you 2 wins and a 3rd place, you'd have taken it, wouldn't you?
I think I would have taken 3 wins, but
proper race driver.
2 wins and a 3rd isn't too bad for the championship.
Top man, well done, mate. Great driving this weekend indeed. Right, so there you go. Junior Saloon Car Championship is over here at Croft. That is it. However, we still have more racing action for you. In fact, up next we've got more Caterham, the Catering Graduates Racing Club Sigma 135. They have literally just gone out on track over there, and a little bit earlier I did catch up with one of the drivers, so let's hear from them now. Right, Sean, here we are. We've just actually finished race 2. How did it go for you?
It was a really dodgy start. There was lots of going on at the first corner, so I just had to try and make it through there. Then I had to miss the second corner. Came out of that, I think, dead last. And then just had to try and work my way back through. So it was good fun out there.
What have we learned from the first 2 races then we're going to bring into this final one?
Just go a bit faster.
I love that. Yeah.
Just try and go a bit faster. I learned a little bit about the track, know where I can try and improve a few times. Sunny in, sunny out is always the big one. You can just make so much time up there.
Now, I don't know if you can see, actually, everybody's been asked to take their bonnets off. A particular reason for this doesn't normally happen, does it?
Scrutineering, I guess they're just checking the engine seals. I guess, but that's my guess.
Now, it looks like everybody's been called in for something as well. I hope this isn't a tell it off, is it? I'm sure
it could maybe the first corner incident, but we'll see what happens.
Excellent, Sean. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. There we go. Look, race 3 coming up for the Sigma 135. Just have a quick look, actually, at all these cars. They don't normally actually take all the bonnets off today in Parc Fermé, but I guess maybe a little bit of extra scrutiny. And as you can see, the drivers are about to have a bit of a chat too. So time for us to cut off and get ready for this race. Caterham Graduate Sigma 135 final race of the weekend coming up. Let's go racing. Paul Walsh, over to you.
Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Hearing there from, I believe, Sean Cronin, one of our many drivers out there on the grid for the Caterham Racing Graduates Club. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club, let me get that in the right order, sponsored by P4 Emergency Lighting and, of course, the Sigma 135s. But coming into this one then, these were the third fastest qualifying times from each of the drivers, which set the grid for their final race of this weekend. Race number 9 of their campaign. Luke Waitman lines up on pole position, joined on the front row by the regular, the guest of David Rook, and these two had a brilliant tussle in their second race of the weekend earlier on. They're going to have even more, surely, in this race. They'll be in the company of Adam Waitman and Andrew Bailey, who line up on row number 2. Row 3 is going to go to your championship leader, and that's going to be Tom McEwen ahead of Neil Warnock. And their battle, well, they had a great little scrap in race number 2, and now we can expect plenty more of that in this final race of their weekend. Louise Deason starts in 7th ahead of Thomas Gunter. Keep your eyes out for Thomas Gunter. He didn't quite have the race number 2 he wanted. He's definitely been up there fighting hard all the way through, but will he be able to do so again? Giles Derry, well, he also found himself marshalled backwards in race number 2 after taking that victory in race number 1, in the end having to settle for 3rd place in race number 2. He'll be looking to try and make his way back onto the top step of the podium, and he's in the company of Henry Morris, who completes your top 10. Outside the top 10, it'll be Mark Soden, best of the rest in length, ahead of Gary Cross, with William Hapgood and Andrew Sagar rounding off the 7th row of the grid. On row 8, Guy Crossman and Simon Arnold. Then we have row number 9, Giles Hansen, who made a lot of progress early on in all the chaos of the opening couple of corners, and will he make more progress in this one? If not, he'll have Darren Butler for company, and behind them on row number 10 to complete your top 20, Michael Munns and Dean Pollen. But wait, there's more, because we're going to be having the best part of, I believe, 38 cars on this grid, and starting 21st, it's going to be John Vincent ahead of David Poulter. Simon Martin and Anthony Nichols make up row number 12, with Sean Cronin, the man we just heard from. He'll be starting this race 25th on the grid and looking to move forward after an open lap instance saw him relegated all the way to the back of the field, but he knows he's got the battling potential, but he's got to show that potential now when he goes green flag racing. Orlando Morris starts 26th ahead of Simon Nicholas and Paul Vogt, and then we have completing a top 30, Neil Bell and Russell Gunter. We've still got more, however, on this grid, and we'll be coming to our final set of rows shortly, but so many talented individuals out here. And line up 31st, Stephen Trinder ahead of Alan Bateman, they're on row 16. Row 17 goes the way of Neil Perry and Alistair Curry, and then Simon White and James Hapgood, they complete your final starters on row 18, 35th and 36th. So just to recap, what is the Caterham Graduate Racing Club all about? Well, if you're a big fan of the Caterham cars, particularly these kit cars as they're referred to, I'm not going to go into the full history of how the Caterham kit car machine came about. That's a story in of itself, and we need a bit more time to talk about that. But the idea behind this is, back in 1995, when the Caterham Scholarship arrived, now known today as the Caterham Academy Championship, or the novice level entry point into the Caterham Motorsport ladder, which consists of 5 tiers in this modern era, ranging from the Caterham Academy all the way up to the Caterham 7's 420R UK Championship. In 1995, you saw the start of the Academy, but once a driver had competed in the Academy for a year, they graduated from it, but they had nowhere to go from that point onwards. So in 1997, a number of previous Academy graduates got together and said, right, well, given we've got nowhere to race, let's create our own racing club. And that is how the CGRC was formed. And the idea was essentially you would take people who completed their time in the Caterham Scholarship, whether they won it or alternatively fished towards the back, it didn't matter as long as they had the Caterham car and they enjoyed themselves. That's what mattered most, and they wanted to carry on going racing, and in doing so they joined the field. A lot of individuals joined, So many, in fact, that they started to have to make multiple classes, and that saw the gradual split into multiple classes. But what you see here today, the two classes as of 2024 onwards, the Sigma 150s, which you saw them earlier on, you will see them in the final race this weekend at Croft. They're the 150 brake horsepower with limited slip differential and wide track suspension Caterham cars, and then you have the Sigma 135s. They are sans the limited slip differential, but they can have the wide track suspension if they so desire. Also, what's important, all these cars, regardless of whether Sigma 150s or Sigma 135s, they run on a spec Toyo R888R tyre, and that is closely controlled. And indeed, we saw there in the interview the fact in post-race scrutineering, all drivers have been told to take the bonnets off of the cars to reveal the engine, and because they were all sampled in terms of checks. It is a very tightly controlled championship. And on the grid you will see 3 different colorations with regards to our drivers. You will see those with a yellow background against their name in the time tower. Those are trophy drivers. They nominate 3 race weekends over the course of the year which they choose to compete in, and in order to score points. And also what you can see there, as our race director just pointed out to me, and a very good spot by him, you will see tape on the roll cages which refers to which class they race in. Yellow means they are in trophy, so they nominate weekends which they score points in. Meanwhile, in the championship class, they are the aqua blue. They've got blue tape on them. They compete in the entire season of 2025, and at the end of the season, they will be the ones who see who has become the champion. And then you do have your guest drivers. Those are the ones with the purple background or the purple tape on the cars. They don't score any points. They're just here to have fun and enjoy the racing. And one driver who's had a lot of fun, of course, is your second place starting man of David Rook, who will be looking to try and make it another win if he can. Of course, he's excluded from the results when it comes to all the points considerations, but he's not excluded from the finishing positions on that finishing line, and that's what he'll be looking for. He'll be looking to make it another win, and well, what a battle we have got in store, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'll be honest with you, earlier on when we had the racing just after lunchtime, they took my breath away. I suspect they're going to take my breath away again, and if so, well, hopefully I've got plenty of water here to keep me alive, and well, we will see. But enough about me, more about our Caterhams. They all sit on the grid there. Everyone is practically ready to go. We're just waiting for the last couple of cars to make their way into their slots. And as they make their way into position in the last couple of cars peeling on in, and were your top 3 in the championship last time out, there's Tom McEwen ahead of Neil Warner and Giles Derry. In trophy it was Luke Waitman and Adam Waitman who in the end made it count. But how will it play out this time? Well, everybody's set. Will we see the green flag go up? Yes, we do. So the 5-second count board is there, and for the final time this weekend, what will be race number 9 in the 2025 campaign for the Sigma 135s, we are going to be, without further ado, here at Croft Circuit, lights out and away we go. And it's a good start there from Rook as he gets away. And Waitman, meanwhile, Luke Waitman has really slowed down. That is a very quick snap reaction. That's 4 wide there as they come down in towards turn number 1, but they gradually stagger. But who's going to make the way through? That's a big bounce off the apex curb. A lock up of the brakes there further on down. A couple of cars running wide, but it looks as though everybody's now making it through. A couple of drivers taking to the escape road there out of sensibility, but they will rejoin. But it's a slightly less climactic start compared to race number 2 earlier on, albeit I say slightly on it. Emphasise that very loosely, but as we do see one of the drivers taking to the escape road there, 2 wide further on back. And there's battling every which way you look as they make the way onwards then and into this first lap of what is going to be many for the Caterham racers. But they're coming on down. That's number 60 trying to go around the outside. And I believe that is a very bold move being made there by Soden, who's trying to make some progress versus Morris. Can he do so and move himself into the top 10? That will be the thing he's been thinking about. But we do see Rook there already starting to pull away. And what a lightning start from David Rook. Absolutely charged away. And the Waitman brothers there, well, they enjoyed a great exchange in the race earlier on this afternoon. But right now, can David Rook break the toe? He needs to get 2 seconds clear to feel safe. However, that is a lot harder to do than it sounds, because these cars, they get the sniff of the slipstream for another, and they very quickly catapult forward. By the end of a long stretch, you will be going 5 to 6 miles an hour faster than the car in front of you, and that overspeed has caught a number of drivers out here earlier today. Will it catch them out again now? Well, we will find out, as that is a long line of Caterhams as they come sliding on through the complex. And well, of course, the one thing in with the concertina effect here is you have to be a little bit patient as you come onto those brakes, because everybody carries a bit more speed than the car in front of them, but everyone then has to brake earlier in order to shave off that speed for the same corner you'd normally attack. add it all together, and it acts as what is a bit of a buffer between them all. But one lap complete, and we can see the field is now starting to split. We do have David Rook, who leads ahead of Warnock, who had a phenomenal start, already up into second place and leading the championship class. Then it is none other than Andy Waitman in third, Adam Waitman I should say, not Andy, and he's in third ahead of Bailey, followed by Ewan, and then it's Luke Waitman, as we've got a car stop there. That's the number 80 that's come to an abrupt halt. Driver doesn't seem to be in the car at the moment, albeit there we can see the driver. Perhaps he's just coming back to the car there to turn off the ignition, but either way it's gone a bit wrong, and that is Guy Crossman, who's ended up retiring. We'll try and understand what's happened to him. A bit unfortunate there, and well, as our drivers roar their way out of Tower Bend, well, still plenty of fighting to go on, because this field is not breaking up. Double wave yellows there, so that's coming through the Jim Clark S's into Barcroft, so that is going to curb everybody's momentum, and that car's on the infield there. As you can see, Crossman just walking away, and that is a dejected look from the man who was enjoying some great midfield battling early on, but still he's out of the car. That's the most important thing, and he will carry on hopefully in a month's time. But more racing to come as they charge away on a round, and well, as they do, all the drivers here absolutely nose to tail, no doubt about it, but nobody making an impression here. We're not seeing as much battling in the early stages as we did in the race number 2 early on. I think everyone's taking a bit more of a tactical approach here. Something tells me they may have all been told to calm it down after what happened earlier on, albeit there wasn't too much drama. It was just one of those situations whereby in the end I think everyone got a bit hot-headed, and I've just had it confirmed to me here in the Conte booth that yes, they were told to calm it down a bit from earlier on, and that's why we're seeing the field spread out a bit more. But alongside me again in the Conte booth is Ian. Ian, what have you got for me?
Yeah, Paul, exactly that. Actually, we were in the Park Fermi a little bit earlier. All the drivers were called over for a meeting and just told too much bodywork is getting chucked around the track and calm down.
Oh, goodness me. Well, definitely. I mean, the Sigma 135s, they had a bit of a spectacle. The Sigma 150s, we saw a couple of them take off even. I think the Strawberry Machine decided to go airborne at one point.
They had a chat as well.
Oh, goodness me. 2 separate chats. And, well, in fact, that does not look like a normal Caterham there, because that looks like the bonnet's come up on the number 54 of all of them. So some bodywork is already... In fact, that is going up in the air.
It's Michael Munn's that, yeah.
Oh, goodness me. That might get called into the pits very quickly, because that is bodywork over the front radiator. That is not going to be cooling the car for much longer. That, in fact, is going to get a very hot car very quickly.
Yeah, and if that flies off, that can actually be quite dangerous, can it? I'd expect to see him come into the pits.
Oh, most definitely. Well, I suspect he'll be in shortly, and well, whether it is with that bodywork or not, he'll be peeling on in. But right now, the top 3 separated by a second to a second each, and there's Bailey in 4th at the moment. But in terms of our championship drivers, minus Neil Warnock, Tom McEwen, well, he right now finds himself right in a big medley of cars as he makes one to break in, but we can see McEwen, Derry, and then Thomas Gunter, they're all together there, but nobody really fighting at the moment. I think everyone's perhaps waiting for the final 5 minutes. Perhaps that's where we'll see the crescendo start.
Well, we've seen it in every single race so far, haven't we? It goes right down to the very, very last lap. In fact, they often say you want to be in second place when you start that final lap. And by the way, what a weekend David Rook is having, isn't he? Fantastic stuff. And Tom McEwen, he's a little bit further down the order, but he's still picking up the points. It's still going well for him.
Oh, indeed, and that's the thing. If you can't be winning all the time, then one thing you want to do is finish as high as possible and keep bringing the points home, because when you drop those scores towards the end of the season, oh, goodness me, as the 54 has come to a stop, well, its journey's over, and it looks so the bodywork sheared itself off in the end.
Yeah, whereabouts is that?
I'm trying to understand that myself. Something tells me that's... yeah, that's the hairpin,
doesn't it? Yeah. Wow. Okay, it's obviously come off, but is he facing the wrong way there?
Yeah, he's pointing in the wrong direction. He should be going the other way. I suspect they're going to try and get it to roll, but the problem is the bodywork there. Now, I presume that's on an escape road, because otherwise, surely a safety car is going to come out very quickly, and that's a... Ooh! Well, that was... That was very size. That was Tom McEwen, I believe, almost coming at a cropper.
Yeah, they're actually coming up to that area as well, where, was it Michael Munns, of course, has got that damage. They're coming up to it very, very shortly indeed, so it'd be interesting to have a little look there. I wonder, no safety car or anything, but red flag. Red flag, yeah, so the race will be paused for now whilst they clear Michael Munns' car out of the way.
Well, it's the right call to make, to be fair, because they'll all be coming up to a situation. In fact, you can see everybody coming to a stop. They've not been able to move that car. So it was on the racing line right through the hairpin, and our marshal there doing a fantastic job of saying to our drivers, look, you're being directed to go around it, take your time, avoid the debris as much as possible. We'll clear it up once we've cleared it. They'll all be coming into the pit lane. And the great thing about this Croft circuit is the fact it's very easy to get to most parts of the circuit to do clean-up operations like this. I mean, that hairpin, we've only got to walk out of the commentary booth and literally out a gate, and we're practically there at the scene of the incident.
Well, I might go help then, as it's that close, Paul. Might go out. According to our director Elliot as well. My skin colour due to the sun is the same colour as the marshal, so I've already got the attire ready to go, so I could just pop out and help.
Oh, goodness me. Well, as all drivers gradually come to an abrupt halt here and the racing comes to a pause, well, we still will have 14 minutes on the clock when they do resume the racing, presuming it is going to fit into the schedule, because we do have a curfew at, I want to say, just before 6 o'clock, but normally they build a lot of time into these schedules in order to be able to carry on the races if we do see 1 or 2 red flags. But right now, all the drivers there definitely, well, they're going to calm down again, but we do go racing. It's going to be with a bit less time.
Yeah, I'm according to the schedule anyway, the final race, I don't even know what time it is actually, but the final race is due to get underway at 5:05, isn't it? Due to finish at 5:25. I think we are running just a little bit behind, aren't we, actually, at the minute, but there was 35 minutes extra built in, and this is the first, I believe this is the first red flag we've had today, haven't we? It's been pretty good going, hasn't it? So hopefully it doesn't look like there's no barrier damage or anything like that, I don't think, that we can see from our shots. So if there isn't, it's just a case of moving the car, really.
Oh, indeed. And, well, it will take some time to clear, and obviously they'll need to reset all drivers and reset them onto the grid. So it will be a standing start. They normally roll it back a lap to how the field was prior to the red flag being called, but everyone just nursing the way past us in the instant at the moment. And it's understandable, the safety needed, and it's a time to give a shout out to all of the Orange Army out there, the marshals who volunteer tirelessly to make sure that we can go racing week in, week out, up and down the United Kingdom, if not the world.
Yeah, to make our lives so much easier, which is a big thank you to all of them. They're so nice as well, they're always so nice. So, yeah, I think we're going to have a look at a replay here, and oh dear. Oh dear, and that is the number 6 there, isn't it, of Anthony Nichols with the flames up the side of the car. I'm not too sure. We didn't see any contact, but obviously something quite dramatic here. It looks like it's been pushed and gone round and the front's come off. We got the aftermath of it. I don't think we actually got the main bit of it. And is that an exhaust they're picking up there? That looks, that's pretty bent, isn't it, as they clear that out of the way. Telehandler picking the car up there of Michael Munns.
Oh, indeed, and one of our unsung heroes of the day, because he pointed out the exhaust to us on the camera there, was none other than Danny, the roaming cameraman who's been chasing Ian around all day and playing the game of catch up with regards to running up and down Parc Ferme and also doing those interviews. But big thank you to Danny with all the hard work he's putting in, indeed, all the team.
Actually, Paul, can I just say a big thank you? I normally do this at the end of the day, but as we've got a red flag, we've got a little bit of time. A big thank you to everybody who bring you these pictures. They're completely live and free for you to tune in and watch, but they do have to be brought to you by a team of people who spend the entire weekend, come wind, rain, sunshine, no matter what, they spend the entire day out there. So as you've already mentioned, a big thank you to Danny, who has been following me around with the roaming camera all weekend. A big thank you to Andy. We've got Jack, we've got Anton out there, we've got Ben, of course, Ben as well, can't forget Ben. A big thank you to Elliot as well, our director, our guy in our ears, telling us what's going on at certain cameras all over and pressing all the buttons. Big thank you. A big thank you as well to you as well, Paul, and of course a massive thank you to Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen as well. Please do hit that little like button and that subscribe button on the BARC YouTube channel or the TCR YouTube channel if you're watching it there. As I said, it doesn't cost anything. It just means you don't miss any of the wonderful racing action we bring you in 2025. So, but yes, a big thank you to the team. And can you show a little bit of love in the live chat as well on YouTube as well for the team who do bring you the pictures. It's been a lovely weekend this weekend. Of course, at Anglesey, poor old Danny alongside me. He's enjoyed this weekend having roaming camera because at Anglesey he was at the top of a hill getting absolutely battered by the wind for 2 days straight. So thank you, Danny.
Oh, indeed. Like you say, Ian, it's a huge team that is required to make this all happen. The unsung heroes behind the scenes. I mean, we're just 2 parts of the equation, but if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be able to do what we can do, and we wouldn't be able to bring all the racing action as it unfolds live from circuit side. And see many of you in the respective YouTube chats there will definitely enjoy the racing. And some questions being asked. Brum Racing, they're saying, has that Caterham rolled? No, not quite. We haven't had anybody roll, thankfully, today, although we have had a couple of cars up on 2 wheels every so often at the hairpin in that very high apex curve and that pitching of the weight of cars, but we haven't had any rollovers as such, and hopefully we won't see any of those today. And we'll
Scott
also
Bugler's
see
got in touch as well. I was just saying good afternoon. Hope to see us next weekend. I'm not sure where you are, Scott. I'm at Alton Park next weekend, actually, for the British Touring Car Championship. So if anybody's around, I'll be on the man on the ground for TOCA Live. So please do, if you're there and you see me, give me a wave, give me a hello, tap me on the shoulder, and I'll give you a wave.
Oh, indeed. I mean, wherever Ian... Oh, goodness me. Well, they make their way along there. And just listening to our race director there, and a little bit of banter going on back and forth, which I can't repeat.
I can't repeat it, but won't forget that, Elliot. Thank you.
Oh, goodness me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks as though our Caterham...
He's not wrong.
Our Caterham drivers are just gradually making their way back onto the grid. And the marshals there, for anybody who's wondering what's going on, they're essentially saying to each driver, this is where you're going to go onto the grid for the race restart. Because, as we mentioned earlier, they do reset the grid normally a lap before the incident occurred. So they roll it back, and you will have seen this in previous months of racing. Perhaps the most notable one, of course, was the rather fiery Enter Harvey Caton's race in the second race of the Milltek Civic Cup, where they had to roll the grid back a lap, and it ended up completely changing the complexion of that race. But it does happen there, and it just ensures as much fairness as possible, because understandably, when incidents like this happen, sometimes what can happen is certain drivers are able to gain a lot of places, not through trying to cheat or anything along those lines, but incidents occur, they gain the places, and then it's considered to be an unfair advantage, so they are rolled back the lap accordingly. But
can I just ask a question, sorry Paul, to everybody tuning in on YouTube as well? I always like to know where people are watching from. So if you're in the UK, whereabouts in the UK are you? If you're watching overseas, tell us where. I always like to see some obscure places. So let us know where you're watching from. If you're in the UK, whereabouts in the UK. If you're here at Croft, let us know. If you're up a mountain in Scotland, let us know. If you're up Mount Everest, let us know. If you get signal, well done. So please, wherever you are in the world, just pop it in. We'll give you a shout out as well. Daniel Knight, Alan's watching in Rugby. So there you go. Do keep them coming in.
Oh, indeed. We'll keep an eye out for that and give you a shout out as you do announce where you're tuning in from, whether it's in the United Kingdom or further abroad. We are going to be going back for 15 minutes more racing when it resumes. And, well, we do have our race director saying he's watching from Birmingham there, and we'll Elliot enjoying the sights and sounds of the studio and all the computers that come with it. We also do have Christopher Measles saying he's tuning in from Croft at Turn 1. Well, hello, Chris. Hope you're doing well, and hope you're enjoying it out there, because the weather's been spectacular today. It's been a lot better than it was yesterday, and hopefully you didn't get too wet overnight if you were camped at the circuit or if you're camped further away.
There is that little grandstand down at Turn 1 as well. I spent quite a bit of time because that's where the assembly area is, and what a place to be, by the way. Yes, fantastic stuff indeed. Christopher, I hope you're enjoying it, and hopefully you're going to stay with us right to the very end of the day as well. We've got somebody watching from sunny Fuerteventura. Very nice. I've been to Fuerteventura myself, so I would expect it to be nice and sunny. And we've got Rosie watching in Mexico. Oh, nice. Very nice indeed. Supporting Tom McEwing. He's having a solid weekend. And we've got our friend from Fuerteventura is supporting James Tibbett in the 150s. That race, of course, the final race of the weekend, coming up just after 5 o'clock.
Oh, well, we've got even more of you piling in here saying where you're tuning in from. We've got Mark Barrett Racing tuning in from Leeds. Was at Croft yesterday, supporting Cronin, Nichols and the Gunters and all the Alpha 7 drivers. Well, great to have you with us, Mark. And I think Brassy Tom there tuning in from Burntwood in Staffordshire at the mother-in-laws. Well, you can share motorsport with members of the family, whether it be your own mother or your mother-in-law. It's always great to have the family around the television tuning in.
And, of course, can we say it is Father's Day, so happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Oh, indeed. Happy Father's Day indeed. And speaking of mothers, I better give a shout out to my mum. Linda, if you are tuning in right now, hope you're having a great time watching all the racing action. I know that a number of mothers, they don't normally watch motorsport. They normally sit there with their husbands on Father's Day and watch it, such as the Canadian Grand Prix tonight. But, yeah, somehow I've got my mum into motorsport, and she's absolutely addicted right now. And I must admit, Ian, not to compliment you too highly, but she loves your presenting, I can tell you that.
Linda Walsh, you are one of my favourite people in the world, Linda. So all I can say is, Linda, love you. Thank you so much.
Oh, goodness me. We've also got Ethan Dance tuning in from Andover and Dan Hughes tuning in from Thruxton. Well, that is definitely a motorsport pedigree there, tuning in from the fastest circuit in the UK.
We've got Poland as well. We've got somebody from Bristol. We've got Leeds. Yeah, keep them coming in as well. Somebody from Bicester as well. I'm going to drive pretty much past Bicester on my way home a little bit later as well. And yes, looks like we're back underway for the warm-up lap here.
Oh, indeed. Well, they roll away again, and we will have the resumption of 15 minutes of racing, so we will get the full race distance. David Rook will be thinking at this right now and thinking, OK, I've just got to get a really good start once again after the change of the first race. And then after this, of course, we do have TCR UK's final race of the weekend, and then we will have the Sigma 150s out there. So we have still got a couple more races after this one. We are going to squeeze all of our races in over the distance. I think we'll just have enough time, given we have got about an hour and 15 minutes left, or an hour and 45 minutes on the schedule.
Behind, aren't we, actually?
True.
So, as I said before, there was 35 minutes in the timetable spare. So, I think the TCR UK, the start procedure might just be reduced. I'm not so sure. Well, people aren't going to be allowed onto the track. The teams, of course, will be allowed on, but it will be very, very short. So I don't think Paul O'Neill, unfortunately, is going to be able to get out onto the circuit for that one. But, of course, you will be able to hear from him after the race in Parc Fermé for the final TCR race of the weekend coming up next.
Well, as I try to make the one through, just double checking to see whether we have had any updates to what the grid will be if we do get a reset grid for race 2. Not for race 2, for the restart, I should say. We haven't had anything, so I presume they are going to line up as they were a lap back. But also, just a special mention there, I think some driver's excuses being given here by Mark Barrett Racing, saying, please note, Mr. Cronin stubbed his toe yesterday and it's very purple, so he's actually got a legit racing excuse.
I spoke to him earlier, actually, he didn't even mention that. So I'm sure it's true. And actually, I've had to, talking about injuries, I've had to put my running trainers on today because my toes have been rubbing together. So I've got my own little personal toe injury there.
Oh, goodness me. Well, I'm sure, Mark, you might have put your foot in it there with regards to giving that information about
Put
Mr.
your foot in it.
Yeah.
Very good, Paul. Very good. Oh, maybe we should start a comedy double act.
I'm just referring all my my dad jokes one day when I do become a father, although that's probably going to be a long way away. But still, one thing I can definitely say right now, some great racing action that is to come as all the drivers head their way on around through the last couple of corners. And as they do, Ian, well, we're going to be about 5 minutes, but I'm sure we're going to see even more racing to come, as we've still got some more messages coming in from you guys and girls in the chats there. Great to see so many of you responding and getting engaged here, and that's what it's all about. Motorsport is a big community, not just those on the circuit, not just the marshals, it's the teams, the families, everybody. That's what makes motorsport matter most.
Yeah, it does actually. Our final comment on, I'm not sure which YouTube channel is which, I think it's the BARC one, just says, please shout out the... So I think you need to finish that. But let us know, we'll shout out. So if you could just finish that message, that'd be great. Right, Paul, we're about to get back underway.
Oh, indeed. Well, we get set then, ladies and gentlemen, for the restarted Sigma 135 race. This will be their 9th race. And after this one, they head to the Netherlands for Circuit Zandvoort, and that will be in July. But before then...
I'll be there for that one.
Oh, I'm envious. Well, hopefully we'll get to see you in the Dutch Sea once again. But there's the 5-second board, and well, it won't be a day at the beach right now for drivers. It'll be a day in North Yorkshire. But who will get the launch? Here we go then. Away they go. And David Rook this time not getting as quick a start as he wanted to. Still side by side with Waitman as they come on down. In fact, that's Warnock alongside him there. They did roll it back. So Warnock in the end starting second, but they make the way for the opening corner. Still a few too wides there. A couple of drivers taking wide line, but everybody being very patient. Oh, a big lock up further on back, but it looks like all the drivers on through.
Do you know what? Earlier I was down there on the banking, actually, the grass banking there, to watch the Caterhams come through. I don't quite know how about 38 of them all got through without colliding into each other. It is a magnificent sight down there.
Oh, it is, and also was a great sight there. Warnock already trying to put some pressure on Rook as Waitman tries to get involved. From the back, 2 by 2 they come through here, and well, it's not quite Noah's Ark, so don't tear out your Bible yet, for the simple reason it's Caterhams aplenty as they roar their way into the second half of this lap. But this top 5 right now is trying to peel away from the rest of the field. They are pushing it to the maximum, and I believe that it's perhaps been a very good start from Tom McEwen. He's already up into 4th place in that 49. Trying to discern, yes, he has made his way up through the field. A big run wide there. That is a very liberal use of the inside of Sunny Bend. I couldn't quite tell who that was, but 3 wide there for that. I don't think we've seen that all day.
No, well, I haven't seen too much of that side of the track, sunny in and sunny out, unfortunately. But yes, the racing is always fantastic, isn't it? And certainly on these opening laps after a restart, it's so packed, it's so tight. Mind you, with Caterhams, it's always like this, isn't it? And it's going to be like this for the next 13.5 minutes.
Oh, indeed. But as we come to the end of the first restarted lap, here comes McEwen trying to look for an opportunity and then says, okay, you know what, bail out of that. I'm not going to get the toe anytime soon. But he has definitely launched his way up 2 places. He's up in the 4th. So after 1 lap, it's Rook, Warnock, then Waitman. Those are your top 3. 1 is Guest, 1 is Championship, and 1 is Trophy. 2 wide there further on back. That is Bailey versus Derry as they fight over 6th place with Hanson, Arnold and Cross completing your top 10. Louise Deason just behind there, falling down to 12th place when all's considered. But roaring on now, we're starting to see the field spread a little bit, albeit everyone bobbing and weaving there. Nobody wants to be in the toe, none more so than Rook. He wants this field gone behind him.
Yeah, he's desperate. He'll actually be delighted between the battle between Ewing and Waitman at the minute, but Warnock is there too, so there is no rest for any of the drivers. If you can break the toe, oh my word, you can just escape down the road, can't you? But look how close Warnock is to the back of Rook. Rook looking to make it 3 from 3 this weekend as well, but there's still a long way to go.
Oh, a long way, and with it, well, Rook's got to be thinking, okay, if I can't break away from Neil, can I instead just let him set himself up to lose out towards the end? Ewing still trying to attack Adam Waitman there, can't find a way in, and Luke Waitman trying to come to the support of his brother here. That's really been one of the big stories after their disqualification yesterday due to the tyre specification ruling, when in the end they've really tried to make amends. But you can see there, look at Rook, he's starting to gap the rest of this top 5, and the fight from 2nd to 5th is starting to get closer and closer as I think.
Oh,
goodness
dives
me.
down the inside, look.
Oh, it's a lovely move there.
That's Luke Waitman, isn't it?
Oh, and well, it's going to be McEwen taking a bit of a rallycross approach to rejoin as they charge away onwards. McEwen will drop a place. He drops back to 5th as he tucks in. He won't be too upset about that one because he hasn't lost the pack. However, I think he will be a little bit annoyed that the move was put on him in a rather late lunch manner. But then again, great awareness from everybody involved.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned David Rook actually for at least 30 seconds, and he's actually got the gap up to 1.3 seconds, as you can see. Now that could be crucial. Is he going to start escaping down that road?
Well, and interesting you say that, because fastest lap of the race has gone to Rook. However, the man who is going the fastest of everybody, as they've just cleared our times, was Tom McEwen. He was purple in sectors 1 and 2. If it weren't for that move, he might have gone the fastest of everybody that lap. So McEwen's got the pace, but the Waitman brothers are saying to him, you're not allowed to deliver it. As there, we look to the 131 of Bailey. He's still breathing down the neck of Giles Derry, race 1 winner yesterday, but Derry right now really having to settle for fighting over 6th place here. Not that he's going to mind it, but I think he'll look in the distance and think, why can't I be part of that? Or can you all keep fighting, please? I kind of want to be a part of it at some point.
Yeah, no one's allowed to escape in Caterhams, aren't they? We do a lot of Caterham graduates, of course, and Caterham Motorsport, and it's so close. It is an absolute thrill ride all throughout the 20 minutes of racing action. They're just coming up to the complex now. A wonderful series as they come around and then they come up to the hairpin, the final corner here at Croft for the long run down the start-finish straight. We've got just over 10 minutes or so to go. Paul, I'm going to leave you now because I've got to make my way down to Parc Ferme and enjoy the rest of the race.
Oh, thank you, Ian. And well, that was a dramatic little moment there. A slight run wide from Adam Waitman as they head up towards turn 1. That's going to give the confidence here to Neil Warnock to get involved. He's going to try and take the place back then for second. Looks up the inside there as my co-commentator and presenter for the day, Ian Walthouse, charges out the commentary booth and starts to make his way down towards Parc Ferme. And we'll really appreciate Ian joining me there and getting involved as that's a scythe to the inside there. That was Cross on Arnold to move up into none other than 9th place. And well, as our leader just runs off into distance, look at the gap to Rook. He's finally opened it up to +2 seconds. He's going to feel as though this race is his, but meanwhile Neil Warnock, he's still fighting there with the Waitman brothers. McEwen just watches from behind here. This is getting very close. It's getting very personal between them, but this is what Caterham racing is all about. You race as a pack, you show great awareness, and these cars, they can do it side by side, lap after lap. They are very quick, they're very lightweight machines. They are true driver's machines, and it really is a test of driving ability and skill of how you place the car when you're by yourself, and also when you're in these side-by-side instances as they romp on then with 9 minutes to go. And as they come on through, and I almost have to catch my breath there, we're making the way down towards the complexion. See McEwen now looking for an opportunity. We saw the start of it, and we're going to see the end of it here as he makes his way out the inside, looking to the outside now in the battle with Warnock. That's going to be for championship class lead, and further on back then we do have the 6th through to 13th Segway coming on the round, and that's going to be the number 40 trying to hold off the 199 of none other than Morris. And well, he's in 14th place at the moment, and in the end he is going to be passed by Pollen, who now moves up into to 13th. So getting the place back. Pollen did have it at the start of lap, but now retrieves it back. But then back to the front of the field, and here we can see McEwen has cleared Warnock for a brief moment, but has to do it around the outside into turn 1. It's looking good here for Tom McEwen to try and make it back-to-back victories after that second place yesterday, but he's had a victory earlier today. The only problem is he's still got a long way to go. Oh, no, you don't want to cut like that. And that was a big moment there for Neil Warnock. He caught it just in time, but my goodness, coming out of the chicane, the car went sideways. I think too much apex curve there, just unsettling the rear of the car, but collected it just about. And, well, that could have gone all the way round, but not quite. And, well, in all that, he's going to fall back into the second pack here. And, well, right in the cusp of that second pack, you can see the number 77, Giles Derry, still right knee-deep in the trenches of battling, but he's going to be enjoying that more so now because he will see that Neil Warnock has fallen into that group, and suddenly he'll be looking potentially for a P2 in the championship, i.e. at second place, in terms of trying to swipe that position away. Bowser Mime P's and Q's, and the drivers come on through. The number 77 there of Derry are there clearly in the frame and chasing after now Neil Warnock, who is shaken and will be stirred to action as he comes in towards the complex. But behind them, a little bit further back, we do have Arnold. Now, Arnold there running in 8th at the moment. Championship driver, 4th in class. He does have Hansen and Louise Deason behind. They're all still with him, all stand very nice and compact together. Cross is there as well. And then we do have the Morris family members also run to the back of that pack. So everywhere you look inside this top 10, there is a story to be told. And the only story that doesn't need to be told is that right now we have Rooks just running away. That lead gap 4 seconds because, as we can see here, the battle for second really has become a battle for what will feel like a victory. And keeping in mind that between Adam Waitman and Tom McEwen, this is a fight for maximum points for Adam Waitman because he needs to beat all the championship drivers as well as beat all the trophy drivers if he wants the maximum points in this race weekend. And keeping in mind the disqualification from the race yesterday, it's going to be even more pivotal because remember, trophy drives, they have to nominate the rounds and races they're going to race in as it goes 3 wide down to Tower Bend. And I believe Luke Waitman there trying to get himself involved. We'll see the aftermath of that in due course. 2 wide there further on back, and it looks as though, unless I'm mistaken, that's the 98 of Adam Waitman that has finally cleared Tom McEwen for a brief moment. But goodness me, it's almost as if the Waitman brothers say, okay, it's time to do the double move. As we can see, the front right wheel arch there flying off of Tom McEwen's car. That is going to be a little bit of drag reduction being applied there, and well, hopefully that lands on the grass and not on the tarmac. So the last thing we want is that to land on the path of another car coming up, particularly after all the bits of shrapnel we did see come flying off of the cars in the Super 150s earlier, but those have been cleared up at Tower Corner, and onwards they come in towards the latter half of the lap. And we can see Bailey is now starting to get involved here, fell off the back of this battle, now is reappearing in it, and it's not too far for Warnock and Derry, but the moment they're not quite on the pace here for this pack, and Bailey getting into the slipstream will now feel as though he can become a big player in this one with not long left. McEwen has a better run out the hairpin. That's one thing that's very noticeable about Tom McEwen. He's much better off the low speed corners compared to the Waitman brothers. They match him in the medium speed corners, but he absolutely flies out the hairpin, and that's why he's going to fly up the inside here in towards Clairvaux, albeit he jumps over the apex curve, runs a little bit deep, but keeps within the track limits there, and in the end he retakes that second place. Albeit it's not going to be the most important overtake yet. The more important ones will be on the last couple of laps. We will see what exactly he's able to do. Elsewhere down the order, we have had Hansen move up into 10th place, getting ahead of Cross, and Hansen in 6th place in championship class, ahead of the guest driver now. And further on back, we've also had James Hapgood moved up to 13th place as we see our leaders making the way down. And then look at this further on back. That is going to be an absolute tussle there, and that is Deason versus Arnold again. As from them, we've got the number 199, and that is going to be none other than Orlando Morris, who right now fighting hard there to try and keep one step ahead of Pollen. But Pollen, well, he's trying to make it count at the moment, and definitely shining bright is Pollen as he looks to attack, and that is going to be for 14th place between the two of them, both of them at the bottom end of the top 15, but right now fighting for it as if it's on a podium, as we did see a very sideways Caterham for a brief moment, and I believe that may have been the car of Cross taking a big sideways excursion coming out of Sunny Inn. It's so easy to have these cars slide loose. Remember, there's no limited slip differential on these Sigma 135s. They do only have the wide track suspension option should they want to fit it, but otherwise they roll with the 135 brake horsepower from that Sigma Ford engine. 4 cylinders all in line, and well, might be a lack of power, but it is a very capable car, no doubt about it. But we put another lap on the board, and as we do, well, the top 5 stay as they were. It's still Rook who is leading and running away, and David Rook right now trying to make it 3 from 3, and with a 6-second gap, you would imagine that is going to be something of certainty. But he doesn't own the fastest lap at the moment. That's in the ownership of Luke Waitman on a 33.570. And well, Luke Waitman definitely demonstrating there's still pace to be found out there if you can also pick up a toe. Toe is going to be important now as they make their way through the kink and on towards Tower. Of course, this was the previous first corner of the circuit in one of the previous configurations, and it used to be the start-finish line straight, albeit now it is one of the major straights away from the start-finish line. And we can see fastest lap there, and that average speed, look at that, 81.29 miles per hour. It's incredible. And that is factoring in the corners they have to take in. We've got plenty of low-speed corners, but to have a lap speed like that, it is incredible what these machines can do. And one interesting statistic, if you're curious, the difference between the Sigma 135s and the Sigma 150s. The fastest laps in qualifying separated by 6/10 between a Sigma 135 and a Sigma 150 car. That 15 brake horsepower doesn't make too much of a difference because you have the slipstreaming effect, but also the fact that for that power you have a lot more speed, but you've got to bleed off that speed earlier, and also the limited slip differential being thrown into the mix. It makes the Sigma 150 a more challenging car to drive, and this Croft circuit, sometimes being in the quote-unquote the slower car, can be just as quick as the quote-unquote the faster car. But 2.5 minutes sit on the clock as they head across the line. Rook has disappeared from the camera shot, understandably, and it's now Tom McEwen who holds on to second place ahead of Adam and Luke Waitman, with then Bailey in 5th, Neil Warnock falling away from that a little bit now, and in fact his position of 6th, he's been able to break away from Louise Deason, open up a 2-second gap, so Warnock will feel happy. However, I don't think he'll be pleased with the fact that in the end a mistake and seemed to eject him all the way down the order and, well, away from the battle for the lead of the championship class, and that is going to be one of those missed opportunities. And well, given the fact that coming into this weekend he was sitting 3rd in the championship, we do not have what is Giles Derry right up there at the moment. He will definitely feel as though it has been a missed chance to put some progress over the second place man. And Tom McEwen, meanwhile, well, he's definitely right now looking to try and make it a continued run of wins, and really has been the man to beat all season. But looking at the front of the field, he's on his penultimate lap. David Rook right now trying to make it 3 from 3 as our guest driver. He comes charging on through the camera shot, and then we do have that gap of 6 seconds. It feels like an eternity, and then suddenly we see what is there, the Waitman brothers, McEwen and Bailey, and well, Tom McEwen at this point, I think he's really thinking to himself, I'm enjoying this battle, but also I can't afford to get too expressive in this battle because these drivers are not in the championship, so therefore fighting with them, it's only for a little bit of pride and glory for what will be a position on the road. But I'm guaranteed to win, even if I finish behind them, given where Neil Warnock is 3.5 seconds back. However, the racer's instinct takes over in such a situation and says to you, well, you want to finish ahead of them on the road, you're in equal machinery, right? You want to prove a point. Well, they're about to prove a point here, and who is the fastest out of this pack for second place? Because onto the final lap they go. They've turned 9 laps, they'll turn a 10th one by the end of it in the restarted section of the race. And here comes a potential move then up the inside into turn 1, and it is going to be an attempt there from Luke Waitman. He can't quite find it as Tom McEwen just keeps within track limits. My goodness, the way he's had to dart off of that exit curbing coming out of Clairvaux Corner to make Hawthorne Bend. Right now it's almost as if he's a ballerina with that Caterham, in the fact he is jinking it from left to right. It's absolutely incredible when they push their way onwards then, and as they do, we can see that behind there's no real progress being made further back by Bailey. He's watching at a distance, but side by side it comes Luke Waitman in there, and well, does not manage to make the move that time, but definitely trying to put some furtive pressure on his rival. We also need to give a shout out there to Simon Nichols, who's made up 4 places earlier on in this race. Indeed, he's had an absolutely brilliant start in race number 1 yesterday, and right now he's making that progress, but this has been the man to beat all the way through this weekend. Well, right now you can imagine that if he was part of the championship, or indeed in the trophy category, I think for David Rook, he'll be thinking to himself, you know what, this is feeling as though it's a little bit of a breeze. However, this has been the strongest performance of him because he's been able to break away and not look back. So through the last couple of corners he goes, and as he does so, it's not long to the checker flag for David Rook. Rolls his way out of the hairpin, and well, he's had 2 wins so far this weekend, and for the 3rd time he will make it 3 from 3 as David Rook takes a victory there in the Sigma 135s, crossing that line, and what a drive from him. It will then be Adam Waitman who will come on home to 2nd place, or will he? It's going to be a dash to line, but it is Adam Waitman ahead of Tom McEwen and Luke Waitman, and well, it'll be the trophy winner who takes maximum points ahead of the championship winner who takes maximum points as well, and Luke Waitman, then Bailey, and then Neil Warnock, with Louise Deason completing a run to a 3rd place on the podium. And for Louise Deason, I believe Unless I'm mistaken, that might be her first podium of the season, and if so, what a job from her to do that. And then it will be Jason Hapgood behind, and then we will have Cross in 9th ahead of Hansen in 10th, and that completes your top 10 order. We've still got plenty more cars to come through. Giles Derry in the end being relegated, as I get my R's in the right order, and will relegated to a 5th place finish. He won't be too happy about that after his podium exploits, but that's the way it goes sometimes. But still, his fight for 3rd place in the championship, or fight for 2nd I should say, with Neil Warnock, that will definitely come to the foray later on as the season goes on. But as everyone cools on down, here are the provisional results, subject to any steward's inquiries. And whilst there was a bit of a delay to getting the full 20 minutes underway and completed, David Rook in the end was able to run away victorious there by 6.7 seconds over Adam Waitman. The trophy winner, who, when the guests are removed, he will take the maximum points from today. And for Adam Waitman's trophy campaign, that is going to be a huge injection of points, and he may feel quite confident that this is going to move him forward, given the fact the last time we saw him out on circuit was Donington Park all the way at the start of this year. Tom Ewan taking victory in championship class, 3rd place overall ahead of Luke Waitman, with Andrew Bailey completing the top 5. A good job from him once again, being involved in the top battles all the way through this day. We then did see Neil Warnock taking 2nd place in championship after that huge slide coming out of the chicane. Did very well to save it, to be fair, and well, if you've ever considered going from what would be the joking role of football manager to goalkeeper, I definitely think he's got a good pair of hands in order to save that car, and he could save a good few shots on target. Lewis Deason taking in 3rd place then, ahead of James Hapgood, Gary Cross and Giles Hansen wrapping up your top 10. Giles Derry, best of the rest in 11th, ahead of Henry Morris, and then we had Dean Pollan and Mark Soden round off your top 14. Fastest lap of the race, a 33.26, and that was set by Adam Waitman on lap number 8. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, well, that brings the Sigma 135 campaign to a close at Croft today, but here are some replay moments from the race, and here was the race start, and well, a brilliant set of battles there into the opening couple of corners. Our Caterhams going left, right and centre, and for the most part many of them going 2-3 wide, and you have to ask the question, how on earth do they get through those opening corners in such a fashion, even when a number of them bounce over the apex curb at Clairvaux? But they do it, and that's the thing with these Caterhams, because they're so narrow track cars, you can do a fantastic job as long as you're aware of everybody. But then we did have this brought out the red flag, the instant between the number 6 and the 54, and Munns in the end being left in pieces, unfortunately, with the front of the car, and that brought out the red flag, pointing in the wrong direction at the hairpin. Then we got the restart, a much tamer restart. And well, from this, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a word from our drivers in about a minute's time. Let's go through a few other moments of the racing. This was after the restart as well. Some brilliant battling there. 3 wide over the apex of Sunny In. You don't normally see that, particularly when somebody puts 2 wheels up onto the inside grass. And then here was the little bit of a love tap between Tom Ewan and also Luke Waitman. But in the end, Ewan tucked in behind and said, you know what, we've got plenty of race distance. I'm going to try and do more later on. And speaking of later on, this is when we did see Neil Warnock when he was up towards the front of the field, enjoying a fantastic run, but in the end that all came undone with the big slide we did see at the chicane. But as we do see that clip here, this was Neil Warnock making his way on through, and in the end taking too much curb there. But without further ado, let's go down to Parc Ferme and catch a word of our drivers from Ian Waterhouse.
Well, David, I mean, what else can we say? We've pretty much said it all, haven't we? But look, a great race for you after the restart. Of course, as soon as you broke that toe, my word, that's it. You're just gone.
Yeah, it was very close after the restart. I think it was Neil that was maybe close up behind me. I don't recognise all the cars, but yeah, I got a bit of a gap and just went away. And it was lovely. So yeah, what a fantastic weekend!
All 3 wins. Do you think you'll be invited back now?
I don't think so. I think
I'm
persona non grata now. But look, I've had a fantastic weekend of it here, and it's so great to race with these guys. It's a lovely bunch of guys, and girls. So amazing.
Well, David, thank you so much for entertaining us this weekend. I hope you got a trophy cabinet big enough for now for that. So Tom, let's just grab you for a quick chat if we can as well. A good way to end a weekend, but you did say the car's on its last legs a bit.
Yeah, the poor thing, I think it's on its way out. Yeah, the gearbox is shot. At the penultimate lap, or 2 laps in the end, missed 3rd to 4th, going up to Tower, obviously the worst place to not have gears, and I dropped a few positions and I thought that was me done, but luckily managed to recover. But yeah,
I actually jumped on comms and I was watching you go around, and I thought, but we were talking about it. You didn't lose too much momentum, and you just stayed in that slipstream.
Yeah, and to be fair, I knew with Tower coming up, I knew I had to kind of try and at least keep one of the positions. I just managed to keep, I think, ahead of of Luke, which was massive, to be honest. But I love racing with those guys. The Waitman brothers are great to race against. We've had some great races this weekend. Shame I couldn't have some time on track with David, but there we go. Maybe another time.
The next time. Thanks so much, Tom. It's been a good weekend. Thanks for having us. Let's grab both Waitman brothers, shall we? Adam, Luke, can we grab both of you? Can I grab both of you? Actually, Adam as well. Can we get you both in? It's been quite an eventful weekend for you. Of course, I know race 1 didn't quite go how you wanted it to in the end. Brotherly love, hey?
Yeah, that's quite refreshing. No, it's a shame, yeah.
Unfortunately, I noticed he ran away though.
Unfortunately, we made a mistake with the tyres where we were using year-old tyres, and I just missed out on the previous race. So it's nice to actually be back in second and redemption. So
other than race 1, we've had a Waitman on the podium for each time. Are you happy with the weekend overall?
Yeah, that race was fantastic, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, the battling was toe to toe but fair, really fair. This guy's.
I was fighting for my life.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
It was terrifying but amazing at the same time. It was just, I was getting attacked from all angles, from every different person. And I just can't believe I managed to hold it together.
Well, you both had a podium that hopefully should stand. Is there a bit of rivalry between you two?
Yes. No, not at all. But no, this is my first ever podium. So I'm absolutely through the moon. So I'm very happy.
The good news is that dinner at the Waitmans tonight isn't going to be too awkward. Guys, well done. Thanks for coming out to play. We really appreciate it. Good stuff indeed. Right, we're just going to take a bit of a walk. Danny, I'm really sorry to do this to you, but we are going to take a bit of a walk because coming up next is the final race of the weekend for TCR. So we'll give you a little look behind the scenes, shall we? Just whilst we make our way up a little bit. I know we've got Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill in the commentary box, but you may as well just stay with us a little bit longer if that's okay, whilst we make our way up into the pit lane. As ever, of course, a big thank you as well to you all for tuning in. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Can I just say as well, I know Paul Walsh's mum is watching, so Linda, that one's for you there. I know Paul Walsh right now is probably going bright crimson red in the commentary box. There we go. Here we go. We're going to make our way. In fact, actually, Danny, here's the trophies for TCR. Look at those trophies, by the way. They are real, proper trophies. Look at that. That's the official podium here for TCR UK here at Croft. And they are monstrous trophies, aren't they? Wow. I actually did pick one up in here. They're pretty heavy as well. So here we go, making our way up into the pit lane. We've got Finn Leslie's car right in front of us. So let's just head up. We can see Jack from TCR over there on the left as well. Stuart Lyons just up here on the right. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, didn't we? But let's just quickly chuck the microphone underneath his mouth once again. Stuart, very, very quickly, I know we've hassled you a little bit this weekend, but what have you made of the TCR at Croft this weekend?
Yeah, it's been good. It's had its controversies. You know, we've had a few problems, but they've been sorted out. And this championship, the last few years we've run it, it's been decided on the last lap of the last race, and I don't think this particular one's going to be any different. You know.
Yeah. It's a thrilling minute with TCR, isn't it? Where are we going next?
We're going to Oldham Park, which is obviously a great circuit, and then the last two will be with the trucks at Snetterton and Brands Hatch. So some good meetings to finish the year off.
Fantastic, I'll be there with those. Sure, thanks for talking to us, appreciate it. Let's move down, look, more cars coming out. There goes Jones making his way out. There's Brad Hutchinson, of course, so we spoke to him yesterday on the podium in that race 1 for TCR. Let's keep going up, shall we? I just wonder if we might be able to just poke our head through onto the track, and probably won't have too much time here. There's no sort of official grid walk or anything for this one. We did have one earlier today, of course, the first race of the day here at Croft. So I'll drop back. Sorry, I'm walking too fast, so let me just drop back a little bit, shall we, and head on to this. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Let's make our way on to the circuit. I can see Paul O'Neill, so I'm going to flag him down, give him the microphone. There he is. He's just chatting to some of the area motorsport boys there, so let's head on up. Can we get a wave? Can we get a wave? Yeah, they're jolly good. Right, Paul O'Neill, here he is. Paul. There you are.
Are we live?
We are live. So,
What's going on?
So please be careful with what language we use. Right, here we are. Final time this weekend at Croft. We're on the grid. Isn't this exciting?
This is so exciting. I've just been looking through the championship points. I'm not too sure how much you've said, but there's a lot of...
I haven't said about the championship points.
Right, well, it is like absolutely on its head now. Everything's changed, obviously, from the last time we were racing. I'll just move out the way. I'm not sure if these boys are going to park up here, actually.
I think they are.
But yes, it's going to be really interesting, this one. Obviously, we had a little bit of contact with Adam Shepherd and Steve Laidlaw in the last race. That's all been put to bed now with the clerks, and Adam was at fault, and he's been disqualified from that race, and he's lost a lot of points. So now Callum,
because he was the championship leader coming into this weekend.
Yeah, so Callum Newsham is now the championship leader, which I'm sure Andy McEwen in comms will tell us all about. But he's the new championship leader, and it's by quite a chunk. So Callum is going to be sitting pretty for the rest of the year, I think.
How do you think Adam Shepherd is feeling right now coming to the grid? What's he telling himself underneath that helmet?
Massively aggrieved, I would say. And, you know, only he knows what happened in the car. I've not seen an onboard. All we've seen is the pictures that me and you have seen. So as a driver, I can see it probably from both ways. But yeah, it's gone in the favour of Steve Laidlaw, and now we've just got to see what happens. I mean, you can see obviously Adam Shepherd's on pole now, and Steve Laidlaw's going to be alongside him. So what is going to happen?
I'm off down to turn one.
Yeah. To be fair, we're talking about two pros here, good drivers. So I would like to think there's not going to be any horrendousness, but there could be a little bit of argy-bargy. I would say stay tuned.
Here he is. Are you brave enough to talk to him? Shall I give that to you? Good luck.
Oh, have I got to do it? Thank you, Ian. My word. Well, here he is. So Ian is off on his travels, and Adam Shepherd, we can see, he's just getting his tyres crossed. I might just stick a little microphone in his door, because that is my job. I'll let these boys just do their cross, so they're going to be talking up. Let's get them round. There'll be another set of wheels coming round, and I'll just let him put his marker down. He's putting a thumbs up, and that's just to show the guys that are putting the tape on the side of the wall that you can see there. The red tape is Adam's. That tape there that Ian is showing off is actually so he can line up ready to go on this pole position lap of the gods it will be when he starts. I am going to just open the door 1 second. Hate to do this to you, mate. Got to ask the question. Got to go flat out. Whatever's happened now. Just got to get on with this race, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. We don't agree with the decision, we've appealed it, so we'll see what happens with that, but that's for another day. So try and go for another win on the road and see what happens. We know the car's fast, so yeah, see what we can do.
Yeah, just got to get the start sequence all sorted, and that'll be you, yeah?
Yeah, the car's been good off the line today, so fingers crossed we get another good one and try and bring it home.
Super. All the best, yeah? Nice one, lads. Right, let's leave him to it. Would be nice to get a little word from Steve Laidlaw as well, because I know these are professional teams, professional drivers, lot going on, but at the end of the day, I've got to ask the questions. Mate, it's all done and dusted, it's been in the clerks, it's in favour of you, they've said that you've been turned round, and we'll see what happens going forward with that. You're professional teams, you're alongside Adam here, just want to get round the outside of him, or is it just a case of, let's see what we can do points-wise?
No, we're racing for P1, but it's done and dusted now, it's a new race, no old things coming in. I'm a bit more grown up than that, but yeah, we are going for P1. This is a win.
I like it, mate. Just quickly, the car did take a big hit into that wall. What's the damage? Is it going to be a bit of a problem for you?
Reshell, we've got a few issues that we're holding on to, but I reckon we got the best team in the paddock. So if this can hold on, it can hold on for us.
Wow. All right, mate. All the best. That's your lot. We're going to have to head off the grid. Thank you. No problem. This is going to be a race to watch. Andy, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Well, stand well back, everyone, because this could get very tasty indeed. For all the talk about what happened in race 2 is in the past, they're moving on, this is a new race. The racing gods have presented Adam Shepherd and Steve Laidlaw with a tantalising opportunity to get their own back on each other here. They both feel aggrieved, and I think it's fair to say they probably won't be exchanging Christmas cards at the end of the year, but will they be exchanging the race lead, perhaps, into the first corner? They start on the front row together. They are no longer, though, the top two in the championship. We'll get into the championship standings in a bit more detail later, but neither Adam Shepherd or Steve Laidlaw have come out of that previous race with the points lead. They do, though, share row 1 of the grid. It's Callum Newsham who inherited the race win after the disqualification for Adam Shepherd, who now moves into a 33-point championship lead. Adam Shepherd was, 25 points ahead of everyone at the start of the weekend, and that DQ has completely shifted the championship trajectory. Sam Laidlaw, by the way, very much still a part of the championship equation. He starts 4th on the grid, the new Croft lap record holder on, he said, quote, very, 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 very old tyres. So now on new tyres for this race, he thinks he'll be even quicker. Brad Hutchison had a turbo issue in race 2, that's why he retired. Finn Leslie, the youngster, alongside him on row 3. Will Beach and Harry Blore are together on the 4th row, ahead of George Jackson and Greg Saunders on row number 5 to complete your top 10. 11th on the grid then, we'll have those that just missed out on the top 10 in the qualifying order, Jordan Kerridge, Mark Smith and the Gen 1 Cup runner Alex Jones. So that's how the grid lines up. Just to give you those championship standings in a bit more detail then, Callum Newsham inheriting that win. It was a 10th career victory, which means he's 2nd on the all-time wins list now as Callum Newsham, and it was his 3rd win of the year. He's not been off the podium, Callum Newsham, since his non-finish in the 2nd race at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, the British GT event that we were a part of. So a brilliantly consistent run of late, and 2 race wins for Callum. He's 33 points clear of Adam Shepherd, who retains 2nd place in the points, but by only 6 points over Steve Laidlaw. So those two are only separated by 6, and it's then a further 4 back to Sam Laidlaw. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th covered by only 10 points. The issue for those 3 is that Callum Newsham is often in the distance as far as his championship lead's concerned. Now, the flip side of that is the drop score situation. Callum Newsham, you get 2 dropped scores over the course of the year. Callum has had 2 non-finishes this year. One came in the very first round of the season at Donington Park on the national circuit. He non-finished in the 2nd race on the Grand Prix circuit at Donington, as I just mentioned. So if Callum Newsham has another non-finish or another bad result, he has to carry that forward in the championship, whereas Adam Shepherd is dropping 46 points. So he is in a much better position drop score wise, but he's 33 points back in the championship. Well, Paul O'Neill, I didn't expect the championship to take quite such a twist and a turn this weekend, but Croft has well and truly delivered.
Yeah, like it usually does, to be fair. I've got to say, that was one of the most difficult grid walks, and I only did 2 people to ask those questions to. I thought they responded with respect, as pros, like I said. They're both professional teams and professional drivers, but that is a difficult one to swallow, what's happened to those drivers in the previous race, and now to get them to start side by side. You know, I had to ask the question. I didn't want to, but you've got to lead in with it, haven't you? And yeah, you were just talking through the points there, and who would have thought Callum Newsham would be, leading this championship now by quite a chunk? This brings Sam Laidlaw into play massively, doesn't it?
100%. He's only 10 points off 2nd place in the championship, and he has been on form. I don't know whether you heard me saying this as you walked in, but he set that lap record in the previous race on very used tyres. They were not new tyres because it was the reversed grid. Most of the front-running teams elect to save a fresh set of tyres for race 3 rather than sort of waste it, quote-unquote, in the reverse grid race. So he should go even more quickly in this one. Perhaps a new lap record could head his way. But yeah, Sam, it's been an interesting season for Sam Laidlaw, really. Just the one win, that coming in the 2nd race at the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. It wasn't actually a win, but it was because again we had guest drivers out there. He managed to take the maximum points from that race, and Sam Laidlaw would love to get back onto the top step of the podium again. He'll start this one from 4th though, and it will be a little bit of a challenge from there. And remember, he had that terrible start earlier on in the day as well. So Sam with a point to prove, as indeed is the case for both front row starters.
Yeah, if you were Callum Newsham, what would you be doing?
Starting from the pit lane.
Yeah. This is going to be really interesting, this, because Callum is going to have pound seats on this one.
He could well inherit something, couldn't he? Let's see what happens then. It's the 3rd race of the weekend here at Croft. Place your bets, everyone. Off they go. Even start from the front row men, slightly better for Steve Laidlaw maybe, and he will try to draw level with Adam Shepherd as they head towards Clermont for the first time. He's got his nose ahead. Shepherd surely won't let him have it. He has no choice. Laidlaw breezes past Adam Shepherd and takes the lead cleanly at turn 1. That was the kind of Steve Laidlaw start we've been teeing up all weekend, and he picked the perfect moment to execute it. Now, can he stay there? That's the question. Shepherd will definitely want to try and strike back as soon as he can, but I don't think he's close enough into tower.
No, I don't think he is, and Newsham is on the move. He's showing his nose already, and then Sam Laidlaw is in there as well. But what a start. That boy is fired up. Steve Laidlaw absolutely pinned it, and that is going to be very interesting as we go out through the race, because I'm not too sure if Steve can carry that hobbled car all the way through this race and win this race.
And we don't really know what his race pace is like, because he hasn't had 2 clean races. Both of the races this weekend he's had dramas. That was almost a drama for Shepherd there, sideways at Sunny. Will Beach running wide and opening the door for Finn Leslie further back, and there a battle at the back of the field as well. Alex Jones and Mark Smith, I think that was battling together, but it's nose to tail for the leaders. These are the top 4 in the championship, and they're inseparable through the complex. Steve Laidlaw trying to defend the lead, Shepherd having to go defensive against Callum Newsham. Wow. This has got drama written all over it, hasn't it? Laidlaw, I don't think, has the ultimate pace in that car, but he ain't going to move out of the way for Adam Shepherd. That we can guarantee.
Absolutely not. This is going to be absolutely fantastic. Look at Sam Laidlaw. He's already looking at Callum Newsham. So when they come into shot, the next 2 cars, bang, bang. That was, as I said, bang, bang. Someone smashed down the poster. But this has got drama written all over it, like you say. How hobbled is Laidlaw's car? How much does Shepherd want this win? And how much would Steve Laidlaw defend if he needed to?
Well, he might have to defend down at the end of the back straight, I think, into tower. Is there a move from Shepherd? No. Shepherd will have to be a little bit careful here. What he can't afford is another penalty. Of course, that disqualification earlier on put 4 licence points he was given, and it's 3 championship points that you lose per licence point. So 12 points he was docked. He can't carry that disqualification.
Oh,
no! Off has got Laidlaw again, and that's a huge hit into the barriers at Croft, and that is surely game over now for Steve Laidlaw. His car is totaled, and that, again, I'm afraid, looked as though it had something to do with Adam Shepherd. We didn't catch the start of it, but Steve Laidlaw out of the race, and that is the scariest place to go off the road, Paul, the fastest part of the track. And yeah, you're right, that may end up being a race stoppage. It's a safety car immediately. It may be a race stoppage. It will certainly be a conversation after the race.
Oh, wow. Well, we haven't seen what's happened, but I'll tell you what. Well, thank goodness Steve Laidlaw is out of that car. He has caught, look how much.
Look at the barrier.
That is going to take a long time. That is going to take a long time. I am so glad Laidlaw is out of that car. That has got reminiscence of another tin top.
Yeah.
Massive accident here. Look at the back of that. It's totally destroyed, written off. You won't be seeing that shell again race. That is horrific.
What happened is the question that we all want an answer to. We only caught the very, very end of it. We know Shepherd was on the attack, but what led to that Area Motorsport Cupra heading to the scenery at such velocity? Alex Jones's car has stopped as well. There is a red flag. That's not a huge surprise. Race being stopped whilst they, well, recover the car but fix that barrier, and that will not be a short fix either, Paul, I'm afraid. That tyre wall is destroyed, and the Arco barrier behind will likely need some attention as well. Oh, Jones's car is damaged too, isn't it?
So I seen a yellow flag. There was a yellow flag when we were watching the cars come down to tower for the first time. So Alex must have clobbered the tyres through there. So there's obviously 2 sets of different damage. Oh, wow.
That's been in hard as well.
That could have been the red flag as well then.
Well, yes, I think it probably would have been.
Because Steve was out and was okay, but still, they might have struggled to... There's too much damage on both sides of the circuit.
It's the barriers more than anything. Cars can be moved behind the safety car, but when there's a barrier that needs to be repaired, that's a different story altogether, isn't it? So, major drama here at Croft. This is a weekend that is going to go down in history, I think, isn't it? With the amount of incidents that we've had, the championship connotations that they have. But the main news is we believe both drivers are okay. I haven't seen Alex Jones down there at the chicane, but it looks like he's okay. Right, what replays do we have? That's what we need to see. I believe we've got a couple lined up for you. Let's see. This is at the Jim Clark S's, Paul. What are we seeing?
So Jim Clark S's, Steve comes through.
No problem there.
No problem there. It's a bit later on, isn't it? So it's towards Barcroft. So this is it. So does he lose it on his own?
He does. That was nothing to do with Adam Shepherd. There is no contact between the two of them. And that, I'm so happy we got that replay. That's a huge hit into the wall, but that was just over the curb through Barcroft. Now, the back of the car we know has been repaired. The Area Motorsport team will have done the best job that they can. It's possible that it wasn't handling quite as it should. He was still on cold tyres as well. It looked like it was just a slide on cold tyres over the curb. Would you agree?
I would fully agree with that. I mean, that corner is completely flat out. The temperature has dropped.
Yep.
Ambient is down. I've got to say, Steve is not somebody who is not someone who's going to back out of going full throttle on the first lap. You sometimes, with Adam Shepherd being so close, he would have had to keep it pinned through there.
Yeah.
And the car may be reacting differently with if it's got a little tweak in the rear of it from the crash in race 2. You sometimes can only straighten cars up with so many shims, and sometimes it's never straight, never quite square, and the car can turn left better than it turns right. I am so glad we got that replay, because that is like when you read a newspaper, and you see a headline, and then you find out from a proper source or somebody who knows someone that it's completely fake news, and I hate using that term, but that just shows you that Adam Shepherd has nothing to do with that accident. And for the integrity of the championship and for racing drivers in general, I'm so glad that, one, that Steve is okay, but two, that it's not been a fallout of any sort.
Exactly. Yeah, no, 100% agree. They're picking branches from the tree out of the rear bodywork of that car, such was the air that it caught off the barrier. I mean, that could have been it was a sizable accident, of course. It could have been even worse, but the car doing what it's supposed to do. This is the latest generation of TCR car, of course, the Cupra Leon VZ, a Gen 3 car, and all of the safety improvements that are made. It's not just performance enhancements that we get from one generation to the next. They'll always make sure that the cars are safer, and the circuit barriers doing their job as well in absorbing that impact. The barrier didn't fold either and send the car flying properly into the scenery, so that could have been an awful lot worse. And yet the main takeaway from all of that is that Steve Laidlaw appears to be fine. Here's the replay again. Watch just there as the car hits the curb. It unsettles from the rear, starts a slide to the right, and of course he's steering into it, foot flat on the floor, and it just goes back round the other way.
Yeah, and you can see Adam Shepherd's hard on the brakes, turning right, so the rears lock up. But look at this impact. Bang! Straight into the tyres. The dissipation of energy has saved him there. And then do you know what that reminds me of? Nigel Mansell in, I think it was 86, in that Williams Honda in Japan, when he lost the rear and it went up off the tyres and it just spun round and took the energy out of it. But that is absolutely horrendous and a horrible thing to say, but this is why the drivers actually love this circuit, because risk versus reward is huge.
Yeah, if that was Silverstone, he would have slid harmlessly off into a gravel trap, been stuck, race would have been over, and maybe that's for the best. But it's that challenge, it's that real challenge that places like Croft, like Alton Park, provide to a driver that a more modern facility perhaps doesn't. We hate to see it result in that kind of thing, but it's the fact that that can happen that adds to the challenge and the thrill, I guess, of the place. So there is Alex Jones's car. We haven't really had a chance to touch upon Alex Jones, but that we haven't seen it happen. Obviously, we don't really know what has happened there, but time and time again, we've seen cars losing out of the chicane on cold tyres. That's the first time you lean on that right rear tyre, and in the first few laps, very easy to lose control there.
Yeah, very easy. I mean, it's easier to lose control where Alex is in this number 7, because it's quite difficult to take the chicane flat where Alex is in general, but sometimes when you've got a heavy fuel load and there's what we call a difference in delta across the front and rear axle, where the front tyres are a bit warmer than the rears and the front becomes really pointy, and it only needs a difficult curb strike and a lower track temperature to unsettle the rear and just fire you into the barrier out. And it looks like a lot of damage on the other side of Alex's car. It's not great. And I don't know whether they've only got one lift truck, and that's why it's going to take too long. They can't they can't do both at the same time. And Laidlaw's car looks like it's got a lot of bits everywhere.
Yeah, and the barrier, etc., etc. So it's going to take a little while, isn't it? Good opportunity, though, to give a shout-out to the marshals. Saw you catching up with a member of the Orange Army down on the grid walk earlier on, which was lovely to see. Another thing that was lovely to see this morning, actually, was that the marshals at the circuit and TCR UK organised a drivers' meet-up, didn't they, down in the assembly area? You were there posing for pictures, Paul, and stealing the limelight from the drivers, I noticed. But a really nice touch, that, wasn't it? That all of the TCR drivers went down into Parc Ferme, gathered with all of the marshals, and didn't just pose for a picture and then disappear. They were chatting to the marshals, they were signing autographs. Really nice opportunity for the drivers to give back to this community, without whom we would not be here this weekend.
Absolutely, I echo that, and it's very interesting that speaking to some of the TCR guys and girls, they were saying to me that it was actually the marshals were asking if they could come and meet the TCR drivers, which one I thought was lovely, but two, the TCR drivers going, yep, every single one of them went down, and like I say, I popped down as well, and I'll go to the opening of a fridge, and I've just got to make sure I keep my stock up by getting my photos taken. I was taking selfies for the marshals, they didn't really want any photos, but yeah, they are absolutely. I've got to say though, if we were to do go around all the circuits in the UK and which marshals from what regions had the cleanest overalls.
Yeah.
Up here, like literally, they've all got brand new overalls. Did you see the gentleman who I was talking to on the grid? They looked like the cleanest set of overalls. It's like the Daz White Challenge. There are other washing machine, what do you call them? What washes your clothes? What's that stuff?
Detergent?
Detergents available. Just before we get a compliance complaint.
Yes, I don't think there's a career in TV or radio advertising for detergents in your future, Paul.
Nah.
Right. We, I believe, have an opportunity, I think I'm hearing this right in my ears, to hear from one of the teams, I think it might be Area Motorsport, down in the pit lane. We're going to try and have a chat with them anyway. We want an update mainly, I suppose, on Steve Laidlaw, just absolutely make sure that he is okay, and the team will of course have had a chance to hopefully communicate with him. Of course, this barrier damage repair work is also ongoing, so I think we're going to be waiting a little while now before we go racing again.
Yeah, just a quick one, Andy, as well. I think that Mini there that's in the middle, sorry, on that other shot, the Mini that was in the middle of the track, I think that was there was two officials I've seen with white shirts on that were looking at the damage.
Yes.
When you have officials out there like that looking at the damage, they're looking at the integrity of the structure, and yeah, that isn't good when you've got people looking at that kind of stuff.
Yes, exactly. That would be my concern, I think. But we shall see. We shall see what happens, and there is a solution to this that allows us to go racing again, and I'm sure they will absolutely ensure that that happens. There is the Alex Jones VW being hoisted up onto the flatbed truck. And a lot of work for that team to do as well. They've got under a month, about 3 weeks only actually, before the next round of the championship at Alton Park. So busy time for the teams. And many of these teams and drivers running on fairly small budgets. And this is not the kind of repair bill that we want to see them being burdened with. So bits of Area Motorsport Cupra being collected. We've got the tractor out there repositioning the tyre bales, also just making sure that the barrier is straight, and the main thing they want to make sure of course, is that the barrier's supports are not broken, that they are capable of withstanding the same accident again. Basically, if the same thing were to happen again, they have to make sure that the barrier is going to do the same job that it just did. I think they're even bringing fresh tyres out to position in front of that barrier. So work is going on, and they will do it as efficiently as they possibly can, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, Andy, that it scares me how high that car got, Yeah. That's the problem with some corners. People say, oh, why haven't you got tyres on the barriers there? And it's because of that, to be honest. Obviously, it's done its job because you want to take the energy out of the accident, but you've got this problem of when you hit the tyres at speed at an angle, there's a big rotation in the car, and that's when you can start to get the car going where you don't want it to go. So,
and we hear people or see people on social media often complaining about catch fencing and why spectator areas are moved further and further away from the racetrack. This is why. Now, luckily, that's not a spectator area because it's just woods. You can't get up to that part of the circuit, but that's exactly why. Once a car goes off the road at that sort of speed, you never know where it could end up.
Yeah, exactly. And I've got to say, I've been quite vocal on social media about how good this circuit is maintained, and it is absolutely stepped up a level, Croft, over the years, with the tarmacking, the facilities here, and we always get a very knowledgeable crowd to come and watch. But look at that; it's a very sad sight. That is the VZ is a beautiful car, and I think Ian Watson is in that course car. So Ian Watson, the clerk of the course, he'll be having a look. So big sideways. He took a lot of curve, didn't he, on that? That is, do you know what? I'd say he's probably hit that wall at 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's the fastest part of the track, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So the officials again are here in the course car. They've come to have a look and see what's going on, because they need to know. I mean, that is a wreck.
Yeah, if it wasn't written off after race 2, it certainly is now, I would say. Now, they do have a spare car, the Laidlaws, in fairness, which they've sort of pinched some rear body work off to fix the car after the race 2 incident, and now that spare car may come into use again as a race car moving forwards. But Steve Laidlaw, I really do feel for Steve, because he came off the previous weekend at Silverstone on such a high. And we were all singing his praises, rightly so. He put in this flawless performance over the course of the 3 races. And actually, in effect, he hasn't done an awful lot wrong this weekend. It just has not gone his way.
It is, and it's a snowball effect, isn't it? You know, like, I'm not saying he was over-trying, because I actually firmly believe that car was not, you know, it was as straight as it probably could be made by area. But when a car's had a little knock and it's been twisted, like I said, turning right and left in high speed, I've had it before, and it's horrendous, because the car will turn right better than it turns left, and it looks like he's bounced off a curb there, and it's just kept rotating, and he's unlucky. But wasn't it interesting how the replay just told us a completely different story? Crazy.
Yeah, I think we all wrongly jumped to the wrong conclusion there, didn't we? And it's why you should always try and assemble all of the facts before you express an opinion. There's a lesson to be learned there, I think, for all of us, isn't there? Right, let's head down onto the grid and see what Ian makes of all of this. He's perhaps going to have a chance to catch up with some drivers, or at the very least, give us his thoughts on what's been a dramatic afternoon so far. Ian, over to you.
Yeah, here we are on the grid. As you can see, the car's just re-gridding at the minute. There is going to be a little bit of work to do. I've just chatted to some of the marshals. Obviously, quite a bit of damage to the tyre wall there. But Jack, a little update for us on Steve?
Yeah, nothing to report. I know we got out the car. He gave the thumbs up to the bank from what everyone's saying. So, no, we send our, obviously, you know, our best wishes to Steve. Hopefully he's okay where he is. But no,
he gave the thumbs up, didn't he? I know he's gone to the med centre now.
Yeah, he's in the med centre. I know that. I know his wife's with him now. So, no, it was a sizable shunt, and obviously we hope that, you know, he's okay, and send our regards to him.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Jack. I really appreciate that. I wonder if we can just... We've got Callum Newsham here, of course, probably with one of the best views of what happened there. Callum, that was quite a dramatic start to the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a bit of a crazy shunt, that. Hopefully Steve's all right, but yeah, I don't really know what happened.
I suppose it probably just happened in a blur, didn't it, really?
Yeah, I was just minding my own business, and then he's backwards into the tyre wall at really high speed. So hopefully he's all right, but the car looks really bad.
Yeah, I can't tell you. I think he just lost it himself. There was no contact between him and Adam, which I suppose is a good thing. But of course, another chance for you to go again.
Yeah, try and beat Adam Shepherd for once. But yeah, we'll see what we can do. Try and hang on to him, and yeah, just see what happens.
Excellent, Lou. Thanks for talking to us, Callum. Yeah. Play at the minute. Jones went off as well. His car's just on the back of the trailer at the minute as well. We've got Brad Hutchinson down here. Let's see if we can just have a quick chat with him as well. Of course, not too. Brad, that was quite an eventful start, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was like the the scene from Cars where Lightning McQueen's flying through the air. I looked to the left and Steve's flying through the air. I think, that's not good, is it? But yeah, I mean, we were doing all right. Yeah, I'm happy with the car. It was fast, We just got back onto the front few. Thought, right, let's mix it with these boys, and then red flag.
Well, you're gonna have another chance, Brad.
Do you think? Do you think we are?
Yeah.
I mean, that barrier is pretty.
Well.
Yeah.
I have spoken actually to the marshals. They said there's a bit of work to do. We do have a curfew as well.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. I mean, I'd love to go again. I reckon just reverse the top 4 as it stands now, call it a day at that, you know, and we'll take the win. That'll do for me.
Of course, Brad Hudson. Just stay with me a little bit over here. Here is Alex Jones's car. I don't know if you can quickly have a look at that. We didn't actually see that one, did we? But a lot of damage on Alex Jones's car there. I'm not too sure what happened, but yeah, as I said, there is a curfew for 6 o'clock. I have no idea what time it is. I think it's getting on for quarter past 5 now. There should be another. Let's go down and have a quick chat with Adam Shepherd. There should be another catering race as well, the 150s. I'm not so sure whether that's going to happen or not. Because don't take my word for it. You never know. Sometimes they can push the curfew a little bit, but I know it can be quite strict here at Croft. We're going to go have a quick chat with Adam Shepherd down here. Of course, he was right behind Steve Laidlaw when he went off there. And let's have a quick chat with him if we can. He's out here all by himself at the minute now as well. He's just popping out. Adam, wow, that was full of drama, wasn't it?
Yeah, not good. Glad he's okay, 'cause it was a big one. I don't think there's much left of the car, to be honest.
No, it looks there's quite a bit of damage, but it looked like he just lost the back end.
Yeah, he did. Nothing to do with me. Yeah, he lost the rear. Got on the marbles and then just spat him round. I nearly collected him when he come back across the front of me.
We saw you braking hard, actually. Yeah. You did very well to avoid him.
Yeah, I thought I was going into the side of him, to be honest, but not nice. I'm glad he's okay. That's the main thing, but yeah.
Hopefully we can get it fixed and get this race done, eh?
Yeah, well, we want to run it again, obviously, from our perspective, but I think it's hit and miss at the minute.
Yep. So, Adam, thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate that indeed. To be honest with you, everybody, just a little bit of a waiting game here in a minute whilst we find out how quickly it is just a race against time now to fix those barriers. There is a lot of damage, as you can see. 6 o'clock is the cut-off time. Fingers crossed we can get this one going. Andy McEwen, Paul O'Neill, back to you, boys.
Thanks, Ian. Well, the good news is, it looks to my relatively untrained eye like they're almost done with this barrier repair. They've put the tyres in place. Ian Watson, the clerk of the course, is down there with the circuit manager as well, I noticed, having a look at the barriers just to make sure that everything is as it should be. The fact that they put the tyres in front of the barrier, though, Paul tells me they don't need to do anything to the barrier, and therefore hopefully they're going to be happy to let us go racing again pretty shortly. There's also barrier repair work going on at the exit of the chicane. You can see the way that has buckled the barrier, the Armco barrier back, behind that bundle of tyres. That was a big hit on its own. So lots of work for the marshals to do.
Yeah, that's the one that usually gets hit the most, to be fair, the one that Alex Jones has hit. But yeah, I don't think they will have to go and see that one. But Tracy Morley, who's the circuit manager, lovely lady, who does a great job here. She's got Ian Watson with her, who's on the right-hand side, and they've just got the tractor, haven't they? Just putting the last pieces into play. I think this is a great shot, because people just think barriers get hit, they throw things back, and they get the race underway. At the end of the day, if anything happens here, it falls on Tracy's head and it falls on Ian Watson and his team. So I think this is fantastic stuff from BARC and also Croft Circuit as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There are a lot of decisions that have to be made by a fairly small group of people, but with huge responsibility to make those decisions correctly. And as much as we all want to go racing again, that's all we want. We'd gladly send the cars out on the green flag lap right now and get the race restarted. These are the people who keep us in check and make sure that we're doing it as safely as possible. So yeah, full credit to the team. They're obviously still analysing something down there, so just making absolutely certain that they're happy. And whilst they are doing so, we can take a little look back, I think, at a replay of what happened before this, Paul, because there was already lots to talk about before we ever got up to Barcroft on that second lap. It was a very dramatic start to the race and a brilliant launch for Steve Laidlaw that got him into the lead. This is then, of course, what happened at Barcroft. I think we will in a moment have a look at the actual start of the race. The huge hit for Steve Laidlaw, but this had come after one of the best starts we've seen from him all weekend.
Yeah, well, he said to me, didn't he, on the grid that he was going to be starting P1 and he wanted to be P1 at the end of this, and I could tell in his eyes he was fired up.
Yeah.
But he made a fantastic start. The launch was just perfect, and I still don't think that Adam's really got to grips with the launch of that car, has he? And people think it's an easy thing to do, but watch, Adam Shepherd initially gets a great launch, but Steve Laidlaw, just from that shot, you can see he is He's alongside him by now. And as they go down to the first corner, this is where I held my breath. But Laidlaw, I don't expect anything else, to be fair. They're pros at the end of the day. I know what's happened has happened today. But Finn Leslie was just running a bit wide there through the gravel. But it was a great launch by Steve. He just had his eyes on. It's a long way down to that first corner. He just had his eyes firmly on the prize, didn't he? We don't actually see what happens to Alex Jones here, but this is coming down to Tower, as you can see. I mean, he went flat. He must have gone flat through the chicane, Adam Shepherd. Steve Laidlaw, because he'd gapped Adam, and Adam's like usually the bravest of the brave, so you can tell how much he wanted it. Alex Jones had completed the first lap.
Yeah, it was lap 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it was this second time round, so there would have been a little bit of heat in those tyres. But Laidlaw, this is the replay, as I say, from the first lap. And he really got his head down, didn't he? Getting into Sonny in and Sonny out. Big sideways from Adam Shepherd in that 5G car, the yellow and blue in P2. And it was just all about trying to keep the car in order. And it was a bit frantic, wasn't it, the first part of the first lap. And then we had Laidlaw starting to defend. But watch this now. Newsham gets a great run. So then Shepherd needs to defend hard. But it looks like he was actually attacking Laidlaw. He wasn't. And then from here, the two VZs have got such good traction. Look at that. And you've got Sam Laidlaw in the yellow and black car just in P4 behind Newsham. Newsham then defends because he knows how fast the VZ of Sam Laidlaw is down the straight. Then through here, you can see Steve still flat out. This is a great camera angle, by the way. Like, we should use this a lot more. And then through the chicane, gets it all sorted. I thought now it's game on. I think Shepherd's going to have a real good shot at him down here. And I think, actually, Steve Laidlaw in the lead now. He starts to defend early doors into Tower because I thought he's going to go for him. And he did, but then he went back, which was good. Laidlaw defended a little bit, and then Adam Shepherd just got a really good run. And as we went back to shot, it was happening already, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I sorry for the viewers at home, I actually near enough screamed at the speed they went off. I mean, that just looks like Adam Shepherd has drilled him.
Yeah.
Looks like if we didn't have replays, I would be in a lot of trouble for what I think I've just seen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the importance, as I said, of getting all of the facts first. But from that angle, it looks like they've tangled, and we now know that not to be the case. But the end result, I suppose, matters little. Marshall's immediately on the scene there, sprinting over to the scene of the accident to check that Steve was okay. But he got out of that car pretty quickly, Paul.
Yeah, he got out of the car. When you've got family here as well, I know his wife's here, and obviously his son's racing with him, they'll be massively concerned. He is out, and he give a thumbs up to the bank. He's a strong fella, Steve, and he's northern. They're made of tough stuff, but he'll be just happy that. I mean, look at the carnage. It looks like a bomb's gone off. It's absolutely horrific. And what I will say, and I don't expect anything less, is that there was no. There is a little. Let's be dead honest. Let's be black and white. There's a little bit of needle between two of the top drivers at the minute, and that was a classy statement. That was from Adam Shepherd. I don't expect anything less because, end of the day, when all's said and done and we go home, we stop racing, we're in a family and we all have to look after each other.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And moments like this are where that really is brought to home, isn't it? And I think Adam will probably admit that actually a lot of the animosity perhaps that he'd been feeling towards Steve over the last couple of hours probably drained away in that moment, as he was primarily concerned that Steve was okay. But Adam, classy driver, really nice. A nice guy is Adam Shepherd, and he's been embroiled in championship fights in TCR UK for a number of years now, and not always had the tools at his disposal to really go for it. So it properly matters to him, this, and that's why he's so passionate about it. But you can say exactly the same about the Laidlaws. Steve and Sam Laidlaw, they've pumped an awful lot of time, effort, and money into this too. They don't do this just to see what happens and settle for any old result. They want to win, and it really, really starts to take over your life.
Yeah, it really does. I've been in motorsport a long time like yourself, Andy, but when I've driven at a level like this, listen, mate, you go home, you live it, you breathe it, you have to make sacrifices. You don't go to people's weddings, you miss birthdays, you miss christenings, you can upset your relatives, you can upset your partners. It's a really tough gig, motorsport, and as horrible as it looks today, what's happened with two of these cars, and thankfully they're both okay, it really does remind us why we do it. This is a slow-mo replay of the cars going through. The speed that they go through, that car will be sideways as it goes into the next shot, which is BARC Croft. and this is at 50% speed. So this is how fast. Look, it just rotates now, and then watch Shepherd's braking.
Did so well, didn't he, Adam?
Yeah, the puff of smoke that you see from Shepherd is actually not his brakes locking up. It's actually him coming out of the throttle and the car just emitting exhaust fumes. You see it when it's on the downshift. So he's come out the throttle and it's not a backfire, but it's the fuel and the excess smoke just coming out. So he thought he was going to hit him big time because he's on the brakes and he's out the throttle hard. But that looks like it's been through the trees, and they build them strong, and that's what's great about these Gen 2 and Gen 3 cars, is that they're very, very, very strong. Because the Gen 1 cars are very much towards road cars, in my honest opinion.
Yes, so the Gen 3 Cupra that the Laidlaw's got hold of right at the start of the year. I mean, I'm imagining, what can they salvage from that? The chassis, I'm sure, is damaged now beyond repair. They have a spare car, as I said, which Steve can jump into if he wants to from Alton Park onwards. But what happens to a written-off touring car when it can't be raced anymore?
Yeah, so there's quite a bit you can take from that. The shell is absolutely destroyed. Yeah. There's no way that's going to. I mean, look at where that right rear tyre is. It's a 5-door car, isn't it? So it's in the back of the car. The engine gearbox, I'm sure, will be salvageable because the front didn't really take a big hit. But yeah, you're going to be taking out wiring looms, engines, gearboxes. The interior will be fine, but I would like to see inside that. You can't take the roll cage out or anything like that. They're integral to the car. So, yeah, even the rear wing is that's seen better days. I mean, the bonnet's gone, the front's gone. I mean, people don't realise, unless they have a real good look, these things are proper carbon fibre cars. And carbon fibre's strong, but once it's took a big knock, you can repair it to a point, but then that's more or less you done. So that's a bit of rectocell barrier going in, isn't it? That's Tracy just looking at the rectocell barrier. Rectocell barrier is one of the best things that's ever been put on race circuits, and you see it usually at bike meetings. It's fantastic. I know you do a lot of bike stuff, Andy. It's great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So that will help absorb the impact further if anyone goes off in the same place. Right, the tractor's leaving the scene, as is Tracy. Ian has an update from the pit lane. Ian, what can you tell us?
Right, everybody, yes, welcome down to the pit lane. I do have a little update for you all. The good folks at Race Control have been keeping me up to speed with what's going on. Now, normally I have a 6 o'clock curfew here at Croft. It's normally pretty strict. However, Tracy, the circuit manager, has given us permission to run until 6:30. So that means we are going to go until 6:30. The TCR race is going to go ahead. In fact, the cars have just started to fire up, actually, so we're not too far away from going. That will be a 20-minute race, and we should still get our final Caterham Graduates Sigma 150 race in as well. So the update here is the curfew has been pushed back half an hour to 6:30, and we should get our final 2 races underway very soon. Chaps, back to you.
Wow, well, you don't hear that often, do you, Paul?
No, and that's why it's good to run with somebody like the BARC and a circuit like Croft, who understand that we love our racing and they will do anything to get you back out on the track, because sometimes that is too much work, lads, sorry, we're going home. And the last race of the day, hopefully it doesn't happen now, but the last race of the day usually just gets canned. So that's beautiful news, because too easy a decision to just get rid of the last race of the day.
Absolutely. So we now have a restart to look forward to then, over the full 20 minutes as well, so we're not losing any time from this race. What do we think is going to happen now? Because we don't have Steve Laidlaw on the front row, but Adam Shepherd's problems extend beyond just Steve Laidlaw, because he's got Callum Newsham, the points leader, behind him. Sam Laidlaw, who's only 10 points behind him, is there on the second row as well. And I think they both got off the line slightly better than Adam on the first time around. So what can Adam try and do differently now to make sure that he keeps the lead this time?
Well, I think it'll be a lot easier now, because he's obviously got, the second row a couple of car lengths behind him. But as you rightly said, those cars that were behind him actually made a better start than him. So I'd like to think he's got to be able to get this thing off the line pretty sensibly, and all he needs to do is just be a car length ahead, into the first corner. So I'm sure it'll be all good. I think there'll be a squabble between Sam in that fluorescent yellow and grey car and Callum Newsham, our championship leader. But Callum, I think, will drive so differently. Yeah. He just needs to finish. This boy has just literally got a new lease of life now, because he can win this, definitely.
Yeah. He's been sort of biting the steering wheel for the last 4 or 5 races, just so frustrated that he can't get past these Cupras, and now he's in a position where he doesn't need to force the issue, does he?
No, exactly. And remember what happened to him at Thruxton last year? Yes. And that will be in the back of his mind. He just needed to drive around, really, and keep the momentum going, and it all fell apart for him. He got involved with an accident with Hutchison, I think.
That's right.
And it cost him dearly. So he'll know about that, so he will just be watching and sitting tight and watching what goes on.
Does that mean then that Sam Laidlaw now becomes the big threat to Adam Shepherd? Because Sam, we saw the speed he had in race 2. We believe he's got newer tyres on for this race, and he's going to be really keen to try and uphold the Laidlaw family honour, isn't he, really? And get a result for the Laidlaws that they just haven't been able to get so far this weekend. If he gets a decent start, he's in the same car as Adam Shepherd, and he's got a lot less to lose than Callum Newsham has. So I think Sam could be the danger man here.
Yeah, Sam could be the danger man. I mean, how are you going to drive after you've just seen your dad volley into the tyre wall? And I would like to think that the area boys and girls have actually, first thing they've said is, you need to, is that Finn Leslie having a problem?
That is Finn Leslie having a problem. Is this a drive shaft, I wonder? The car moved off the line, and he's not really moving all that quickly. He's been overtaken by cars, and that would be a real shame for Finn.
He might drop to the back, and if he does, he's in trouble then.
Yes.
Looked like he was dropping to the back.
Yes. The rule is that if you fall right to the back, you're not then allowed to reclaim your original starting position. So let's see. He's not coming into shot yet. That was Mark Smith, who was supposed to be at the back of the grid. And there is no Finn Leslie. So the Power Max Hyundai, I'm afraid, has hit trouble. And had all the hallmarks of something drive shafty, didn't it, there, as he's accelerated off the line. Something's let go. And, that car doesn't look to be taking the restart.
He's had quite a bit of trouble this weekend with the clutch.
Oh, has he?
I think I remember hearing from Power Max. I think he's had a little. They're either pushing it out the way or bumping it.
That's the actual team as well. That's not the marshals. That's the Power Max Racing team who have run out onto the circuit to get the car out of the way. There's a cut through, isn't there? Here, that's not going to fire up. So that's a shame for Finn, who I feel like he's on the cusp, isn't he, of a really big result, and hasn't really had the fortune that he needs. And that's a huge blow for that team, isn't it? We spoke to Finn at length earlier on in the day about his prospects of keeping on racing through the rest of the season. Money is tight. They're not running on a massive budget, this team. This is the last thing they need.
Yeah, it is. And this lad, I honestly think he is a superstar of the future. And if there is anyone out there watching who wants a little bit of coverage and maybe can help out, I would say, if you're going to pick anyone, and I shouldn't be saying this, but I will, because he's a good kid and he's a talent. We should be looking out for people like this, because these are future champions in my eyes.
I think I said this at the start of the year. He really reminds me of Alex Lee, who came into the championship a few years ago. Relative unknown, fresh out of junior. I think he was a Fiesta Junior driver, wasn't he, as well? Straight out of Fiesta Junior racing into TCR UK. And within half a year was a regular front runner. In his second year, boom, pole positions, race wins, championship contender, and he went off to start racing TCR cars across Europe. So, you could do a lot worse, I think, than back Finn Leslie, because he's got all the hallmarks, I think, to do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what happens, but hopefully it's not an expensive fix for him and the Power Max team, who are absolutely bang on of a team. They're brilliant. We were speaking about Sam Laidlaw a minute ago. I would like to say that someone has said, your dad's fine, it's okay. And, he's in a race-winning car. He knows how to win races, knows how to lead them. Only needs a bad start, like you said, a really bad start from Adam Shepherd, and we could be seeing Callum Newsham maybe getting mugged by Sam. And let's not forget Brad Hutchison. He's been struggling all day with the pace of that car, but he knows how to win races, and that car isn't slow. So if they fix the problem they think they've got, then he should be sound.
So Adam Shepherd then pulls into pole position. Adam Shepherd, who I'm sure you'll be fascinated to hear, Paul, has led 207 laps in his TCR UK career. That is now 3 more than Dan Lloyd, who admittedly led all of those laps over one season. But anyway, he is now second on the all-time list of laps led, is Adam Shepherd, and there's a chance over the next couple of rounds he'll go right to the top of that list. He has been a factor at the front of this championship for a lot longer than we realise.
Yeah, the only thing is with Dan Lloyd is that he looks like C-3PO.
Race about to restart, everyone. 20 minutes on the clock here at Croft, and Adam Shepherd has to try and get his mind back in the game now. Then Callum Newsham and Sam Laidlaw behind. Off we go. Good start from Sam, and he is immediately challenging Callum Newsham for second place on the run to Clervaux. Will Beach is off like a scalding cat again, and will breeze past Brad Hutchison for fourth. Brad is late on the brakes though, and gets the position back turning into the first corner. George Jackson sideways. He's destined for the gravel. Bounces out the other side, but behind Greg Saunders, behind Harry Bloor, maybe right at the back of the field actually, because that car's got tyres covered in gravel, and he won't have a lot of grip tipping into the chicane. So again, an eventful start to the race, but this time a much better start for Adam Shepherd.
Yeah, much better start. You could see there was a puff of smoke, was there, as he wheel spun in the first phase, but as soon as he got it up into second gear, it was gone and the traction was done. So yeah, hopefully we can all get through this first lap without any contact, and they're spread out already, aren't they? And Adam Shepherd's going for it, and Newsham is trying to keep up. This is going to be a difficult one for the cars behind.
Yeah, remember in yesterday's race, Adam Shepherd held the lead from Callum Newsham early on, pulled away, and then Callum came back at him in the closing stages. But earlier on today, that wasn't the case. Adam Shepherd, once he hit the front, disappeared into the distance and was never looking likely to be caught. So Callum Newsham will know that if he's going to win the race, he probably needs to try and do something about Shepherd now. He has closed in on the Cupra over the second half of the lap, I would say, but out of this final corner, Shepherd has a big wobble turning in there, Paul. That was odd.
Yeah, very odd that, wasn't it? It's a very low speed corner, but the track temperature, like I say, has gone down a little, and it's it's a bit cooler, and it's the first lap, isn't it? But let's see how they get on. He's pushing hard. He's doing the same as he did in race 1 yesterday, where he looks like he just thinks, I'm not going to get overtaken late doors, so I'm just going to go flat out and make a gap. But problem with that is if a safety car comes out late, you're in trouble.
Yes, because you've used the best of your Goodyear tyres, and then you can start feeling some real pressure towards the end of the race. This is the battle for fifth. Greg Saunders and Harry Bloor, they're two drivers who would love to get themselves into the top 5. I don't think either of them have finished in the top 5 before. Saunders has it at the moment, but Harry Bloor would love to take it away from him if possible. There they go, look, through Tower, and two drivers we don't often get to see an awful lot of out on track, engaging in battle, and this particularly for Harry Bloor, who's had a trying weekend, is a really nice thing to see. The leaders then tip through Sunny, and Shepherd now starting to look more and more comfortable out in front.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for him. Will Beach, where's he disappeared to?
Yes.
That's a timing glitch.
Well, possibly, although I don't recall seeing him there actually, behind Brad Hutchison. No, he's not, is he? So Will has had a drama somewhere. Hopefully that's not mechanical, not going to take him out of the race altogether. But yeah, he has fallen down to 10th at the line, still circulating I think on this lap, but quite a long way adrift. Right, across the line come Callum Newsham and Sam Laidlaw for second position. They are separated by just under 7/10 of a second, but they're 1.3 seconds now behind Shepherd, whose car again rotates nicely over the apex curve at Clervaux corner. Newsham versus Sam Laidlaw, this could be a tasty battle.
Yeah, this could get pretty tasty. Shepherd, you've got to say, is away and will just manage this gap now, I think. But Callum Newsham to fend off Sam Laidlaw in this old Hyundai just shows you how well the team prepare the car, how well Callum is driving, and let's not forget he is the championship leader.
Well, exactly, and you've sort of touched upon this earlier on, but how differently will he drive? Now that the race has settled down, you know, racers' instincts start to take over, don't they? He won't want to let Sam Laidlaw through. He won't want to let Adam Shepherd get too far ahead, and he's confident enough, I'm sure, is Callum, in his own driving ability that he can still get stuck in and actually not be taking too many risks.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's not massive amounts. It's risk and reward, again, like we've already spoken about. Does he want to be side by side with Sam Laidlaw and end up in the gravel, or if he's side by side because Sam's had a little lunge at him, he's just going to probably let him through, and that would be the right idea. Would Callum Newsham have done that in his first year of TCR? No. So, you know, we're looking at a more experienced, calmer, rapid driver now.
100% we are, and of course Sam Laidlaw perhaps could use that to his advantage, couldn't he, as well, knowing that Callum's got this championship lead to try and defend now. Speaking of defending, Greg Saunders has quite a lot of defending to do. Newsham's car wriggling around over the curve through Clervaux Corner. That was very spectacular.
Can I just retract that? So, honestly, Callum Newsham is not going to let this second place go. Did you see the... Oh, people are hitting the tyres. I am sure that Sam Laidlaw clipped the tyres, but not massively. But the car that was behind him, was it Hutchison? Somebody hit the tyres. It looked like it had... It looked like it caused a bit of movement, maybe. But no, looks like everyone's got away with it. It looked big to me. Oh, there's a bit of damage on the front there, but...
Yeah, that's been there since the restart there, in fairness. I think Saunders got into the back of someone through the shuffle of the first few corners. But yeah, the tyres have moved, definitely. They've fallen over, I think, haven't they? And they haven't done that by themselves. I know it's windy here today, but they are more than heavy enough that the wind shouldn't be affecting them. So they've been clobbered by somebody. Harry Blore, this is the raciest we've seen him look, really, all weekend long. And he is, of course, flying the flag now for Power Max Racing with Finn Leslie out of the race. And he looks a little bit quicker than Saunders right now.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He's having a right old go, and he spoke to him on the grid for race 2, and he speaks really, really well.
Yeah.
I like the lad. He's proper. These young kids always surprise me how much they just want to get stuck in, and that'll be a late lunch. Oh, he's late on the brakes there. Oh, that's great driving, especially from Saunders. He should put his hand up and say sorry and thanks. Blore, that was a lunge, but fair play. Anyone else would have just turned across the front of you, mate.
Yeah, well, there we go. I mean, Greg's not happy. He's flashing the lights now. Oh, he's back at the inside into Clervaux, and this time there is contact sideways for Blore. He's in the gravel. Saunders is as well. Oh, no. They were playing so nicely at the hairpin, Paul. It never could last.
Yeah, that was... That was late, and they're both stuck. That will be a safety car.
Oh, dear. Well, Harry might dig his way out of there. Greg, I'm less certain of, but... well, a little shove maybe on the Hyundai might get it onto the tarmac, but Greg's car, I think, might have damage, to be fair, from either the contact or maybe he's clipped the barriers, he's flipped the windscreen wipers on as well in his frustrations, maybe. All right then, Paul, what do you think?
So, both braking, but watch the front now lock. Oh, he knows he's turning in, yeah. I've got to say, I can't really say from just one angle, but it looked late on the brakes from Greg. I think Greg was well annoyed that he opened the door and to stop having an accident. He said sorry, isn't he?
I think it's broken the steering as well, hasn't it? That's nice to see.
That is exactly what motorsport should be.
Yeah.
He just went, my fault, I am so sorry, and he gave him a cuddle. Why can't the world be like that?
It's funny, I don't think that was the interaction Steve Laidlaw and Adam Shepherd had after race 2, is it? They went about things slightly differently, but yeah, Greg is a really nice guy. Harry, a really nice young lad as well, and they, I'm sure, will go and discuss that now from the side of the track whilst they watch the cars that are still running. Ever fewer of them, I'm afraid that is, take part in a restart in a few minutes' time. But once again, the Croft Marshals have some work to do.
Look at that old fella running towards Greg Saunders' car. That is Fred Henderson.
Oh.
Right, and Fred, I hope it's Fred, because I just said old fella, but Fred has been working here for years, and I'm sure he's head of recovery. And he, I mean, literally, I can't even run that fast.
No, same.
Like, literally,
through gravel.
Yeah, through gravel. I mean, I know how to get through gravel. I've got torn meniscuses in both knees, and literally, I'm 45. I'm not that old, but Fred, I reckon he must be like 70 odd. He's just been flat out running through there. What a guy! Trying to get this show back on the road.
That is dedication, isn't it? And
there he is.
That's fantastic to see. The Marshal, honestly, go and do a taster day or something. If you're interested in getting involved in motorsport, marshalling is such a great way to do it. The camaraderie between marshals especially is second to none, and I do urge you to go and do a taster day and maybe try and get yourself involved. This is the replay. Greg Saunders had been flashing the lights at Harry all the way down the straight, goes for the late lunge. Harry has to turn in at some point, and that contact there, look, it breaks the steering, I think, on Greg Saunders' car. That's why he can't get going. Harry's car perhaps not that badly damaged, but stuck in the gravel, going nowhere. But yes, at least they were able to hug it out afterwards and remain friends. But well, it's been a bruising race, this one, hasn't it, Paul?
It really has. There's going to be some money spent with Stuart Lines. He'll be going first class home on a private jet after this, I reckon.
He does normally, doesn't he? He's been watching his son Finley karting as well over in North Wales this weekend, so he's not here. Nikki, Finley's mother, is
You mean
over there.
the boss?
Yes, sorry, yes, of course. That's what we call her when she's here, certainly. But she's been very much focused on Finley's racing career lately, and Stuart had the big screen on in the garage earlier on, watching to see how he was getting on. So yeah, we could have more Lines blood in the touring car family before much longer.
I was going to text Stuart, actually. Have you seen the Netflix doco called, I think it's called The Seat, and it's about Kimi Antonelli?
I've not watched it yet, no.
Finn is on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, is he
Yeah,
now?
the Lines is on that, the little Lines. Finley Lines makes an appearance, because I was like, if I didn't know about racing, I'd be like, oh, this must be Kimi Antonelli as a youngster. And it's just Finley Lines signing on with the scrutineers. But yeah, so that was quite an interesting. But that just shows you the circles that he's in, and it'd be good to see him in a TCR car in a few years' time, wouldn't it? And he'll definitely do better than his dad did.
Yes, not difficult really, is it? But
you love a safety car, don't you?
we always get ourselves in trouble. Might as well.
What got you sacked, mate? The safety car.
It's the worst thing that can happen to us, especially at the end of the day. Hopefully, this won't be a lengthy safety car, and hopefully Stuart doesn't come barrelling through the door. I did panic then when Phil Kinch arrived behind me, but I'm hoping he hasn't got a message from the boss to pass on to us.
I thought he was going to press your big red button then to switch you off.
I'm sure he's been tempted before.
Yeah, probably best.
JCB pulls the car out onto the circuit and will go behind the barrier. I don't think this will take too much longer, hopefully. Not great news for Adam Shepherd, this really, because now he's got to execute a safety car restart. Who else does this maybe benefit? Brad Hutchison will close back in on that leading 3. Also, shout out to Jordan Kerridge. I know we've lost some cars from this race, don't get me wrong, but he's in 6th position and he'll be tucked right up behind George Jackson on this restart in the same car, remember, both of them in Audis. Yeah. He could learn a lot from following George.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you say, this has closed them up, and how much has Adam Shepherd taken out of those tyres? Because I'll tell you what could happen. It's still counting down. I don't know where the safety car is and whether the lights are out, but I'll tell you one thing: if Callum Newsham wants to win this, he could shockingly, the lights are still on, so he could shockingly lunge Adam Shepherd whenever he gets the chance, and that would really throw a cat amongst the pigeons. But I think he would be thinking about what happened at Thruxton, to be honest. But I would say if anyone was going to do it, Sam Laidlaw would try and shock Callum Newsham into a move.
No, definitely. And to your point earlier, Adam was clearly pushing on. He built a nice little lead before the safety car came out. Did he take too much out of the tyres? Is that going to come back to bite him in 7.5 minutes' time? The safety car's pulling away. I think it will be coming in this time. And so Adam Shepherd now starts to think of a plan. Tricky final sector here, isn't it? He's dropping a long way back from the safety car. Do you think he's planning on going early, maybe?
You never know what you're going to do. It looks like they're speeding up. I think he's gone, you know.
I think he's gone very early. Well, he best not catch the safety car, because he has gone, look. And the safety car is only now trundling through the penultimate corner, but he's tried to go early because he knows that through this final sector, that Cupra is pretty strong. Has he timed it well? Has he gone too soon? The safety car needs to pull into the pit lane entry. Well, that was absolutely touch and go as to whether he got there too soon. You're not allowed to overtake the safety car when it's on the track, and I would argue it was on its way off the track.
Oh dear, that looked very close. Listen, we're not the clerks, but that looked very close. That is interesting, because if anything, I thought, he's actually done a great job here, because he's has to be so slow into the... You're probably as slow... He's just warming his tyres. I thought he'd gone off then. He was probably as slow as the safety car was into the hairpin, and that's probably because both cars have got the same amount of grip, to be honest. You can only generate so much grip in the slowest corner in the country. But, wow. Well, that'll be interesting.
Indeed so. Well, anyway, he's got a lead. He's nailed the restart from that perspective, and isn't really under any threat from Callum Newsham for the time being. Sam Laidlaw there in 3rd position is going to once again try to go Hyundai hunting over the next couple of laps to see if he can move up into 2nd position. They round Sonny in and Sonny out. Brad Hutchison in 4th, remember. George Jackson and Jordan Kerridge come next. The other driver that this really benefited, of course, was Will Beach, wasn't it? Because he's closed right in on the tail of the pack now and should, in theory, be able to pick a couple of them off in the remaining 5.5 minutes or so. Gap comes down again through the second half of the lap, Paul.
I think Newsham's going to be rubbing his hands together here, but look at the traction of the VZ. That's the problem he's got, is there's nowhere really. He gets close to him in sector 3, but it'd just be a lunge. I mean, look at this. Wow. Look at the traction of that VZ. That's unbelievable. This is going to be interesting, you know, because the only thing that might save Shepherd here is the cooler temperatures, and it won't really ramp up the understeer on that car. What I mean by that is no front grip, and the rear of the car having more grip than the front and pushing it past the corners and not being able to turn in.
Well, Shepherd was 0.2 quicker than Newsham in Sector 1. Most of that, though, was on the drag across the timing line and down the main straight. So Newsham sort of closed back in again after that. Here, meanwhile, is Jordan Kerridge battling with Mark Smith. They were, at the start of the lap, 10 seconds ahead of Will Beach. So that tells me Will Beach has got a problem with that car. His previous lap was 9 seconds off the pace. So something strange going on for Will. There's George Jackson's Audi turning into the Sunny Complex, and he's got... well, no real threat now from the second of those Audis.
Lewis Kent has just messaged me saying he's watching the live stream and that anything that Harry Bloor does good is all his doing because he coaches him. Yeah, but you just carry on doing nothing as your partner carries your baby, mate. Like, fellas are funny, aren't they?
He's going to claim some responsibility for that next, isn't he?
I was going to say something terrible.
Let's move on.
No, go on.
Across the line we go. 0.8 of a second between them, and Adam Shepherd hops over the curb. The gap actually went out by about 1/10 on the previous lap, but it's pretty static between the two of them. The problem, because of the safety car, of course, is that yes, okay, there's a chance that Adam might have taken some life out of the tyres earlier on, but the laps behind the safety car, of course, ate into the total race distance, so I think he should be able to manage this from here. He's certainly not scorching away from Callum Newsham, though.
Not is he? He's not. This is... Callum is not looking forward now, let me guarantee you that. He's now looking behind him, but the only thing that will save him is his speed into this part here, where he's late on the brakes and can take a real good chunk of apex speed into Sunny in, and it'll also be the way he gets into Sector 3. But after that, if he gets a bad run out of the hairpin, that's when he's going to have to defend.
Yeah, it's much easier, I think, isn't it, for Sam Laidlaw to put the pressure on Callum at the moment than it is for Callum to take the fight to Shepherd. So it's the battle for second place we focus on. And the Hyundai i30N keeping the Cupra Leon VZ behind for now. Sam is close, isn't he? And this is the best corner on the track for the Cupra. Not on the way in, but look, he takes that wide line in. Really straightened the wheel up, though, at the second apex. Maybe a bit of a moment there.
He went too wide and he took too much speed in, and that meant that he couldn't get the steering straight enough, quick enough. And he's lost that vital straight line speed. Oh, I'll tell you what, Newsham's hanging on to that. Newsham does not want to finish any lower than P2 here.
I went and watched the qualifying session from the spectator banking up at Hawthorne yesterday morning, and he was doing that every lap. That's just the way that Hyundai almost floats over the curb and changes direction so smoothly, whereas the Cupras quite clearly were making their lap time up on corner exit rather than entry. Laidlaw, though, I'd say is closer at this point of the lap than he was a lap ago, and we'll be building this challenge now towards the end of the lap. A good run through the high-speed stuff. Don't let Callum get too far away, and maybe there'll be a chance in that final sector.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a battle for P2, if I'm honest. I mean, the first sector, Sam Laidlaw was the quickest of anyone. Wow. It was his personal best. He went green. Ooh. He was nearly a tenth quicker than his... than the leader, but look now, this is close. This is close. Callum's got to defend now. He's got to start defending. This is going to slow him up.
Yeah, Callum went a bit too hot into Sunny in, and that means Sam Laidlaw's even closer now than he was a lap ago. Surely into the hairpin, he'll think about the inside, and if Callum defends, that will only destroy his exit speed even more. So it's lose-lose really for Callum. Out wide goes Sam Laidlaw, cuts back to the late apex. But again, he isn't quite... I think he's got the car underneath him, but he just hasn't quite hooked up that final turn.
No, I think he's... It's a real difficult one, that, because he's so much better on the exit, but Callum is so much better on the entry. Yeah. You only have to look at the front of that Hyundai that just dives all of its weight. It looks like he's going to do an endo anytime he brakes. Whereas the car behind the VZ just looks so much more stable through the high-speed stuff, and it does depend on aero a bit more, the yellow and grey car.
Into the brakes, into tower for the final time then. So checkered flag awaits at the end of this lap. And Adam Shepherd looks as though he's going to match Callum Newsham's 10 wins in the championship as they both inch ever further towards Lewis Kent's record of 14. There's a good chance that could be beaten by the end of the year, the way that these two are notching up the race victories. But it looks as though Adam Shepherd this time around should be able to keep the race win. Callum Newsham, though, will he keep second place? He's neater this time into Sunny, but Sam Laidlaw still closes in under braking.
This is going to be they're not going to get another lap out of this, are they? I can't see it. No, there's too much time. Yeah, so Shepherd's going to win this one, and will there be a lunge? If I was Sam, I would try it because he would probably open the door and let him through.
Let's see what happens then into the hairpin. Adam Shepherd holding on to the lead. We'll look in the background to see what's going on for second place. Adam Shepherd, though, will put the triples of race 2 behind him and come to the line to win race number 3 here at Croft, to the elation of the team. Second goes to Callum Newsham, and more valuable championship points go his way, with Sam Laidlaw in the end occupying the third step of the podium. Brad Hutchison just misses out on a career 21st podium. He is 4th ahead of George Jackson, and Jordan Kerridge eventually will come home in a very solid 6th place. Here he comes, or will he keep Mark Smith behind? Yes, he will. So the Audi driver ahead of the Cupra driver, and Will Beach, whatever was going on with Will Beach, I'm not really sure, because he had a very, very slow lap immediately after the restart, and then actually the pace picked back up again towards the end. So either a couple of offs or an intermittent issue for Will. That's a bit of a shame, because that was a race that promised much for him. Adam Shepherd, though, takes the race win, and with it 40 championship points for winning a race. You get a bonus point for the fastest lap as well, which he claimed, so it's maximum points from that one, 41 points. And he will therefore close in a little bit on Callum Newsham by about 6 points or so, and he needs to keep on doing that now to get his championship hopes back on track. Shepherd the winner, Callum Newsham second, and Sam Laidlaw comes home in third ahead of Brad Hutchison and George Jackson. Jordan Kerridge 6th ahead of Mark Smith. Then Will Beach was the last of the finishers. Harry Blore and Greg Saunders we lost into the Clervaux gravel trap midway through that restarted race. Finn Leslie, I'm afraid, never took the restart, his car breaking down at the beginning of the formation lap, and of course we lost before that, and the reason for the red flag, we lost Alex Jones in the VW Golf after his off into the barriers at the chicane, and very spectacular exit for Steve Laidlaw up at Barcroft as his car went airborne into the tyre wall, but he, as we saw, was okay, and that is the main thing. Hopefully we'll have him back fighting fit at Alton Park next time out to try and close in ever further in the championship. So Callum Newsham then will be your points leader leaving Croft. We head next, as I said, to Alton Park at the beginning of July. Be sure to head over to the TCR UK social media pages. They're on Facebook, they're on Twitter, they're on Instagram, they're on TikTok, all of the other various social media channels. There seems to be a new one every week, doesn't there? But you can be sure that TCR UK will be on it, and you can get your daily dose of touring car racing, and you can also on their website, www.tcruk.com.co.uk, I should say, you can find all of the details on the championship calendar. We've got 3 rounds remaining: Alton Park, Snetterton on the 300 circuit, and it all finishes at Brands Hatch at the end of the year, and that is going to be a real highlight, because that's in fact for the final 2 weekends we're part of the BARC's British Truck Racing Championship package, and we know we get big crowds at those events, particularly the Brands Hatch bonfire weekend party, where we get one of the biggest crowds in British motor racing. It's going to be so exciting to put TCR UK and the Milltek Civic Cup in front of all those eyes. Right, let's head down into the Parc Ferme area then and hear from Paul O'Neill one last time with our Race 3 winner, Adam Shepherd, and the rest of the podium finishers. Lots of stories to be told, Paul.
How the day can change. Adam Shepherd disqualified from race 2, but comes back with a fantastic race 3 win. That's probably the happiest I think I've seen Adam Shepherd for a long time. That race meant something, didn't it, mate?
Yeah, it was good. A lot of drama today, but 3 wins on the road, 2 fastest laps, double pole. Can't really ask for much more other than a bit of drama in race 2. So yeah, good, enjoyed that.
I don't want to be horrible, mate, but you need to sort them race starts out.
I know, yeah. A lot of wheel spin, pretty shit, wasn't it? Wasn't good, to be honest, but...
he apologises for that foul language.
Yeah, we'll get there. He's just learning, really, but it's a weak point in a minute.
Car in general was good. Done some great things with the rear of the car. You were saying you've softened it off or you've loosened it off. Looks like it's a dream to drive, mate. And did you manage that well, or did you think when the safety car come out, I've burnt my front tyres up, this is not good?
No, yeah, just managed it really. The temperature dropped, so the rear was quite lively, which is the first time we've had that. So just managing the rears coming back in, and then I could see the gap behind getting bigger and bigger, so just bringing it home really.
I thought it was quite classy what you said about Steve, and obviously we're all a family, aren't we? We don't want to see any harm with anybody. I know you've had your bit of needle, but wasn't a nice thing to see, mate. Before we seen the replay, it did not look good, and just shows you how you can jump to conclusions with what goes on in races.
Yeah, absolutely. He lost the rear on the marbles going wide, and then nearly collected me on the way through. So ultimately, we all want to win, and there was obviously the politics of what happened in race 2 that we've appealed and whatnot, but ultimately you want to make sure everyone's okay. We go racing for fun at the end of the day. So,
top man. Well, I enjoyed that as much as you, I think, so well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
Good man. Great stuff from Adam. Dave Newsham here with Callum. Sorry, Dave. Mate, I was thinking after that safety car, his front tyres may be a bit off, but it's too cool for that, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he was a bit slower at the end there, but I was defending from Sam, so I just had to settle for second. But yeah, no, happy with that, you know. These cars are clearly quite a bit quicker. I'm going to keep saying that, but no, yeah, we did good with what we had.
When you say they're a bit quicker, do you think it was a bit too quick under the safety car? Because that looked close. I actually haven't asked Adam that question, but it looked mighty close. I thought he's gone early there.
Yeah, because I could still see the safety car, and he went. And I was like, oh my god, that's pretty early. And yeah, we caught him up at the last corner, didn't we? So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, it looked pretty close, but listen, well done. We'll let you go, mate. Well done. This is obviously Steve's son, and he will be asking how Steve is, and that's probably the first thing. Sam, great race from you, but I couldn't imagine what it's like seeing a family member have that big of an accident, mate. Looked horrible.
When I saw wheels missing, I was like, oh fuck, this is quite a big one.
Sorry about the language.
Again. I keep doing this, I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, so did the others.
Okay. Yeah, when I saw the wheels missing, I was like, oh, this could be big. Then he came out of the car, gave me a thumbs up, I was like, okay, right, it's game on now. Back to replace him. But yeah, just start hairpin. My worst enemy. I'm struggling to get traction down on the exit. Everywhere else I'm alright in, it's just that hairpin.
Yeah, because
in quality as well.
Yeah, the other VZs seem like they can get straightened up and launch out. And you did once give Callum Newsham a real workout in one of the other races, but it just didn't seem to happen in that one.
I keep getting too excited into braking zone. But I did it in quali. I would have been second on quali, but I lost 4/10 to break into the hairpin. Went deep, so it's a theme. I think that's the looks of it.
Is what it is, mate. But you're right back in this championship hunt, aren't you?
Hopefully, I've not seen points yet, but I'm hoping back up there a little bit. Because Silverstone was not a good one for me. Just had a bit of a poor time, to be fair. But I think we brought Donny back a little bit. So yeah, see how we stand.
See what happens, mate. But yeah, all my best to you, and send my best to your dad as well, because that wasn't nice, mate. Good stuff, no problem. Right, let's have a look for, I think Mark Smith was our winner in Goodyear Trophy, but Mark isn't around. So we've got cars ready to race, which is great. But yeah, just want to apologise for some of the language used by every single TCR driver. I'm going to have a word with them. Wasn't very nice. Over to you guys.
Well, thank you, Paul. And from one Paul to another, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we make our way then into the final race of this weekend, a race 17 of 17, and it's the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduate Racing Club Sigma 150s. Here's the grid, and we have got plenty of cars out there. It's going to be Paul Goldstein on pole position in the company of Harry Kramer. Our two championship class racers there go toe-to-toe once again. That's been one of the big stories of this weekend. Then we do have our trophy pole sitter, third place in the overall grid, Jamie Elwood. And keeping in mind that Jamie so far has been able to snag back-to-back overall victories, he'll be looking to try and add a third to the context this weekend. Andrew Whitton in the strawberry machine. Well, he flew high over the course of what was race number 2, literally off the back of one of his rivals, but he'll be looking to lay things down on the tarmac this time and look to go hunting for positions, and indeed perhaps another podium. Stephen Lancaster starts 5th ahead of Henry Heaton, and Heaton having a great result with that 2nd place last time out. Then we will see on the 4th row of the grid James Tibbett and Jonathan Ems, with Rob Warner and James McCall completing your top 10. That's our first 10 tries. We've got plenty more to come in terms of walking our way through the grid, and we'll continue to do so in due course. But that battle of Goldstein and Kramer really at the front of the field because it is for the championship lead. Miles Clarkson starts 11th ahead of Stefano Mara. Mara having that spin in race number 2 earlier on. Many of you remember the 94 pointing backwards coming out of the final corner, and that was a surprise and unwelcome one to be certain, but one thankfully that avoided a major incident, and Mara was able to get things turned back around. Barry White starts 13th ahead of Mark Gibson, with Gareth Cordy in 15th place ahead of Jonathan Alpine, who was not classified in the previous race. I do believe there was a retirement. And then we do have Charles Elliott starting 17th ahead of Paul Vokes, with your top 20 rounded out by Martin Gleich and Edward Bentham. Then we've got one more row to go, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, and yes, we have, albeit we are a car down, and we're only going to have, starting on 21st, it'll be Robert Appleton. So 21 starters here. We've had 22 cars over the course of this weekend, but one has fallen slightly short, which is a bit of a shame. But as all drives roll the way through, that is the grid, and we have our Sigma 150 machines making the way towards the start-finish line for what will be their final race. It'll be 20 minutes. It will be pack racing action, and we have had a phenomenal pair of races from our drivers so far. And well, just quickly before we go racing, can I give a quick shout out? I think I do need to, if I take a look back through the chat, because there was somebody out there who wanted to give a shout out with regards to the people behind the scenes of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. And well, can I find the names from earlier? I think I may not be able to get them in. In fact, I don't think I'm going to be able to get them in time, unfortunately. I can't quite see that in the chat there. Unfortunately, the chat message has gone away. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All the cars are practically in position on the grid. They're all ready to go. Really appreciate all of you tuning in all the way to the end here, given the fact that we've had the extension and also the curve view extended across circuit. A big thank you to our circuit manager, Tracy. The 5-second board comes out, and you know what that means. The lights are going to go on, the engines are all high, and it's lights down, away we go. But that is a big stall there from Kramer at the start. That's Paul Goldstein who gets a good launch, but look at that. And look at Jamie Elwick in the white machine, already pulling off to the right-hand side of your camera, and he's doing a fantastic job there of taking the lead of this race as they all segue the way through Clevo. As they do, one driver going right. I think that was McCall there having a bit of a moment. In fact, I don't think that's McCall. I think McCall's actually jumped a long way up the order, and so has Lancaster. We'll try and see who that was who took a bit of a moment. Ooh, that's a hit with the tyre barrier there. Thankfully, it's just a rub with the barrier and not a big impact, but that is going to be one of the wheel arch covers disappearing from, I think, Lancaster's car. But down into Tower Bend they go, and what our lead already trying to pull away. We can see it, everybody absolutely eager to attack in the early stages, and we've typically seen that in the previous races, where it's the Sigma 135s or the Sigma 150s, in the fact they're all very eager to make this early impression on the open lap, and then it's the calm before the final lap storm. And Elwick right now just running away with it. Elwood, I should say, not Elwick. Goodness me, apologies for getting his surname wrong. But Elwood running away from this as they come through Sunny in and Sunny out, and well, the rest of the field right now having to queue up behind Andrew Whitten, and Whitten doing a fantastic job there. He's moved into second, and if he finishes there, as things currently stand, albeit it's very early to say that, he would bring home his first class win of the season, his first championship win. Can he do it, is the question. Well, he had a third place yesterday, and he wants to try and replicate another podium, but he knows he's got a tough job to do, as Goldstein there being elbowed out a little bit. And Goldstein, well, we saw him struggle a little bit early on today. We also saw him take a rather placid approach to race number 1 yesterday, but as the field comes across that timeline, we've completed one lap, and we're going to do plenty more before all is said and done. And it is Jamie Elwood who leads ahead of Andrew Whitten. Then in third, we've got Harvey Kramer ahead of McCall, followed by Heaton. That's your top 5. Lancaster in 6th, Goldstein in 7th, followed by Sibbett, Warner and Ems. And well, as all this field comes on through, best the rest in 11th place, that is Mara. But one of the biggest losers at the start, 6 places lost, is from Paul Goldstein, who's dropped all the way down there. And we can see right now he has got closing right behind him the trophy runner of Sibbett. And Sibbett here is going to have the overspeed to look up the inside into the braking zone there for Tower Corner. However, of course, it's going to be a back and forth swap for now. But as time goes on, one would imagine we will see these two segue back and forth in the aim of working together to close up to the drivers in front. One of the biggest gainers, conversely, at the start of this race is our leader, Elwood, who just had a lightning launch. And well, here comes the counter-attack then, because Whitten in the 112, he's trying to hold off Kramer at the moment, and they are fighting for championship win honours here. Kramer right behind, and for Harry Kramer, he'll be hoping that he's going to be able to get ahead of Whitten, because ideally he wants that class win, and that way he can pull a bigger bigger gap over Stephen Clark, who's an absentee this weekend, albeit they do have drop scores at the end of the season, and Paul Goldstein, who is his third place in the championship rival. And well, the three have really been a bit of a world of their own so far this season, although it'd be rude to exclude Rob Warner from that consideration, even though he's only 1 point behind Goldstein in the championship standings, albeit before they headed to Croft. So therefore, also keep your eyes out for Warner, who's currently running in 5th, a bit further down the order in the number 7. But as they make one lap down and another one to go, that's their second lap turn now, well, you can see, whilst they've had to wait a very long time, I'm very grateful for the fact that this curfew's been extended, the fact that they are now racing, well, the adrenaline is definitely being released out there on the circuit, and these Caterham runners absolutely enjoyed a good run out there. And one thing you may be considering, we have talked a lot in the commentary over the course of this weekend about how the CGRC was formed, the context of the fact it really spanned out of the Caterham Academy series, what previously known as the Caterham Scholarship. But a number of these drivers, they may not have been in the scholarship, and that's a big wiggle under brake in there from the number 50 of McCall. Oh, goodness me, McCall right now is absolutely keeping it cool and attacking corner after corner. He's looking very feisty out there, and for James McCall, he came into this weekend 13th in the championship, but after a 4th place yesterday and a 3rd place this morning, well, not this morning, earlier this afternoon, he's trying to push his way back onto that podium and trying to go for higher positions, but he's got to make sure he can clear the scrap there, as that is getting very, very tasty between himself, Heaton, Lancaster and Sibbett. All trophy drivers, as that's Lancaster wide. Can he bring it back on? He does, just about. Goodness me. Well, if I've ever seen a Caterham do a bit of rallycross, well, now I have, because my good lord, take a bow there, R149 driver of Lancaster, because Stephen Lancaster, you've absolutely got some skills to keep that going and back on the circuit. He powered through that one, and well, that definitely will have been one of those moments where I think the low-riding suspension of his Caterham will definitely have felt him jolt it through his seat, but at the same time as well, I think sheer commitment and dedication will be what's kept it pointed in a straight line. Albeit I can imagine there might have been some swear words under that helmet, but of course we won't be broadcasting those. We do apologise for some of the foul language we've heard over the course of the racing today, but emotions always run high in motorsport, and you can completely understand. So 5 minutes complete, still another 15 to go here, and what we are starting to see is that Elwood, well, he's not in the picture because he's 4.5 seconds away from everybody else. Jamie Elwood's just decided, you know what, I want to go home nice and early, so I'm going to get this race done as quickly as possible. So it's really the battle, as you see Elwood briefly make his way at the bottom of your picture. It's the fight for second place. And this is going to be an incredible run of cars, and keeping in mind that right now from second all the way down to, unless I'm mistaken, 13th in the form of White in the 66, we have got the span of 13 cars separated by only 5 seconds. That's how close they're running, and Whitton right now is doing a fantastic job of bringing them all together, but the problem is he has lost that position going into Jim Clark S's. He's given it away there to Kramer, and McCall's come through as well, but then again, Whitton doesn't need to be leading right now. All he's got to do is make sure he stays in this pack, doesn't lose too many places, and he can always look to attack later on. And that's the thing, as we see a lock-up there from Kramer coming down into the complex. Well, small lock-ups we have seen plenty of. Indeed, some of you may remember that yesterday, in the rather changeable conditions, we saw a lot of lock-ups from both Lancaster and McCall going through the complex sequence, and neither one of them seemed too happy as that. It's going to be Warner there, getting his elbows out and saying to Lancaster, no you don't, through the hairpin, and taking that place. And Warner right now wants to move forward. You can understand that Rob Warner, I should say, might be getting a little bit impatient here with regards to the fact he's spending more time fighting trophy drivers than he is facing championship drivers here. So it could be one of the situations whereby Dave will be thinking more, or Rob, I keep calling him Dave, goodness me, it's been a long day, you'll have to bear with me, but Rob right now will be thinking to himself, right, I'm going to have to get the hammer down here, and I really want to try and sink my teeth into battling with Kramer. But further on back, we've also got some battles going on. Vokes versus Benton, for example. They're fighting over a length in championship class, albeit they're a long way down there towards the bottom end of the top 20. We do have the 21 cars, so therefore we are looking towards the very back as we see that flowing field. We've got some spacing out there, as that's the number 33 of Cordery making its way on around, and Will Gibson trying to give chase. But they are essentially scrapping over 14th and 15th place, with Cordery looking quite happy at the moment with the way the car's going. We should point out as well, we talked about in the Sigma 135 final race of their weekend, the fact that all the drivers had been called to the stewards' room to be given a talking to with regards to driving standards. The Sigma 150s were also given the same after their race number 2, because things did get a bit heated in race number 2, albeit in the end we did finish the race. We finished it under green flag conditions. but the elbows came out and they were reminded, particularly after everything that happened at Tower Corner. It was really the heat point of that race. They were reminded, look, you need to calm it down at the end of the day because we want to see great racing, but we don't want to see the red mist descend. And well, thankfully so far, the only red we are seeing is the red on the cars, and it is Kramer now up into second place. He's got Civic behind him, and McCall, with that move up the inside into the hairpin, has now passed Witten, and Witten is falling a little bit further back. We also saw Warner and Lancaster having another exchange there. Rob Warner right now really in that number 7, finding himself locking horns with the 149, and I think he is about now to have to settle for the fact that the two of them might be exchanging the places more than he would like to do so. But it's all going to be in the play here, and we'll see it, who is flying up into third place. Well, he's currently second in trophy class, but remember, he'll get third place points if that's where he finishes, because the trophy tries only take the overall points paying position that they finish in. But move up the inside there, that's the 83 of Ems, diving up the inside of Goldstein. These two keep swapping the place back and forth as well. Goldstein was ahead on the start of this lap, and Goldstein really not in a happy place. Something's just telling me right now that I think for all the success he had in race number 1 yesterday, races 2 and 3, something is not clicking. It may be that the circuit has been warmer today, given the fact we had the rain overnight, but then we had brilliant sunshine since the best part of 10 o'clock this morning. Circuit has got cooler now, understandably, because we are making haste towards 6:15 in the evening British summertime, or what is a UTC +1 for those of you who are watching abroad. But the point being, Goldstein just does not look happy at this moment in terms of the body language of the car. It just doesn't seem to have some grunt. It may have a technical issue on it for all we know, but the fact that he was up there inside the top 4 challenging for the victory yesterday, and now his races have gone backwards, albeit, well, he'll be hoping that things can progress, and we did see that great result towards the end of race number 2 for him, but it definitely has been a bit of a back and forth toss with regards to all the movement. And as he continues on, well, there's going to be more to come over the second half of this race, as we do see and say hello there to John S in the TCR UK YouTube chat, and also say hello there to Paul Maxey in the BARC YouTube chat. And well, if you're still tuning in, don't be shy, feel free to say hi here in the final race of the day. It might be a little bit late to say hello, but we always like to say hello and let us know how you're doing, and well, also let us know where you're tuning in from if you haven't already earlier when Ian Waterhouse was with me in the Conto booth. But right now, turning my focus back to the racing here, and as we do, well, there is a very definitive coloured number 13 looking to go on the pounce there, and that being the number 13 of none other than Clarkson there, not Jeremy Clarkson, we should point out, but the more popular Miles Clarkson. And well, he's running in the championship, and last race it was a 6th place finish for Miles, and he's continuing to fight there. And I know a number of you absolutely love to see Miles dishing in the battles with his championship rivals and really getting stuck inside that top 10, and we always love to see that. Miles definitely not pulling any punches when it came to some side-by-side racing. I think in all the chaos that occurred in that second race, he was one of the ones who really managed to keep his cool, and by keeping his cool was able to make up those positions. But as the drivers roar their way now in towards the end of this lap, well, we do see Civic there. He has made his way past Kramer, and well, for our championship leader, Harry Kramer, he's not going to be too upset about Civic getting in front, because he does have the toe of Civic that he can work with. And the wonderful thing about that is that now he has a little bit of a buffer, because McCall will get the double draft, and in fact he's going to draft his way out the inside here. Now this is McCall going for the move here. That's revealing his hand a little bit early, but perhaps McCall thinks that if he can get ahead, he might have a little bit more pace under his fingertips. Now, lap time wise, he was 3/10 faster on the previous lap, but we could have judged that to be down to the fact he did have the double draft of Civic and Kramer just as much his own pace. We will see towards the end of this lap, but here comes Kramer back at him, and look at Heaton on the outside there. The camera being a bit deceptive, making you think that he's 3 wide, but because of the angling, in fact, he's a bit further behind. But the point being here that Kramer and McCall, they're getting a bit dicey. Heaton's coming in, but notice that Kramer hasn't come back ahead into Tower Corner. That could be a sign that McCall might fancy his chances of being able to be the leader of the pair of them, and therefore just be able to create a bit of a gap. But what has happened as a result of these exchanges is that Civic has opened up about a 1 second gap. Now that toe's still going to be noticeable to McCall. However, it's going to be one of those situations whereby if Civic keeps pulling away, then McCall will have to do things under his own steam. It's not necessarily going to be easy for him, and that is where the slipstream factor of the racing really comes in. But here comes a look to the inside, and that is going to be a very important dice to the inside there through the second part of complex. Heaton lines it up there, and McCall doesn't really have, well, not McCall, Kramer doesn't really have a response other than the fact he's going to have to let it go, and that is going to give McCall a huge buffer now in the leader championship class. That's going to move him up to third overall, and well, with Heaton now in the chase, Kramer and Witten together, it looks as though for Harry Kramer, after the win in race number 1 and in the second place in race number 2, this race number 3, it could be going backwards here, and well, it does seem the progressive logical order would say that this race he'd be finishing third if we carry on the trend. Not that we wish it on him, but behind him is a man who would love to move up from third in class and move to second, and that would be none other than Strawberry Machine of Andrew Witten, and he's going to be absolutely on the push to try and pip his rival to the points there and reap the rewards and the fruits of his labour. And I'm going to stop throwing in the fruit jokes as quickly as I can here, because otherwise it is going to get a little bit tired, and I think I've thrown in the strawberry joke way too much, but then again, some of you may enjoy it. But enough about what is me chucking lemons at you in terms of jokes, and as we do see here, our drivers pushing on. Well, a bit of a move there being looked at by our number, I believe that's our number 66 driver of white, and also we did see Mara in the 94 trying to make some progress. No such progress being made at the moment, and I believe in the orange machine there, well, that's the 13 of Clarkson's. That would be Ems holding on for now. Mara right behind, and then we do have the 66 of White there. Where's Goldstein in all this? Unless I'm mistaken, did we see him come through the camera shot just then? Because Goldstein might have dropped another place. No, Goldstein is not there. I wonder what's happened to Paul Goldstein. He seems to have dropped even further down the order. Well, we'll find out when we can, but he was in the pack there, and now he's fallen away from it. So unless something's gone very slow and wrong, I'm not seeing any local yellows being reported at the moment. And with 6 minutes left to go, well, it is still Jamie Elwood who's leading. Don't worry, you haven't seen the number 1 car on screen for some time. It is out there, we promise you, but it's 6 seconds clear, and I've just had it told to me in my ear by our race director. Great spotting from our race director. Paul Goldstein is into the pit lane, so this could be a sign of what's happened, and perhaps there is a story that's played out over the course of this Sunday, which is there's been a problem with the car, and it materialised in race number 2, and in race number 3 it's really stepped up and essentially rendered the 150 drivers opportunities to finish well here in the final race of the day into obsolescence. But what's gone wrong for Goldstein opens up another door, and it opens up a big door here for none other than the number 50 driver of McCall, who continues to try and push on. And James McCall right now, well, this could be looking to be an absolute landmark result here as he continues to contest this space with Heaton. Now Heaton, a trophy driver. Heaton knows he needs to finish ahead of McCall to take what will be third place in the trophy class, and with it all the points that are available. So he has to take the overall finishing position of third to be awarded such points for it. Championship drivers don't have to worry about that, they score class-based points. But as we can see there, the long tail back, we do have a gradual breaking out now. Our leader has disappeared, then second through to Lancaster in 7th. Well, they're separated by the best part of about 2.5 seconds in total. Then you have a 1 second gap to Warner. Warner's got a 1 second gap to Ems. Ems is bringing along Murray and Clarkson. So the top 10 is now breaking into 3 definitive packs, if you exclude our race leader, who's left the pack behind. And any fighting that happens towards the lead of these packs, it could suddenly bring the rear portion of the top 10 into play, and we could suddenly have what would be a 9-way fight for second place. But speaking of fights here, it is going to be a potential swap of places. McCall being passed up the inside as that's a big hit on the apex curve there from Heaton. Goodness me, Heaton went for it there. McCall invited him to dare to dream to do so, and Heaton rose to the response. But I think the front right suspension of that Caterham, well, if it hasn't been firmly tested, it now has. My good Lord, Heaton, that was an absolutely brutal jump over the curb, and Will McCall immediately slides his way back around the outside here, and the whole field now tries to go for it, seeing there's a bit of an exposed problem for our number 34 driver. The 1-2-1 of Kramer tries to go around the outside, and Harry Kramer here fancies his chances and hopes he's going to be able to capitalise on an early mistake on this lap for Heaton. But the one thing he's got to consider is that Heaton's not going to take this line down, and Henry Heaton right now is absolutely pushing onwards as much as he can in trying to try and hold on to that position. But McCall has firmly made his way through, and that was definitely a bit of a surprise there, and not a welcome one, I'm sure, for the number 34 driver. But coming on around in towards the complex then, there's not too long to go in this race now, and everybody's pushing absolutely hard. And I've got to agree there with Mark Barrett Racing in the TCR UK YouTube chat, who says that McCall is a dark horse. I bet he'll let them race hard in front of him and then take on the last lap. He's very good at racecraft. He's definitely looking very good on that racecraft, and he's really played this out well. I can imagine if we put a chessboard out there and move all the pieces around, he's really gone for the late game in this race. He's letting everybody else overwork themselves, and he's just crept forward. Yes, he's been aided by Goldstein seemingly having some technical issues, cars still in the pit lane, and also Andrew Whitten falling down the order, but McCall has picked the right time to pick up the places, and that's what you have to do in the CGRC. You've got to be really tactical here. These 20-minute races, they will feel like a lifetime, because the important thing is you stay with the pack all the way to the final lap, and you position yourself in the right place in the pack for that final lap. You've got to know where you can make the overtakes, where the draft is powerful, and also where your rivals will least expect you to try and go for a move, and that's why McCall is running in third. We're rolling on through it, and further on down, we've lost Benton all the way down to, I believe, 20th place in the 181. He's still racing out there, but he is a little bit off the back of Appleton right at the rear of the field. I don't think we'll probably get them on camera. Unfortunately, again, we are heading towards the crescendo of this race, but 2 minutes still left on the clock. And as we do, well, we do continue to focus on the top 10, understandably, because that's where the big points are, and also where a lot of the action is really bubbling to the surface. And as it does so, we're on the penultimate lap. We will see one more after this, unless Jamie Elwood is able to somehow really dial down his lap time. But something tells me our leader at the moment, well, he will be seeing the last lap very soon. Drivers then come on into the complex, and we continue to wonder what's going to happen here between Harry Kramer and our number 34 machine of Henry Heaton as he comes on through the left-hander. He's looking absolutely right now on an edge. I think he really is going to be thinking to himself, okay, what could I do at this point? Because he's had that nasty shock over the apex of Clairvaux. He wants to repeat that again as the final lap gets underway. Your leader of Elwood and then Civic behind, they've run away with this, and it really is McCall right now leading the hunt for third place overall, but even he looks quite comfortable. Further behind there as well, one thing to note is that Whitten right now would be on course for back-to-back third place finishes. Well, not back-to-back quite. It'll be separated by the result of race number 2, but he'd have 2 third places on the championship podium in class after this weekend, and he'll be absolutely ecstatic about that. I can tell you the grin from his post-race interview yesterday was absolutely infectious, and I can imagine my colleague in Walthouse, when he goes down there and tries to have a word with him, if he gets the chance to, that grin is going to become even more infectious with these great results. But Lancaster is going to try and take away, if he can, 6th place on the road off of him. We'll have to see where he's going to be able to do so, because Lancaster has been a very strong driver today. He's just come off the worst of the packs, I think. It just hasn't quite worked out. I think if he made the moves at different points on the circuit, he may have actually been a bit further up, but that's not to take away some brilliant racing, as we did see McCall there very briefly, very sideways, coming through sunny in and onto sunny out. That's a sign that he's taken a bit too much speed and is expecting the rear of the car to make up the difference. But as they roar the way then towards the end of the race, that side-by-side there from McCall, and Heaton right now looking one way, then the other. He's everywhere over the circuit in that number 34, and as the clock strikes 0, what I believe it is going to be to Jamie Elwood, who takes the victory, and what a drive from him. 3 wins back-to-back here at the Croft circuit this weekend. Will then come to Civic, who finishes 2nd, but what about 3rd place? Well, it is going to be championship win honours for McCall ahead of Heaton, with Kramer round off the top 5, run up in championship. Whitten makes it 2 podiums this weekend with another 3rd place, and then we will see from Whitten, Lancaster, Warner and Ems to complete the run to 9th, with Murrah taking 10th and Clarkson best of the rest in 11th. And we briefly had that shot there of Jamie Elwood raising his fist high and celebrating what has been an absolutely brilliant set of drives. Races 1 and 2 this weekend, he had to really work hard to take home those victories. But in this one, well, he did the hard work right at the start of the race. He pulled off into the distance with everybody else scrambling for 2nd and then never looked back, as we do have some of our further down runners come to line. That was Vokes there, who finished 17th in the end, and we also did just see Gleich, and I believe we'll have Benton and then Appleton rounding off your 20 finishers. Unfortunately, we did have one retirement, Paul Goldstein having to come into the pit and making his way in on lap number 9. It does seem as though, unfortunately, his Sigma 150 Caterham 7 machine has experienced some sort of technical problem. But here are the provisional top 14 results, subject to any steward's inquiries, and for the final race of the day, or race number 9 of the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club 2025 Championship for the Sigma 150 category, Jamie Elwood there in trophy and overall taking victory, and what a drive from him, 5.2 seconds clear of James Stewart. Runner-up trophy driver there, ahead of your championship Championship class winner, 3rd overall, James McCall, and what a drive from him. And as I double check my notes here, I believe for James McCall that is his first win in class of the season. He will be ecstatic about that. What a drive. Henry Heaton, 4th place there, couldn't quite make the move on McCall, but he went for it right at the end, and goodness me, what an attempt from Heaton to try and do it into the complex, but it wasn't quite enough. Harry Kramer, 5th, but a runner-up spot in Championship that continues his Championship momentum forward. Andrew Whitten, another Championship class podium, 6th on the road. He'll be pleased with that. Not quite an overall podium, but I think he'll look past that in the bigger picture, given that's now 2 third-place finishes he's had in class here at Croft this weekend, so points are really streaming his way. Now, Stephen Lancaster, 7th on the road, ahead of Rob Warner, Jonathan Ems, and Stefano Mara, with Mara having a much better end to this race compared to the one earlier on this afternoon. In 11th, it was Miles Clarkson, ahead of Barry White, and then Gareth Cordy and Mark Gibson completing your finishes, with the fastest lap of the race going to our 4th place finisher, Henry Heaton. It was set on lap number 9, a 1 minute 31.55. And that brings our racing to a close here at the Croft circuit for this weekend. But goodness me, a phenomenal weekend of racing and ending on an absolute high. But what about the high from our drivers who finished in the top 3? Well, there's only one way to find out. We're going to go down to Parc Ferme, go to Ian Woodhouse, and find out exactly how they feel, because we're going to hear from those top 3 finishers and, well, get the story on how exactly they found the final race of this weekend.
Oh, well, here we go. I don't really know what to say to Jamie Elwood now, other than that's 3 from 3. Let's let him get out first of all, shall we? We've got no more races coming up today, so there's no point in worrying about anybody else heading out right now. So we'll grab him for a chat. James Civic, of course, was on the podium a little bit earlier. He's made it 2 podiums today, and James McCall joins them as well. He's getting out now. Look at this. Jamie Elwood, have you had a weekend like this before?
No, this is pretty special, especially that last one. Get your head down and just keep looking at the predicted time.
You said that after race 1, then you said the same after race 2, and they've all been special, haven't they?
I think I was helped with a little bit of fighting behind in that one, but it was about trying to stay on those lap times every single lap and pull away.
Is this a bit of a pinch me moment, 3 from 3?
Fantastic.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I'll be watching the videos back many times and the stream. So.
Well done, mate. Enjoy this, won't you? Safe journey home as well. I've got James. Let's just grab James very quickly. P3. James, wow, fantastic racing, isn't it? Always is.
That was exhausting. Yeah, it got a bit scrappy, very busy up the front. I was scared of Henry Heaton. He was really on it. So I just wanted to be away from him.
I'm scared of Henry.
I just wanted to get away from him, and I think that's what gave me a bit of extra pace.
James, well done. Congratulations. Enjoy that, won't you? 3rd on track there. Fantastic stuff. Let's go grab James as well. There he is. It's been a good day, hasn't it?
It's been a cracking day, yeah. Really happy with that result. I saw Jamie had a couple of lockups. I think he was probably a bit bored and just doing his best to sort of best his lap time. So I thought, well, maybe there's a chance of a mistake. But yeah. I was really happy with how the start went. I lost a few places. I still need to work on my starts a bit, but great battle throughout the field. Really clean, actually. A lot cleaner than the last race anyway. I didn't see as much debris, and really happy. But I want to thank my friends, my family, everyone watching at home as well. So thank you very much.
James, congratulations. Well, it's a shame we don't get one more race, because you might have got one more space further up at second, and who knows, could it be first. But anyway, that is it for Croft. Can I just say a big thank you to the marshals as well for getting these races, and to everybody at Croft, the circuit as well, for enabling us to run a little bit later so we could get this final race underway. That means every race has been done here at Croft. That is it. A big thank you to you for watching as well, and of course a massive thank you to the team who bring you all of those live pictures as well. Just remember to hit that like button and that subscribe button as well. That's it from me and Danny down here in Parc Ferme. I'm going to hand back to your commentator Paul Walsh for the final word. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a close a fantastic weekend of racing here at the Croft Circuit, the home of motorsport in the north, and indeed motorsport has been absolutely magnificent here. We need to say a big thank you to so many people, the spectators, the fans, the guys and girls, including you guys and girls tuning in on the YouTube, whether it be on British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel or the TCR UK YouTube channel. You've all been absolutely marvellous. A big shout out to the Orange Army. We can't go racing without them. Also, the fact we've gone beyond curfew, we need to give a big thank you to our circuit manager Tracy for extending the circuit curfew to 6:30, and we're literally going to finish dead on that in order to enable us to get through our entire schedule of 17 races. Indeed, it has been an incredible weekend, and all that leaves me to say, ladies and gentlemen, is thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to be in the commentary booth alongside my colleagues Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill. I've been Paul Walsh, your commentator and host here from the commentary booth, and until next time, well, make sure you like and subscribe to stay up to date with more racing action from TCR UK and the BARC TV channel. But until then, make sure to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, and from all of us here at the Croft Circuit, hope you've had a great Father's Day weekend, and most importantly, remember as always to stay on track. Good night.